Good morning, everyone. We are back here at day 2 at MLP Daytona Beach. We're at Picktona at Holly Hill. It is a beautiful day. We had a great day yesterday as well as we started off the challenger portion of MLP. Now today we're going to be starting out the premier level. We've got a matchup here between the Seattle Pioneers and Milwaukee Mashers. I'm joined in the booth by professional pickleball player, let's say former.
I like that.
Podcaster, content creator, father, Adam Stone here in the booth. Thanks for joining me.
Oh, very excited to be here, Mr. Insect Pong. We got a doozy of a matchup to start off the day. As you mentioned, the Seattle Pioneers and the Milwaukee Mashers, as we have a train coming by. Both teams advanced through pool play at our MLP Mesa. So lots of talent on the court. All these competitors very comfortable with each other. And I would say for me, the pick to click is Megan Dizon. That's my pick to click. She has some peaks and valleys in her game. The peaks are very, very good, but occasionally some inconsistencies creep in. If she can play solid with her 3 other very quality teammates, Tyler Leung, Etta Wright, and Ben Johns, watch out for the Pioneers.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Seattle Pioneers, they made it to the semifinal of MLP Mesa, ended up losing to the New York Hustlers. And, yeah, from inconsistency standpoint, I think Megan Dizon, there's some opportunity there that they've taken from the previous event. And you know what? She's executed in the past few weeks. She just ended up making it to the finals on PPA Tour in Austin. I think she's on, hopefully, an incredible run, and they're going to need that if they want to do any damage this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. And I certainly didn't mean what I said as a knock at all. I'm just a regular player. I don't have peaks. so there's a lot of different ways to get to your talent. So that's all I was saying. She has just so much power and so much shot making ability that, you know, when you have those options, sometimes some inconsistencies creep in, as we see kind of the meeting of the minds here with Dave Fleming, the GM of the Pioneers, and of course Ben Johns, who you basically draft the best player in the world, a coach and a GM all in one. The Wonder Kid can do it all. So very excited to see what the Pioneers have for us, and a very, very tall veteran team in the Milwaukee Mashers. They're going to be more than a formidable opponent for the Pioneers.
Yeah, with the Milwaukee Mashers, we've got Lucy Kovalova, we've got Callie Smith, also Andre Daescu, and DJ Young. I think that entire team averages over 6'2" in height, 6'3".
Yes.
So, Adam, I apologize, but you may not be able to make the cut for them. They're, you know, from a physical standpoint, they're imposing team, right? There can be some intimidation there. They're going to need to feed off of that if they want to make a run here this weekend.
Do you think we might see some energy from the Mashers in this women's matchup, possibly with Lucy Kovalova and Callie Smith? Here we go.
No question. Lucy Kovalova, Callie Smith against Etta Wright and Megan Dizon to start off.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. You'll take that right off the bat.
We've got a 5th player, the net, involved early.
Always the best player on the court, Brandon. Nice pressure from Etta Wright coming forward. Pretty reasonable slide to her right with the 2-hander from Lucy. Maybe a couple feet off the kitchen line cost her that one.
Great ball by Etta Wright, just a little bit high, and Kovalova finishes that with a little net tick herself, as you see her on the replay. Adam, both these teams going to look to be aggressive early.
I would expect that for sure.
Still in the filling out process here early this morning. And that ball just off the top of the paddle there for Etta Wright.
Yeah, I would expect to see Callie Smith pretty solid with that 2-handed counterattack. Doesn't love to speed up with 2 hands, so when she's looking to be aggressive, I would expect her to continue to look for that 1-handed backhand out of the air.
Oh, it's a great counter there by Callie Smith as she takes the attack there by DeJean and just slides to her left and finishes down the middle.
She almost has, it's not a Riley Newman pancake, but it's almost a semi-pancake. She's one of the better ladies at kind of covering her right shoulder, and you saw it right there.
Yeah, DeJean with a counter of her own on the two-hand backhand side. We talk about that. Kovalova and DeJean sporting the two-hand backhand, while you've got Etta Wright and Callie Smith using more of a one-hand backhand approach.
Yeah, it's been cool to see some of the progressions and the techniques and the grips and the, you know, using two hands. When I first started 5 or 6 years ago, Brandon, there wasn't a lot of two-handed backhands, especially on the men's side. And now you have a variety of players using a variety of different shots. Love to see the progression. Kovalova getting skinny there after the big drive from Dizon.
That ball just long there as DeJean is sporting that black ace paddle there from Pro Connects. It has a lot of pop on it.
Lots of pop. Can she rein it in is the question. But, man, that ball flies off the paddle. Really nice grind from all four ladies. And for you lower level players back at home, the footwork is just so efficient. Watch the footwork and the controlled lunge. Sometimes they don't even take a step. They have that wide athletic base. They use the lunge, and they keep that contact point and center of gravity so locked in.
Oh, great speed up there by Callie Smith as she kind of just jammed up DeJean there with that two-hand backhand.
I mean, perfect spot. Absolutely perfect. Don't even really think Dizon was late. Just too good of a shot from Callie. Tip your cap on that one.
And that ball goes just wide. Earlier we had Etta Wright winning a dink rally cross court with Callie Smith. I think from a confidence standpoint, that's huge going against a team with as many accolades as Kovalova and Smith.
Yes, and Etta Wright, I wouldn't say new on the scene. We'll say relatively new on the scene, but really, you know, whatever playing the game the right way is, she certainly does it. Lots of soft stuff early in her career. Very impressive.
Great defense by the Mashers.
Stop it, ladies. Unbelievable.
Wow. And the Pioneers keep the pressure going as Etta Wright and DeJean crack each ball that they can see, and just a little bit too much there for Kovalova and Smith.
I mean, they made them play 10 balls, but my goodness, great pressure from the Pioneers. Etta Wright pulling off that forehand a little bit. We had a bird's eye view of that. Sometimes you get down, locked and loaded with that nice athletic base, but sometimes you pop up too early. I think that's what happened there to Etta.
Oh, great ball there by Smith. That ball just a little high from DeJean, and she cracks it cross court directly at right here.
Yeah, it looks like we're Pioneers definitely targeting Callie Smith at the kitchen line early on. Mixed results.
Oh, good get by Wright. Great defense on the first one by Kovalova, but just too much to get out of as DeJean finishes that.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want to hit the ball shoulder or above against the Pioneers. Either one of these ladies, lots of power when that ball goes up high.
A great ball by Wright. I'm impressed with the pace that Etta Wright plays with as they make the change over here at 11-8. But just great pace, great poise, and so early on in her career here in professional pickleball.
Yeah, no, I talked about it a couple minutes ago. I think you're exactly right, Brandon. You see the talent, the grip it and rip it, the hands often when these players kind of burst on the scene, but to be so controlled, as you mentioned, in the midcourt, in the back of the court, and up at the kitchen line with the soft stuff. Very impressive from Etta Wright, as you mentioned earlier in her career, probably only on the tournament scene for around a year, maybe a little bit less, Brandon.
Yeah, and from a strategy standpoint, you talk about the Mashers right now are trying to isolate DeJean, right, and see if they can get some opportunities there. And on the flip side, you've got Etta Wright, DeJean that seem to be targeting Callie Smith. What are they seeing as an opportunity on that side? You mentioned there's mixed results.
Right. Well, we saw Callie Smith with some phenomenal speed-ups a couple times there. But I think what it is just how much of a veteran rock right side Kovalova is. She's so good with the backhand counters and the forehand dinks at the kitchen. It's kind of a pick your poison situation. So they're starting off with Callie. There you go, just like you said, Brandon. Maybe not that Megan Dizon is a big target up there at the kitchen line, but same thing with Kovalova. If Etta Wright is so consistent and solid, maybe you just switch it over, put the ball on the other player and see what happens.
Yeah, we talked about just maybe the occasional inconsistency from DeJean, and I think for the Mashers that they're trying to see if they can get some leverage from that.
That's right, and when you have Callie Smith with the heavy counterattack hands, it's a lot of pressure for Dizon.
Great ATP by Kovalova. A little too hot to handle there by Wright. As we see here on the replay, this ball just goes a little too wide by DeJean, and Kovalova finishes.
Nice spot from Etta Wright.
Yeah, nice pace again on
that. Yeah, right, exactly right. It's not, not just, she didn't patty cake it and invite Kovalova forward, and she didn't hit it as hard as she could. Nice mid-paced, right at the right spot. That's all it takes sometimes.
That first drive, probably a little too much pace.
Yeah.
That looked like vintage Lucy Kovalova stringing DeJean out on that right side.
Yeah, and man, when she gets her feet a little further than shoulder width apart, she's so good at reaching into the kitchen when using her height to her advantage. One of the best in the game at it, really.
The drive by Kovalova handled by DeJean there, and a little too much angle for Smith.
Yeah, she was coming in hot, and I think that's reasonable given her partner driving, but the spot of the drive from Kovalova right to the backhand of Dizon.
Pioneers clinging on to a 2-point lead here. Make it 3 as that ball goes a little wide there from Kovalova. Big drive by DeJean, and she finishes it off with a little 3-ball combo here.
Yeah, that was right. Each one was about 2 feet closer to the kitchen, and, I mean, you can see it. I mean, you got 2 of the better defensive players around who are pretzeled up, swinging on different sides, and that's just a testament to the power of Megan Dizon.
We have a timeout here by the Milwaukee Mashers as they're down 4. A nice 4-point run by the Seattle Pioneers. We keep talking about pace. Adam, why is pace so important, especially at the pro level?
Well, I think personally, a variety of paces are nice. Sometimes at the lower levels, you just hit it hard and it works. But against these quality of opponents, if you don't have a little soft, a little medium, and then that full release when you really want to go for it, these players are just too good. So you have to put a wrinkle in what you're doing. You have to change it up a little bit. I don't care how good your shot is. If you go to the same spot or the same pace every time, you're going to be in trouble. Just way too much talent on the court these days.
Awesome analysis for everyone out there watching and listening as well. We're back. We've got a 16-12 lead here by the Seattle Pioneers. This is the first game in this matchup. Callie Smith's eyes lit up right there as she saw that high ball and really just cranked that two-hand backhand a little too much.
Oh, we've all been there. See an opportunity, maybe hesitate for a second, and then it just goes away real quick.
Oh, great counter there by Dulce. She's starting to play with some great pace there. She just pushes that ball right through the middle.
Oh, she didn't. She was not waiting for Etta. She was already lurking in the middle before Etta struck that third shot. Awesome job by Megan Dizon.
Great defense by the Pioneers.
I mean, I'm not sure there's a situation more demoralizing in pickleball when you're in the full-fledged offensive position at the kitchen line, your opponents are scrambling, and then they get back to neutral. It's just so tough, Brandon. Great job by the Pioneers.
And the Masters finally break that hot streak there by the Pioneers. They've got some work to do here, down 6, 13-19. Smith trying the speed up there to make some things happen. Can't falter at this point in the game, trying to really get aggressive. But the margins are small here at 20-13. We've got a game point.
And just in case you guys are new to the broadcast, so what happens when a team gets to 20, their score is frozen and they must win on their serve. The other team can continue to accumulate points while the other team is stuck on 20.
Yes, called the freeze, and right now, as Dulce puts that ball way through the middle, they're frozen at 20-13, and now we have a game point.
I mean, what a shot. Yeah, wasn't even a poor dink.
Yeah, I like that spot by Dulce, but Callie Smith just really read it and slid to her left.
She's an explosive mover, Brandon. I mean, she got a late break on it, and she was right where she needed to be.
Tries to make something happen there. Maybe too low on that first attack. Kovalova wasn't able to clean it up.
Yeah, Smith definitely a little questionable with some of the offense on the left side. Maybe one of the only real knocks when she is over there. As I mentioned, her athleticism and her physical presence is one of the best on tour.
Yeah, we take a look at like the last 3 rallies, and she's made a play, missed a play, made a play, missed a play. Let's see if they can get 2-point run here. Oh, gets a ball that she likes, just not able to put it down.
No, you're exactly right. They're going to take that, 7, 8, 9 times out of 10. She was sitting right there with the forehand, and Dizon was a couple feet off the kitchen line. So Masters like that spot, didn't work out that time. Another
game point attempt here for the Pioneers. and bounces off the tape. DeJean with the sorry, as Kovalova still kind of had a chance to get that ball.
Nothing from Kovalova. She kind of just took it and tapped paddles. But that was an interesting situation, as I don't think Dizon understood how long Lucy Kovalova was as she almost got that ball.
Yeah, I thought we might hear a possible hindrance in that. Look, we talk about players being somewhat inconsistent at this level, and you know, usually that means they're getting 10 balls but not the 11.
Yeah,
right.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
I think DeJean played a great game there. It's a good start for the Seattle Pioneers. Now coming up, we've got Ben Johns and Tyler Leung against DJ Young and Andre Daescu. This is going to be a crazy matchup.
Oh yeah, no, I'm very excited for this one. But yeah, to your point, you were just saying, Brandon, you got in this game a couple years too late, because it used to only take 1 or 2 good shots to win a point.
Wow.
Back in 2018 or 2017 when I first started. So the level of the game is crazy. I mean, you see these combinations. There's not even a 2 or a 3-shot combination often. Some of these matchups, when you get the defensive prowess on court, you almost have to get to double-digit quality shots to win a point. That's what it takes.
Absolutely right. We are going to let these players warm up, and we will be back here in a few minutes for the men's matchup. Right now, Seattle Pioneers are up 1-0 on the Milwaukee Mashers. All right, we are back here at MLP Daytona Beach, Picktona at Holly Hill, and we've got a great matchup for you right now between Ben Johns, Tyler Leung of the Seattle Pioneers against DJ Young and Andre Daescu from the Milwaukee Mashers. Big drive to start by DJ Young.
He's just so like smooth, and it flows, and it's just that easy power with the loose arm. I'm jealous. Yeah, that's the power right there. But I would actually say this matchup right here is similar to the women, where DJ Young is Megan Dizon. The other players may be a little more tight in their peaks and their valleys, but DJ can play amazing and then occasionally have some errors in matches as well. So where Dizon played great that last match, let's see what DJ Young can come up here with his partner Andre Daescu.
1-1 tie game, as that fifth shot from DJ a little too high. May not work in this matchup. great baseline defense from Tyler Leung as he's incorporated a two-hand backhand in the recent years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Tyler Leung, you don't know what he's going to do from the back of the court. He might drop his third. He might rip his seventh. You really have. He goes hard and low, or he goes with that nice drop into the kitchen, keeps his opponents off balance from the back of the court. To be perfectly honest with you, I wouldn't necessarily teach certain players or coach certain players to do that, but he has a crazy athletic skill set, and when you can scramble and move like him, you can get away with a few things other people can't.
Boy, this one is getting away from the Milwaukee Masters in a hurry here at a 5-point lead, 6-1 here for the Pioneers. I'd like to see a timeout if they don't come on top of this rally.
It's a nice shot, but
yeah.
but really not a lot of extended points, or just very, very quick points, and boom, 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 as you mentioned. Things happen quickly. It can get away from you before you know it.
Oh, great defense by Young. As he thought the point was over,
yeah.
but that ball actually made it. Yeah, and anytime you've got the best player in the game, Ben Johns, on the other side, last thing you want to do is give easy points away. Easier said than done. Great ball there by Diescu as he jams up Ben Johns.
Yeah, good decision by Diescu. Is kind of, you saw Ben Johns lurking there to try to pick something off, so a few balls to Leung that was back, and then Ben was sort of a sitting duck, if that's possible for him to be, up at the kitchen line. Nice shot from Andre.
Another missed fifth there by Young. He's going to have to dial it in here pretty quick. It's an 8-3 lead by the Pioneers. Heavy ball.
I mean, my goodness.
Right there.
It's just, I mean, a ton of power.
Listen, all these paddles were checked by MLP
yes.
before we got here. They may check that one again with the pace that was on. Great ball by Young.
Nice job by Ben Johns stepping over to his left. He's always in the middle being a presence, and honestly a pretty quality ball from DJ Young, but to get over there with the two-handed backhand and pop that counterattack, well played by Ben.
Oh, great ball by Leung.
Yeah, and I want to talk about, there might have been a couple opportunities there for Tyler Leung to attack, but he's playing with Ben Johns, and they have a game plan, and he is sticking to that game plan. That ball needs to really be there for him to attack that ball. Otherwise, they're just going to work the point, as Ben Johns, the best player in the world, especially when they're structured points at the kitchen line, Brandon.
Great defense by Johns. And Leung gets the two-hand counter to go in as they take an 11-5 lead. Watch this crazy defense here as Diescu in the middle fires, Ben John gets it back, and then Leung completes the play there.
I mean, it's so annoying. It's so annoying when you get in those positions. Like, how does Ben dig himself out of that? He can't be in a more defensive position, and then 3 shots later, his partner's ripping a two-handed backhand up the middle. Very good stuff from the Pioneers, and there is not going to be anything changing over on that far end of the court. Let's see if we get a couple adjustments here from the Mashers.
Yeah, and Ben Johns, as you mentioned, the #1 player in the world on the men's side, and it seems as if he's playing in slow motion at times. Like, is the game moving at half speed for him?
Correct. Correct. That's exactly right.
That ball just long there as Johns looks over to his bench to see if they want to challenge that. They confirm it's a little long.
Yeah, nice eye from DJ. Yeah, I understand the Pioneers are mostly targeting DJ Young, but we certainly have not said Andre Daescu's name very much, and him being over on the left side, they have to find a way to get in some patterns to force the ball to Andre.
The Ernie by Loong. And Ben Johns finishes it off. That was a lot of moving parts on that rally there.
That's right. So when you have Tyler Loong always available for the Ernies, sometimes you get some weird formations out there.
Yeah, great combo by Loong. You mentioned he's taking his chances sparingly when he sees an opportunity, and that was one clearly for him.
Yeah, and that's – yeah, I mean, I played, I don't know, 100 tournaments with Dekel Bar, and when the big man's hot, I'm not attacking anything, you know. If he's struggling a little bit, maybe I'll pick my spots and go for it. But if he's playing hot and playing well, I'm just playing super consistent and letting him do his thing.
Oh, great get by Young.
Yeah.
As Loong and Johns went for a put-away in the middle, Daescu with great defense.
I mean, that was ridiculous get from Andre Daescu.
Right here. What an angle. What an effortless angle there by Ben Johns.
Yeah, that's you could put that word effortless probably before everything he does on the court.
And a rare missed third opportunity there. I think for Milwaukee Masters, they've got to take this and use it as some momentum. It's a 9-15 deficit.
I feel like I'm pretty solid at analyzing the game of pickleball, Brandon, and I'm just not exactly sure where they should go right now.
Deficit down to 5. And those are the ones they can't miss in this type of matchup, which puts a lot of pressure when, even when you play a great point, it's tough, and then now you've got to make every single ball.
Nice lean in from DJ using his length. But yeah, it is. You're exactly right. It's a lot of pressure. You know, when your margin for error is so slim, not with your shots, but just with the quality of your opponents, it's totally mental warfare out there. And if you think that these guys aren't thinking a little bit about that, then you're wrong.
Ben Johns gets the dribbler over the net as if he needed another opportunity. That spirals into a missed return by Daescu, and we are quickly at an 18-11 lead for the Pioneers. Great job keeping Tyler Loong back, as wasn't able to convert. I do think one area of opportunity for the Milwaukee Masters is maybe continuing on that backside of Johns with some low to mid-pace balls.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, Brandon. And the thing is, though, he's got a lefty over there with him, so he's probably taking just a little less court than normal, having that lefty forehand. So it's, like I said, it's a tough proposition. A very reasonable thought, but I just don't know.
Very slim margins. Oh, great counter by Loong. Yeah, Young saw that the entire way. It was a great flip by Ben Johns.
Yeah, what are they putting in the water down in Dreamland? Everybody's doing scorpions down there. Dekel Bar, Vivian David, they love that shot.
There's a scorpion drink. Ask the bartender. What a get by Young. Little overcooked there by Daescu on the counter. you mentioned the unseen pressure, the mental warfare that kind of happens as you see the Seattle Pioneers win this matchup 21-13, and that last ball is a great example of it. DJ Young goes cross court. He attempts to go down the line, but there's so much heavy pressure knowing that in front of you there's this guy named Ben Johns that kind of knows what he's doing out there.
Yes, and it's a tough break. I would have just liked to see a couple more extended points and a little more rhythm to see with it. Just never quite got into the match almost the entire time. I believe they were down 6-1, so almost a 5-point plus deficit throughout. So never really put a thought in the Pioneers' mind that maybe they're going to come storming back. So a tough break from the Mashers, and they're really going to have to step it up at mixed doubles with this 0-2 deficit. Yeah,
and there's people out there that would say, hey, well, if you're in a situation like that, just fire away. Just cause as much chaos as possible. Adam, is that a strategy that can work?
Well, I would probably put that pretty far down the list, but I mean, if the situation is dire enough, you got to do something. I always say, Ben is one of the better bullies, meaning when you do get into those structured points, he really moves his dinks around and puts pressure, on his opponents being that bully. And, sometimes you run away from the bully. Sometimes you got to hit him in the mouth too, Brandon. So maybe taking a few more attacks at that backside, like you were talking about, high to that backhand, could have been a better option. But most of the options were very limited against that quality of opposition.
Yeah, and we talk about discipline. Tyler Leung and Ben Johns came in with a strategy. You saw Leung adhering to that strategy for most, if not the entire game. It'll be interesting to see in these mixed double matchups who is going to play the most disciplined pickleball, right?
Well, I would put it at the Pioneers. I talked about Ben being he's a kid, but he's a smart kid. He knows the game very well, and that's what he does. He likes to come in with not a crazy specific game plan, but just a solid game plan, and then his mind's pretty blank other than that. Maybe a very small in-game adjustment or two, but you come in with that kind of default strategy that you can fall back on, and then you just go out there and play, and obviously Ben John's one of the best at that. So it's step up time for sure here with DJ and Callie. Looks like they're going to come out first for mixed doubles, and it's go time.
Yeah, Tyler Leung and Megan DeJean from the Seattle Pioneers are going to be facing Callie Smith and DJ Young. Looking forward to this matchup. We are now playing all 4 games in the series. At MLP Mesa, they were just playing best of 4 or best of 3, right?
Right. And then so now they mixed in to where the actual game wins will be above that point differential percentage. So I like the rule switch. I think it's solid, but we will be playing all 4. And, just in case you're just joining us, we had the women's doubles, the men's doubles, and we have 2 mixed doubles. Obviously, if a team wins 3 of those 4 or 4 of 4, the match will be over. But if we go 2-2, Brandon, we're going to go to a dream breaker, which means each team will set a lineup, play 4 points at a time. Men can play women, men can play men. It's a really interesting, awesome part of MLP, and the Mashers are going to need to step up if we're going to get to one of those dream breakers.
I think most, if not all, fans out here would love to see a dream breaker, especially between these 2 teams with so many singles specialists here and one of the best as well. So we'll see. Quite a tall task right now for the Milwaukee Mashers. We're going to take just a quick 30-second break, and we'll be right back. All right, we're back at the start of this mixed doubles matchup. DJ Young, Callie Smith against Tyler Leung and Megan DeJean. And it's clear the Milwaukee Masters are coming out with some fire.
Yeah, and I've a handful of tournaments last year. My wife, Corinne Carr, played with DJ Young, and I was on the sidelines for a lot of those, and DJ can play big.
Certainly an active mover, especially on the mixed double scene.
Yeah, and this is a little surprising. I know Callie Smith comfortable. She played left with women's doubles, but this is surprising to see DJ Young on the right. We'll see if they switch that up, stick with it. I guess some of the fact that they both played those respective sides in their gender matches comes into play, but I was expecting to see DJ Young on the left.
Yeah, I think maybe trying to counter the Lung and Dizon matchup over here. But yeah,
yes,
I totally agree. I think having them on the other sides may be the best fit, but we'll see.
Yes. Nice little miss hit on the first one, but she was in the right spot, and a nice clean two-handed backhand on the last ball. I mean, I'm not sure I've seen Tyler Lung make an unforced error yet. A forced one a couple points ago, but he's playing a very clean game right now.
Dizon a little bit too long on that forehand. Great ball by Young as he just continued to probe on the backside of Dizon there until he got one high enough to put away.
That's right, and I would expect the Pioneers to keep the ball away from out wide DJ Young forehand. That's the spot where he has a lot of options, and I think if they get too out wide to his forehand, that's going to put Dizon in a tough spot.
Yeah, maybe Young trying to create a different format for men's on mixed doubles, right?
Yeah,
dominating from the right side.
No, right side, strong side. Yeah, come on.
And Tyler Lung dreams about those type of opportunities.
Yeah, and I mean, he has the athleticism to do it, but I'll tell you right now, that was anticipation. I mean, he was moving before DJ Young struck the ball. Great job from Tyler. That's the one right there. Not quite a traditional roll. It's kind of a little roll and a little poke, and sometimes it gets her in trouble with that one-handed speed up.
A great ball on the backside there from Young, and you're right, that one-handed speed up, if it's too much push, it's not going to get the rotations, topspin to go over the net. And if it's too little push, then it's obviously going to not clear.
Yes, so no, definitely. And I would say that, you know, Etta Wright has a pretty good one. It's a little more traditional and it flows a little nicer. So, you know, you can't have it all.
All of these players continually working on their game outside of just playing. We've got an 8-6 lead here from Dizon and Long. We'll
let Megan Dizon do the analysis for us. She goes, "Stop going to DJ."
Yeah. At least to that right side on the forehand.
Yes.
Right? Where there's extended options, as you mentioned.
I mean, if you got to play to Callie or middle. I mean, I will, you know, if he hits a couple good two-handed backhands off the bounce, you know, that's great, DJ. That's awesome. But I'd keep it away from that forehand.
Yeah, and one of the advantages that they'll have is since he is on that strong right side, as he moves over to his left, he doesn't have that extended reach.
Correct.
As if he was on the left side with his forehand. Dizon attempts a one-hand backhand herself and tells the bench, "I don't have that." She may have it. She may have it next week. Big serve from Smith.
she had that one, though, didn't she?
That.
Redemption.
Almost a crazy recovery there by Young, but Dizon with just enough pressure.
Pretty good stuff.
Yeah, it's great.
Tyler Leung. It's that situation. Of course, I'm the player that is going to notice a consistent rock and how valuable they are out there. He hasn't done anything special. A couple earnies, couple nice shots, of course, but he is playing a very smart, very consistent game. And Brandon, that's exactly with this team construction what he needs to do. So very impressed with Tyler Leung out there, a veteran of the game, and he's showing it right now. Great game plan so far by the Seattle Pioneers. For the Milwaukee Mashers, with DJ Young on the right side and Callie Smith on the left side, what do they need to do to get back into this matchup? Only down 2 here. Right, so I would look for DJ to continue to do his thing. He's kind of crab walking, meaning that lateral movement on the kitchen line nicely. And I would really look for Callie to be consistent and solid and wait for a really good opportunity. I think there might have been a couple shots that she forced in terms of speed ups. It's okay to stay in that grind pattern with Megan Dizon cross court. Don't have to pull the trigger too early.
Great Ernie there by Tyler Leung. He shows one with the forehand. Now he shows one with the backhand cross court. Truly the Ernie King out there. Pioneers clinging on to a 3-point lead here. Great tomahawk by DJ Young.
Everyone's got a different name. I like tomahawk, though. It's good. We saw that from your boy Brandon French the other day. Yesterday, in fact, and it's a tough shot. A couple guys doing it. See Zane Navratil as well.
Oh, it's a great ball by Dizon there as she's trying to go behind DJ Young there as he fades to his left to cover as much court.
Well timed. Nice hands.
I mean, I want to say at least 80% of the winners that Young has had today in these last 2 games have been on that right side, and probably about a 1 to 2 foot margin on the sideline. Big loopy serve by Young.
I mean, you see that shot, and it's, I mean, he takes it mid-shin, and I might have landed in the kitchen with a two-handed backhand drive. So good from DJ.
And that ball just a little bit too high there from Smith. Even there, Tyler Leung puts the proper pace on the ball.
Yeah, he has a really, really nice, deceptive inside-out forehand. He rarely hooks it kind of at the person right in front of him, but he can play the middle ball and the inside-out ball very well.
Oh, what a poach by Dizon, and Leung could not get there to get this ball off of the net. It was a great block by Young.
Yeah, well done, everyone. Love the poach. Love the hands from DJ. Good stuff.
And
there he is.
Yeah, one of the players that can definitely get fired up quickly and go on a hot run. Let's see if he can do it here as they tie this game up 15-15 and pick up an easy one.
Hey, I like earning points, but I like gifts too, Brandon.
What a get by Smith. It was a great knife dink on the backhand side by D-Zone, and I thought Callie handled it well to go around the post, just a little bit short.
Oh, she had the angle, but as you mentioned, just too much slice and too much ball took off when it hit the court.
Make that 2 tomahawks in the bank now for DJ Young. D-Zone threw up what we will call a bait ball.
Yeah. I think that was, maybe we'll call it a Hail Mary on that one. It worked out, though.
Yeah, even Young was surprised by how high that ball was.
It's just a carbon copy. I think there's 3 points that have been the exact same.
The Tomahawk Bank says there are 3 available now for DJ Young. That's a great counter by Tyler Leung there as he almost got jammed up kind of in that chicken wing section between the forehand and the backhand, but was able to extend out enough.
Yeah, I don't hate the spot from DJ. I mentioned the tipping the cap earlier. Sometimes it's just too good, like the offense, and the defense was just a little better.
All these points count the same, and 18-18 with that miss makes it 19-18 here for Milwaukee Mashers. Some great hands at the kitchen line, and Leung is attempting to hit everything with his forehand here as he just continues to slide. Big moment here for both teams. And Smith with the out ball. That puts the Seattle Pioneers at game point here. It's a great low pickup with the two-hand backhand by Young.
Yeah, Tyler, he doesn't want to be over there on that left side. He's like, put me back where I want to be.
We've got the Pioneers frozen at 20, which means they're going to have to win on their serve, and they've got another chance and attempt here. The big put away by Smith as Leung takes an extra long look at that to make sure it was in.
Yeah, it might have been a little closer than Callie wanted, but it definitely inside the line from my vantage point. There's that inside outer.
Yeah,
it's just so slippery, Brandon. Like, you could see there's not a ton of pace. That's like a 70% pace, but just nothing DJ Young can do. Nothing to read.
Oh, it was a great spot by Callie Smith. She just hit it too long.
It was like perfectly. She was literally hitting the ball as Tyler Leung was breaking to the middle. Love the decision and the timing of it, but just a little too much, like you said, Brandon. Tough break, and Seattle Pioneers have officially clinched this match, even though we will absolutely be playing this second mixed.
Yeah, we talk about sticking to the game plan. They definitely did that to come out on top. we will let the final mixed teams warm up. We'll have Andre Deescu and Lucy Kovalova against Ben Johns and Etta Wright. We'll see you soon. All right, we are back with game number 4 in this matchup. Right now, the Seattle Pioneers are up 3-0. They have already clinched this match, but we will play out the 4th game. We've got Ben Johns, Etta Wright against Lucy Kovalova and Andre Deescu.
Well, I was just going to say, Brandon, everything matters. The Milwaukee Mashers at MLP Mesa went 1-2, and through point differential percentage were able to get through. So these games and points are huge. Nice speed up from Andre Deescu. Just a hair late on the slide from Etta Wright. I like the idea and what she did, just half a second too slow.
Yeah, Deescu's going to need to be aggressive here if they want to come out on top. Kovalova allows him to take the third there. What a counter by
that's
Ben
not right.
Johns.
A total miss hit. I'm sure he was aiming to that spot, but it got there a little tricky. Andre Deescu definitely has the length to be a presence up there. Big man at 6'5". I call him Romanian Tower 1. Ed and Lika, Romanian Tower 2. So those guys know how to play. Been around for a while, Andre.
Appropriate names.
Yeah.
The Ernie by Ben Johns, the second Ernie there. It was great defense by the Milwaukee Mashers until Kovalova with one just a little bit high.
Yeah, no, I like the move. She ripped a two-hander as well as she can, and Mr. Johns handled it. So the point was fine, just too good.
And that's 2 times now that Daescu has been able to come on top of that speed up. Etta Wright not fully sliding to her right. Great defense by Wright.
Tough.
And another.
Yeah, that's pickleball right there. Best to get of any of the matches, and then gets hit in the shoulder on the next ball. But I wanted to mention also, I've played 1 tournament with Ben, lost with Deckel, both very dominant players. It's very easy to play with them, Brandon, but there is a few things that are tough. I'll talk about that after this point. Wow. Too good from Lucy Kopilova.
Yeah, it's just an awesome shot right there. She sees a little bit of an opening down on that right side. And, I mean, she has to hit an incredible ball to even make this.
Absolutely. So what I was going to mention earlier is that you have to give those dominant players a lot of room to operate. So I think Etta Wright is hitting some of those counterattacks a couple feet further back than she's used to, and that might have been an issue with those initial 2 counters that she missed. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to play with anyone else than those 2 guys, but there is a couple things that is difficult when you're playing with such a talented partner. So just wanted to make that clear to some of the viewers at home. It's not all roses, even though it's a lot of roses when you play with those guys.
Yeah, and time on court matters. This is the 2nd event for Wright and Johns. And with the grueling schedule, and Johns normally playing with Annalie Waters, may not get as much time to practice. Yeah, and I think that's it's an interesting point because she missed a few of those slides early. I think she's somewhat off-centered on what ball's going to be wide and what's not, and you see it there. And there's a great reach in by Wright to flip that ball there and cause the error. Kopilova wanted to attack that. I think she was kind of in the middle of it, and the net didn't help by popping it up to Ben Johnson.
That's certainly true, but I'm not sure that was a forced offense, but it wasn't an obvious attack. So we'll see if Lucy wants to stay in that pattern with Etta, or if she's going to maybe pull some triggers like we saw on that previous point. I don't think Etta's going to stop. I think she's going to, once they get in that pattern, she's just going to stay. So let's see what Lucy counteracts that with.
Yeah, good ball there by Daescu. He had options on where to put that one away, and a nice in-and-out ball.
Yes, and I mentioned that with Tyler Leung earlier. Andre Daescu also a big fan of hitting his forehand inside out.
Daescu comes in hot, saw an opportunity after a good 5th, 7th drop, and just a little too much pace on that ball.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Kopilova trying to make things happen there again with that forehand. Only a 1-point lead here for the Pioneers.
He knew it right when he hit it. Tried to give it the fairy hop. Couldn't get it over. You see a lot of players doing that.
The extra momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's a crucial point there for the Mashers to get to the changeover on their terms, up one. We talked about this matchup and Ben Johns being a easy player to play with in some respects and being difficult in some respects when it comes to understanding how to play with their game. What in your eyes, what makes Colin so good at being able to play on that right side of Ben Johns?
Well, being related is good, but they're very analytical guys, and they have their patterns and their situations. They practice with a purpose. Colin basically got into pickleball because of Ben. So from day one, he has been catering his game to play with Ben. You mentioned court time earlier, Brandon, with some of these teams. So maybe it's a combination of skill set of Colin, and his whole career has been molded to play with his brother. So there you go.
That certainly makes things easier when you're tailoring to play with one player. We've got now a tie ball game. It's 11-11 here. Johns benefits from the tape.
I mean, it's just not right, Brandon.
That's
just not right.
I'd like to see, honestly, some fire here from the Milwaukee Mashers, right?
Yes.
You're down. It's 3-0. Let's at least get some momentum carried for the next match.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I know sometimes you're down 8-1 in a regular tournament, but don't lose 11-2. You may make a little run, and that can leak over, and that can carry over to a subsequent game. So I think that's a good comment, especially with these particular players. Callie and Lucy, two of the more fiery ladies on tour, and DJ Young can throw out a pretty big yell as well. So we haven't seen much of that. I know they're not winning this match, but I would like to see some more fire, as you mentioned, to spring. I mean, 3-1 and 4-0 is a big difference, and as you mentioned, another match today and another match tomorrow morning. Let's keep that energy up.
Yeah, and there aren't a ton of things that we've seen been able to rattle Ben Johns, but one of the few things, minute things, is energy. Oh, the Burt by Ben Johns. That's a great point to win by the Masters.
I'll tell you what, there's not a lot of Burts that are successful, and that team doesn't win the point. So awesome hands from the Mashers. But, yes, we have our first Burt of the afternoon or morning. Nice athleticism.
It's just great probing there by Johns as he faked being able to give Daescu an Ernie opportunity and then kind of works his way through the point.
Yeah, nice soft hands from Andre early in that point, but regrouped from the Pioneers and too much pressure.
And there's the fire we talked about. A great point, nice firefight from Daescu at the kitchen line with Ben Johns, and let's see if they can turn that into some momentum here. I mean, it's a tie ball game. Easy put away there by Johns. That's a great get by Johns. Wow, and an awesome put away. Adam, 1 to 10, how high level was that point?
Yeah, I tell you what. I love these points at the kitchen line. It sounds like an NBA game. I don't know if we have the microphone to where the fans can hear it, but the footwork and the screeching of the shoes, man, these guys are athletic. And gals.
And so often after we see a high energy point like that, mentally tough to recoup, and Pioneers take a 3-point lead here. We talk about the margins being so small in this matchup, and overall we look at it, it's 3-0 Seattle Pioneers. But, Adam, within every game, it's been a few-point difference that the Pioneers have been able to come on top of.
Right, and it's been relatively comfortable. Sure, there's been some tight spots, but the Pioneers seem to always step up and have a nice little run when they need it. But it's been a comfortable win in these previous 3 matches, and I think the point differential for all 3 matches is probably around 10 or 12 points. So when you're talking about a comfortable win and it's only 10-point differential, man, any lapses of focus, mentally or a couple handful of loose errors on the physical side of things, man, it can change very quickly, and that's all it takes when you're playing with these quality players.
A little bit of danger zone in this game now for the Milwaukee Masters as they're down 3. Big firefight by Johnson. Daescu. I thought Daescu missed an opportunity for a forehand there earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Elected to allow Kovalova to reset that back in the kitchen.
Nice length from Andre. Couple solid hands up at the kitchen line from Andre Daescu.
Yeah, and that's the ball I want to see him take. Look, we're late in this game right now towards the end, but I think that is an opportunity for Daescu with his long reach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta use what you got, Brandon. So, I'm 5'8", so I probably dig balls at my feet better than a lot of these guys, but Andre's a big man, and a lot of these tall players use your length. If you're not taking advantage of your wingspan, you are not utilizing all the tools that you have. Play big.
I was wondering why you're so good at defense. Seattle Pioneers take this one 21-17. You see that ball just a little bit long from Daescu, and they complete the sweep here. A 4-0 win on the Milwaukee Masters to start their MLP Daytona Beach journey here. I think it was a great match and a great win overall for them.
Definitely a really solid way to start. The Masters advanced in MLP Mesa, so this isn't what one of the bottom dwelling teams or one of the weaker teams in the field. So to have that comfortable win at 4-0, really match never fully in doubt at any moment. Great job by the Pioneers and some very solid momentum moving forward in this tournament.
We've got more pro pickleball coming up for you later. Stay with us. We will be back. I think Adam will be heading to championship court later on today.
That's right. So I have two matches there, and I think I have one more back here. So we got a little merry-go-round going today. So you're going to get if you don't like us, you got somebody else coming in.
Pleasure to be here with you, and we will be back. See y'all soon.
Welcome back to Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville, Daytona Beach. Stop number 2 on the 2023 season. We've got our first quarterfinals matchup out here on Grandstand Court between Columbus and Chicago Slice. I'm Chad Edwards. Joining me in the booth is Kyle McKenzie.
Thank you for having me, Chad. Excited to be here. This is my first MLP, first time live, and I've just been taking in the atmosphere this last hour. It is electric. I'm excited to get going here.
Well, it's great to have you, Kyle, and we're going to have a fantastic matchup here. Both these teams making their way through bracket play yesterday, going 2-1. Columbus having a chance to go 3-0, but the Ranchers threw a wrench in the works yesterday, beating them in a tiebreaker for our final match of the day yesterday. And then Chicago Slice started off the day with a little bit of a slow start, losing their first one to the Utah Black Diamonds, but winning their next 2 to make their way through to the quarterfinals. Chicago had a very good run in Mesa. The Bus, not so much, going from last place to the quarterfinals here. So a good trade with Megan Fudge, wouldn't you say, Carl?
Yeah, absolutely. A brand new team. They seem energized here, and they look ready to compete right now.
So we're going to get underway here with women's doubles. Megan Fudge, Millie Rain for Columbus. Susanna Barr and Emily Ackerman for Chicago Slice. We've just got referees organizing some last-minute information here. So one of the big things here in the quarterfinals is if a team goes 3-0, the match is done. We did switch back for bracket play, that all 4 matches were played, but here we're going to go 3-0 and done. Fudge to serve. Ooh.
Very tight, very tight.
And that was, yeah. Megan Fudge asking us here in the booth. That was close. I'm kind of standing on the line, but I learnt from yesterday I'm not going to make any calls. Good ball there from Fudge.
Yeah, an interesting setup here, too, Chad. Columbus building around, that top female and Megan Fudge, but having her play the right side, kind of a different dynamic, not the traditional strong side for her.
Oh, Susanna Barr, known as the net god, gets her first net roller of this game.
Right on cue for her reputation there, Chad.
A tough spot there for Ackerman, trying to lob up and over Millie Rain.
Yeah, and I think that's a pattern we're going to see a decent amount here in this match, Chad. I think that Ackerman and Rain are going to try to dink up the line a bit to one another.
Oh, Millie Rain catching that one late.
Yeah, I think she wanted to hold that a little bit longer to be able to go up the line, but you do run the risk of letting that ball drop just a touch lower.
Couple of errors creeping in for Rain right here. Still a filling out process right now, would you say, Kyle?
Yeah, I think definitely early on. I think that they've just got to remember to give themselves bigger targets, especially when they're in a position of strength with their opponent's back.
A good spot there from Ackerman. Handcuffing Rain right on the right hip.
Yeah, did a great job of dropping the head of that paddle to be able to clear the net. Took a little pace off. All about location, not power on so many of these attacks.
Yeah, it's a better spot there from Megan Fudge. You talked about Ackerman and Rain going down the line there. Ackerman trying to change stuff up and go cross court, but Fudge pulling that trigger. That ball's out. So we saw Megan Fudge throw up her hands there in the middle of the point, wanting to make note of the distraction, the come on in the middle of that point. That's one of the things here with Major League Pickleball that is a new introduction to it.
Yeah, that idea of a hindrance certainly comes into play a lot more here. Sometimes not even just the players on court, but their teammates getting excited. But we have to keep that in check. See what the referees say here.
So this is a distraction, not a hindrance.
Yes, yes, it is. It is a distraction. So Susanna Barr just kind of saying, yes, I did say come on, but it was more. It's such a fine line there with that, right? The come on isn't really a player communication.
Right, right. Well, the thing that I would wonder about here, Chad, is, you know, if I'm Susanna Barr, is do they need to call that right away? Several shots were still played. The point was still played out. Can they take it away from them now? We'll see.
So Rain and Fudge still having a discussion here. So head referee Laura Smart still continuing to discuss the potential of the distraction call there in the middle of the point from Susanna Barr on the overhead.
Yeah, Fudge seems to be making the case that she threw her hands up in the air. She attempted to bring notice to the distraction, kind of saying what else could she have done. Got Barr and Ackerman in the background, just trying to keep warm, doing a little touch volley warm up here, trying to make sure they have their best no matter what the call is.
So just listening to the discussion out there on court, it does come down to the referee's discretion as far as calling a distraction. A player can make note of it and call that distraction. Fudge saying, yes, I did put my hands up. But unfortunately in this situation, neither referee heard the come on from Susanna Barr.
Again, I think that's what makes it tough for them to make the call now, is there were several shots after that happened. It's kind of one of those things where it's tough if you don't call it right away to then take it away later on. But again, we'll defer to the experts here.
So the decision there is that on this this situation, there's not going to be a distraction call made. However, it has now been brought to the attention of the referees to listen for. Ball's a little wide.
Yeah, and I don't mind Rain taking a little bit more of a cut as that drive sat up. But again, you never want to miss wide. More important to just aim for those feet. Keep it north and south when you have that positional advantage.
Oh, nice hands there from Emily Ackerman, setting up with not the deepest of lobs.
Well, she held her ground, and she was able to use her fast hands to still stay in control there. Great hands by Ackerman.
So, Rain definitely the target here for Chicago Slice. Yeah, and we saw the stack switch there, Fudge sliding over to the left. Rain sitting that one up for Susanna Barr.
Yeah, it looked to me like Rain just didn't fully commit on that attack there. Anytime we get caught between an aggressive dink and an attack, it's usually not a great result.
Ball's just a little wide. Barr trying to push Rain off the court a little too far. Ackerman having success with the lob again. So Chicago Slice out in front 11-5 at the end change here. Kyle, from what we've seen, what does Columbus need to do to try and close this gap and kind of get back into control of this match?
Well, I think it's a little too easy right now for the Slice to game plan. They're putting a heavy diet of balls to Rain right now, and she's just not playing her best. I would consider that switch of putting Fudge on the left, just even temporarily, just to sometimes build the confidence of that player that's seeing a lot of balls and just change the geometry and the dynamic a little bit here, Chad.
And Columbus here at the end change has that option of switching sides for Fudge and Rain. Players can switch sides of the court either at end changes or during timeouts. So we'll see here if Rain and Fudge stay how they were or they're going to make that change. I mean, one thing I would say is that Columbus needs to do a lot more with the balls when they're giving it. Right now, Rain's kind of playing catch with Ackerman. She's not really putting any pressure on. And Ackerman's doing a good job of, one, setting up Susanna Barr for a couple of finishes there, but also mixing in the lob, pulling Rain off the court.
Yeah, they certainly seem to be varying their patterns a little bit better here for the Slice.
So even the movement there from Rain putting a little bit more pressure on Ackerman.
Yeah, and Fudge really looking to control the center even from that right side. Well played.
So a couple of quick points here for the Slice on the end change. Cutting that lead down to 4. Oh, Megan Fudge with the incredible get there in the middle of the point to keep it into it, keep them in it.
And Susanna Barr went left-handed for the counter at one point, ultimately not able to handle that speed up into the body.
Oh, my goodness.
Amazing defense there by the slice, but fantastic point construction throughout that entire point by the bus there. Fantastic point.
Oh, too good there from Emily Ackman, absorbing all the pace on that one. Fudge not able to get there.
And I like the choice. Right now the defense is really, really dialed in. Every now and then, if you can't get 2 or 3 smashes through, it is worth it to take that risk to bring it in short. Nicely done there by Ackerman.
What is going on right now? My goodness, Susanna Barr with the reverse.
Little scorpion action.
Scorpion
Yeah,
action.
yeah.
It was like out in, I don't know. That was funky right there. Oh, wow. I don't know if Rain lost that ball or she was thinking about letting it go, but not what you would expect on a floating ball there to get jammed up.
Yeah, she was going to where Barr was trying to hit it and very surprised by the miss hit. Just caught an awkward spot on her body as she was transitioning. Yeah.
And that's a good setup there from Ackerman. I mean, Fudge stepping over that far to try to cover 3/4 of the court.
Loved her technique moving forward, too. Took a little bit more of a swing on the first one. Kept her elbow in very tight for that recounter. Beautifully done.
But just rolling over that one too much, catching the net cord. So Rain serving at 11-4. Oh, nice dig there by Millie Rain, and then the couple of attacks to finish that one off. Wind seems to be picking up a little bit as we're moving through this one. Rain did a good job there of taking that step back to try to counter, recognizing the ball that floated from Fudge.
Yeah, and all these ladies now seem to have turned a gear. They're initiating a lot more, trusting their hands. I expect to see a lot more hand battles to decide this the winner of this match.
And so a couple of quick points here from the slice. Bus calling a timeout. Slice up 16-12. So we've seen the bus make a couple of changes. They were moving the ball around a little bit better, but at times more aggressive. But the slice have been able to keep that lead. What do they need to keep doing to close this one out?
Yeah, I think rather than wait to be attacked, it seems like the teams that are willing to pull the trigger in a calculated manner are just getting enough of that edge that they're winning the majority of the hand battles right now. You know, in women's doubles, a lot of times the court positioning is a little bit different. Players are playing a little bit off the line, so you feel like if you can attack and anticipate where their counter is going to go, you have just that split-second reaction time to gain the advantage, Chad.
Yeah, one of the things we discussed yesterday, it's kind of like MLP brings out more aggression in players, right? The energy, the team atmosphere, just the heightened environment in general. Typically players that are a little bit more patient or defensive minded, they're now coming out and being the attackers.
Yeah, I think that if you feel that it's effective when opponents are doing it to you, it makes you think, oh, maybe I should be doing it as well.
Little indecision there from Barr.
Yeah, and we've really seen Rain clean up a lot of her errors that she had early on, giving her team a chance to mount the comeback here.
Yeah, it's a good spot there from Susanna Barr. Choosing the right ball, going right into the body of Fudge.
Yeah, got her right on that right hip where it's very awkward to be able to punch that, that one-handed backhand.
Yeah, good job there from Rain. Little tentative on a couple of those from Ackerman, kind of just floating them. Oh, Rain recognized it, but too big of a backswing on that one.
Yeah, and I like what Ackerman did there. She kept Fudge honest, threw one ball cross court, was able to open up the court to be able to attack Rain there.
Not sure what happened there with Barr.
Yeah, I think Barr's going for a little bit more spin and more of a heavy ball than Rain is, but if you catch a little too much of the ball, it can lose the accuracy fast.
Oh, Ackerman trying to go with the misdirect behind Rain. We saw Fudge in the middle of the point there. She was kind of like, did I play two out balls?
Right.
Both of those balls from Susanna Barr are looking a little too deep. It's like the wind pushed that drop down just a little bit.
Yeah, Ackerman has a really penetrating slice return. When she gets good depth, it really makes that that third shot challenging.
Ackerman, I'm okay with that aggressiveness there. The ball was up a little bit, but kind of a late decision, I think.
It looked like she didn't quite have her feet under her there. A little off balance, in my opinion.
That ball's deep. So Columbus now able to close that lead to 1. 18-19. That's all square. Timeout here from the slice. It's been the difference in the last couple of points here for the Bus.
Well, I think, like I said, I think it's really come down to Rain. She's just cleaned up her game, especially on the counter. She seems to be seeing the ball a lot bigger. It's taking more quality shots to win a point here from the slice. And so I think that the Bus have really grooved into their style. I think now's the time for the slice to change their tactics a little bit. I think they've got to go out wide to Fudge, to open up the middle, to open up more holes to be able to attack. But now that Rain's playing so solid, it's really not doing enough for them, just staying every ball on her. They want to get both players moving laterally a little bit more here.
Yeah, they've kind of locked themselves into playing that half-court pickleball there, and Fudge hasn't really been tested out wide.
Right.
The couple of times that we did see that, you know, she was a little iffy as far as the balls that she was giving back.
Yeah, because she's not playing the right side like that typical setup right side player. She's clogging the middle, so there is some space going out wide to her forehand to just keep her a little bit more honest there.
Good return there from Barr. Rain not able to pick that one up. So Chicago Slice frozen now at 20. Well, both teams frozen now. You can feel how tight the Slice are right now. It seems like Columbus is playing a little bit looser, and the Slice have gotten a little bit tighter.
Yeah, when you feel that lead kind of slipping away, not sure what you should do tactically, definitely the momentum with the bus at the moment.
Yeah, and you could see it there with Susanna Barr. The ball before that's something that she'd usually speed up and roll, and she kind of just pushed it back. It floated.
Yeah, I think, again, the score, there's a tendency to want to be maybe just a little safer when the score gets tight. We talked about the teams being aggressive early on, but at the end of the match, we don't want to make those errors. It affects the shot selection, absolutely.
So all square here at 20s. A good spot there from Barr and good counter.
Yeah, it just took a controlled speed up to the middle, but anticipated that that counter would likely come to her forehand. Easy cleanup ball.
Good decisions there by Fudge. She kind of sold it a little bit by going softer with those two balls that popped up, and then I think Barr thought she was going to go soft that third time.
Yeah, the level's getting to the point where it's like baseball pitching, right? If you can vary your spins and speeds on your attack, you can throw off the timing of those counter punches.
And just a little deep there from Rain. Good ball to drive, but didn't quite set herself up right. Rain missing that somewhat easy dink into the net. That brings up game point here for Chicago Slice.
I like the adjustment that Rain did there. She slid all the way over, didn't settle for the backhand. She knows that Fudge has her, helping her in the middle. She can play a few more forehands if she's aggressive with her footwork on that left side.
A good spot there from Ackerman. We saw Rain step to the middle. But that little misdirection down the line gives them another game point opportunity. Oh, Ackerman. She wants that one back.
Yeah, it looks like she read it and was sitting on it, just couldn't quite convert. And the bus stay alive here, Chad.
Well, the back and forth battle continues. Fudge serving at 20-21, trying to even this one back up. Yeah, it's a good speed up there from Ackerman. Fudge's ball just floating a little too high. Oh, I think Barr hit an out ball there, but it doesn't matter. Ackerman closing it out for the Slice. Good effort from the bus just to bring that one back.
Yeah, they started slow. They gained the momentum, but ultimately, great job from the Slice of holding strong, especially when things get tight. We've all been there where we feel a lead slipping away, but they settled their nerves and were able to come out with a win.
Well, Chicago Slice going up 1-0 after women's doubles. We're going to have our men's doubles matchup here shortly. We are going to mute our mics for a little bit while they warm up, and we will be right back here with men's doubles at MLP by Margaritaville, Daytona Beach. Back here for game number 2 of this quarterfinals matchup between the Chicago Slice and the Columbus Pickleball Club. Slice going up 1-0 after women's doubles. The Bus trying to square it up here. Yeah, it's a good spot from Garnett. I will say Garnett has a much better two-handed backhand than he does a forehand, but people still feed it to him all the time.
Yeah, most people are just used to bringing people out wide, for that being the normal safe zone. Certainly not the case with Connor Garnett.
And DeHart just a little wristy on that one. Kind of didn't get enough push to get over the net. A good ball there from DeHart. Carl, you and I were talking in the break there. It didn't even cross our minds, but husband and wife on opposite sides here. Ooh, I think that ball may have been wide, but I'm not going to call it.
Yep. They played on. Great get from DeHart. Yeah, kind of the joke we were joking about is, ask the kids, are they the team mom or team dad right now? I know what my kids would say at home, so.
All mom, right?
All mom, definitely.
Yeah, good reach in there from Klinger. Obviously, Ryla DeHart and Megan Fudge are the couple that we were talking about. That ball just never came up. DeHart, a little off-pace return.
Yeah, Klinger doing the right thing by just trying to drop and not drive that ball, but it stayed so low.
A good spot there from Klinger. Garnett trying to really crash that kitchen, but getting caught still in the transition.
Anytime you see him have to take that one hand off the paddle, you know you've probably done your job.
A good spot there from Klinger. Kyle, you picked up that CJ using the 002 for Selkirk. You're a Selkirk guy.
Yeah, so that's going to be the top of the line as far as power goes. So he's clearly making that choice to choose a paddle that's going to help him in those fast hand battles and maximize his counterpunching.
A little bit of love from the net there for Yates Johnson. Kicking up and over the paddle of Garnett. And that ball just a little deep.
And for Garnett, this is the first time I've seen him use the Pro XR paddle. So I'm not sure if this is the first tournament for that, but he had been using the Yola.
Yep. Saw him using the Yola yesterday.
Yeah, and that's where Connor Garnett really is his superpower. He has the ability to find different spots on people's bodies, stepping back and ripping two-handed backhands.
Oh, big forehand there from Garnett. Good setup there from DeHart. Ooh, nice little move there from DeHart.
Yeah, and all four of these players are good singles players, and so we're seeing that a little bit of that in the tempo here. A lot more third shot drives, a lot more shake and bake, trying to really pressure that volley with those low drives.
Oh, my goodness. Garnett saying all day after that one, just reading the mid-pace speed up from Klinger.
Yeah, he knew that was huge. It looked like Klinger had some space. Great job by Garnett of closing the gap and straightening that one out.
I really like the aggression from the slice here. They're really putting the pressure on Columbus early.
They're doing a great job of communicating, too. They've got that righty-lefty, both forehands in the middle. Specifically, Ryler DeHart is saying, you, yours.
And a good spot there from Yates Johnson. So slice up by 4 here. And Garnett just saying, none of that. I'm going to see your third shot drive, and I'm going to answer it with a big forehand. So the slice up 11-6 at the end change here. Carl, what do you think the change for Columbus has to be going into the second half of this game?
Well, I think you really want a game plan around Connor Garnett. He's got more firepower of the two, so I would avoid neutral dinks to him. If you're going to dink to him, make it aggressive so it's challenging for him to speed up. And just knowing his game well in a lot of rec games, the shake and bake is not a great play against him.
No.
He tends to swing on the volleys a little bit, and so it's very hard when that poacher disconnects to deal with that extra aggressive volley. So I would maybe go a little bit more the patient route, try to focus on getting to the kitchen and manufacturing a few more points. Tough to do when you're facing that aggression on the other side, but I think it's their best chance to climb back into this match.
And one of the interesting points that you brought up, and we actually discussed it a little bit yesterday, is the transition of singles into the doubles game now. There's much more power infused into doubles. So a lot of the players have started training singles to help their doubles game, which isn't something you'd typically say. Good spot there from DeHart.
Yeah, and you saw how Yates was trying to change direction, go up the line, but that is less of a distance. Much easier to leave that ball just up a little bit high.
That one, not as good of a speed up.
Yeah, I think that was a little bold there from DeHart, trying to go into the pancake grip there of CJ Klinger.
And Johnson's ball kind of floated enough that DeHart thought he could reach in and attack that one, but by the time he got there, a little too flat. And we hear Yates discussing the wind. I think the wind's kind of swirling a little bit. And it's not as strong as what it was in women's doubles. A little unlucky there for Klinger.
Yeah, and I think right now, if you're the Bus, if you can bring these points to neutral, I'd like to see some trigger pulls. I'd like to see a little bit of offense. They seem to be a bit on their heels at the moment.
That ball sails deep, so we're going to get a timeout here from Columbus. Yeah, for Columbus, kind of not what we've seen over the last, day with their group play yesterday. They're a little tentative on some of these balls. They're giving back, that dead dink to DeHart and Garnett. I think you're in a situation now, you're down by 7. Take some risks, right?
I agree. Again, I think obviously you don't want to be speeding up when you're falling backwards off of an aggressive dink from your opponents. But when they get into that just patient mode and the dinks are more neutral, I think you really want to be in that mindset of, okay, we need to look to dictate whatever that is. That might be aggressive dinking. It might be speed ups. But like you said, can't lose anything at this point. Take some chances.
So Garnett to serve here with the slice up 15-8. All right, even on that good counterattack there from C.J. Klinger off of the speed up from DeHaat, Garnett's just ready.
He has lightning fast hands, and when you have that superpower, you can go from defense to offense with one well-timed volley.
And good eye there from Klinger. Kind of okay from the speed up from DeHaat there.
Well, it's been working going cross-court at Klinger. Even some of his not great speed-ups usually go to Garnett on that counter. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't mind it.
DeHaat calls out. Garnett says
Garnett
in.
said in. Yeah, let's see how this one ends up. They each made opposite calls.
So I think we may get it. All right, we got a referee conference here, so I'm going to turn to our booth expert referee as far as what's the situation here.
Called it in. One player called it out. It should be an in.
Okay, so the information we're getting right now is with one player calling it out, one player calling it in. That ball should be in.
And I think what's tough here is if you're Garnett is, it's common where you say, okay, well, I didn't really see it. I wasn't sure, but my partner called it out. The problem is Garnett made the in call. So tough for him to say, well, I didn't see it well because he did make that call.
Yeah, it was almost at the exact same time that DeHaat called it out. Garnett called it in.
You hear Olin telling his team to make the ball bounce. I think he's referencing we got to get to the kitchen first, then look to be aggressive, not try too many early trigger pulls when we're out of position just against this team here.
Referee Laura Smart just making sure she's got the scorecard correct. That ball's just a little wide. I like the pressure for Klinger there, but perhaps trying to do a little too much.
Yeah, I think he wasn't fully at the kitchen line yet, so I would focus on just getting there first, then look to push those dinks a little bit more wide.
DeHaat missing that drive into the net. Little uncharacteristic from what we've seen of him so far. Oh. Big counter there from DeHaat. That's kind of the risk of that shake and bake, right?
Yeah, it's definitely the risk. I like the play of Klinger there. I think he's got to go at him, but pretty tough to be able to volley that into the open court. Nicely done by DeHaat.
Yeah, Johnson not too happy with himself after that one. I won't repeat what he just said in our direction. Oh, got his paddle, though.
Yeah, Klinger trying to get out of the way there. That one's definitely going to be going out, but not a lot of reaction time, especially when you're thinking about some of these having to hit the volley on.
So game point here for Chicago Slice, up 20-11. And that ball's out. So the Slice taking this one 20-11. Pretty dominant performance there as they go up 2-0 going into mixed doubles. What's Columbus got to look to do?
I think they have to take early chances. Obviously, you have to play within your own skill set, but I think whatever your kind of aggressive style is, whatever you're capable of doing, you need to look to draw on that early. They've kind of come out both matches a little bit on their heels, and that's really been the difference for the Slice so far. So if you're the Bus, you really got to take chances early, set the tone. At this point, it's go time for them.
Yeah, it kind of do or die here, being down 2-0. Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break here while both teams figure out their mixed doubles lineups, and we'll be back here shortly for game number 3 in this quarterfinal matchup between Chicago Slice and the Columbus Pickleball Club at Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville, Daytona Beach. So it looks like our mixed doubles pairings are all set here, with Yates Johnson and Megan Fudge out on the court for Columbus Pickleball Club, and Connor Garnett and Susanna Barr for Chicago Slice. Kyle, you and I were just having a little bit of a discussion here in the break as far as Connor Garnett, kind of a little bit of a different breed when it comes to what you have to do to try to neutralize some of his power. It'll be interesting to see the approach for Johnson and Fudge.
Yeah, and if you're Johnson and Fudge here, we talked about being more aggressive, but aside from that, I'd recommend just bringing a lot of energy, period, early on to kind of change the tides here in this match.
Oh, good close there from Yates Johnson.
Yeah, he recognized that Garnett was outstretched just a little bit, knew that was his moment to move forward. Excellent little drive and crash by Johnson there.
A couple of big forehands there from Susanna Barr. Balls deep, and that's kind of what we were discussing, right? It's hard for Garnett to speed up on those lower balls, kind of below the knees.
Yeah, that's one where Johnson just basically said, if you attack this, I'm letting it go. If you find the court, too good.
Yeah, good ball there from Fudge, but not able to pick that one up down at her feet. I think Yates is questioning himself on that ball there on the sideline from Barr.
Yeah, great recognition by Barr, knowing that Johnson would be crashing middle. Just placed that dink just enough behind him to get him moving the wrong way.
A good defense there from Fudge, just neutralizing the attack from Barr. So a better showing already here from Columbus in this mixed doubles matchup. Tough pickup there with the net in play for Fudge.
I think that's a couple of lines already by Susanna Barr early in this match.
And another net ball from Barr. Yeah, that's a good spot there from Fudge. You kind of see a little stare down of Garnett there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great ball. It is a little risky, though, if it's more of a dead dink behind him. She really wants that ball to travel into him. If it sits up, Garnett's going to do what he did there, and he's going to pull the trigger.
Ooh, almost got it back there from Barr, but very good attack and setup from Yates.
Yeah, if you're the bus here, next time you get into a kitchen point, I'd love to see Fudge not speed up behind Garnett, but dink back behind him. I think that she can open up the court that way.
Oh, that's a big forehand there from Garnett. And kind of what you were talking about, I was watching Garnett creep more and more to the middle and across.
The net lord, right on cue again.
I think that's number 6 already in 12 points. I like the switch there from Johnson and Fudge to put Johnson on the right. Just give it a little bit of a different look.
Yeah, I think what it allows is maybe some better counter punching, harder for Garnett to speed up, lined up with Johnson.
Oh, big swing from Barr. Doesn't get on top of it. Somewhat of a missed opportunity there. But Columbus holding on to a 2-point lead. That's a good ball from Yates.
Yeah, I like it. Went to the inside foot of Barr there, kind of daring Garnett to maybe overcommit. I think that's a great location that they should keep using throughout this match.
Oh. Tough. You know, Yates is crashing really hard there, kind of overcommitted on something that gave Barr so many opportunities.
Yeah, I don't think he thought that Barr would have a lot of options there, but she took her time with that, and she's, I think, 3 for 3 with going back behind Johnson successfully now.
Yeah, good ball behind Garnett there from Fudge. That ball floating deep. So Columbus up 11-7 here at the end change. Kyle, much better showing from Columbus coming into this one. They've got that higher energy that you were looking for.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think so much of it starts with that, right? Sometimes you can kind of, with strategy, kind of think your way into a hole. I think at times you just need to focus on playing and just focus on what you can control, which is that energy. They came out with some really strong energy, and they've kept that momentum throughout the start of this match.
So on the flip side for the slice, what do they have to do differently to switch this one back into their favor?
Well, I think they need to think about when they're taking risk. They've made a few unforced errors when they're completely in a position of strength and their opponents are all the way back. So I think there's times where you need to just, put a little more spin on the ball, play with more margin, and then there's times where you need to actually acknowledge that you're taking some risk. Right now, I think they're taking undue risk at the wrong times. We'll see if they can clean that up a little bit.
Well, we'll see if the slice can close the gap here. Fudge serving for Columbus, up by 4. Johnson typically doesn't miss that drive. One of the bigger forehands on the tours. Heavy, heavy topspin. Too good there from Garnett, but it was the pressure from Barr on Fudge for those 2 cross-court dinks.
Yeah, it's a great way to get your partner involved. You can go to the same location, but just be a little more assertive, go for a little more on your dinks. That allows Garnett to roam freely.
Big there from Garnett, and a good setup from Barr, utilizing that offensive lob over the backhand side of Fudge.
Yeah, she's showcasing some of the variety that she possesses. Fudge was content with just dinking up the line with her, but Barr has that ability to change direction in a lot of different ways.
Oh, too big of a swing there from Johnson. You see it, just that big, big take back.
Yeah, and we've seen players on this side miss some of those routine smashes a little bit long. You got to wonder, is the wind maybe playing a bit of a factor out here, or just is it the swing?
Good defense from Johnson. Barr seemingly in control of that point.
Yeah, and just tried hitting that one a little bit too hard based on the height of the ball. They were still in control, but I think all she could do really was take a little pace off and roll that at the feet, not attack it at the pace she was going for.
Yeah, good spot there from Johnson. Garnett trying to crash that kitchen again.
Yeah, Johnson keeping Garnett honest. Played a very aggressive dink out wide that got the initial pop-up and then rolled that last one out wide at the feet to get the point.
So Columbus back up by 2 after the slice. We're able to square it up at 11s. Yeah, I think a little bit with the end change there for Susanna Barr. It's kind of thrown her off a little bit with the adjustment of the wind. Good pressure from Garnett on Fudge.
Yeah, his court positioning right now is really making it challenging to play good thirds here for the bus. Yeah, like we mentioned, it's going to be important for the bus to keep Garnett honest. Great job by Fudge there, dinking back behind him, just wrong-footing him a little bit there and earning the error on the dink.
Oh, Johnson overran that one, ended up in the kitchen, couldn't take it out of the air. We see him have to try to lock up. Wasn't able to do it. Fudge not in the position to recover either. Tentative on that two-hander from Yates.
Yeah, just looked a little indecisive on what exactly he wanted to do with that ball and ended up floating on him.
So the slice back within 1. 14-15. Wow. They called that before the ball bounced, and that was a lot closer than what they thought. So we've got a challenge here from Chicago Slice.
Yeah, off the paddle, it certainly looked like it was going to be out from Garnett, but he had a lot of spin on that ball, and it ended up landing very, very close to the court. We'll have a look here. I think Garnett's pretty convinced that he made that, so I'm very curious to see the replay.
I think lengthwise, it's good. Widthwise, oh, that's
wow.
I plead the fifth on this one as well.
I'm right there with you, Chad. I don't want any part of giving my opinion. This is as close as they come. This is when I'm glad we don't have any of the big decisions.
No decision. We can discuss it and still be wrong.
Exactly.
I think that.
I mean, it's tough to
dude.
Tough to see a lot of space, but it's as close as it comes.
Yates Johnson leans over the fence and he says out to us. I'm like, I'm not even going there.
He's trying to tell the wrong people right now.
I can't even tell if the ball bounces, Yates. Let's put it that way. Coach for Columbus, Paul Olin. Hey, even if you can pay us as much as you want, we have zero control of that one.
Yeah, we're definitely the wrong people to bribe here. We're trying to be as Switzerland as possible right now.
So, listen in here to referee Laura Smart. She said, after video replay, the ruling on the court stands. The ball was out. So Columbus up 16-14. Good angle there to finish from Johnson.
Yeah, and I like that as he was moving forward, he went right at Garnett, knowing that at that point Garnett's trying to cover 75% of the court. Really easy to get overextended in that situation.
Oh, what a point there from both teams, but that two-hand backhand hold from Garnett, so deceptive.
Yeah, and if you're Fudge here, you got to make sure that when you go back behind Garnett, it has to be an assertive dink. If it's a dead dink that sits up, that's not a safety zone like it is for a lot of players.
So a couple of quick points here from the slice.
And that's that risk in the formation change of unwinding the stack off the return.
Oh, tough decision there from Fudge. Backed away from the kitchen, let that ball bounce, and didn't do much with it.
Yeah, sometimes if you don't see the pop-up early enough, all you can do is dink, and just too good from the slice there.
Trying to roll that one too much, missing in the net. So the slice bringing it back all square, and now the bus back up one. That ball's just wide.
It's a couple times that Garnett has gotten Johnson on that forehand side. Generally, we've got a little bit bigger motion on that wing. If you can disguise the speed up and go there, good time. If you can take your time away from your opponent.
Yeah, Fudge standing a little tall in that exchange. The ball sitting up, giving Ba the attack. So, timeout here from Columbus Pickleball Club. Slice up 19-18. Difference maker here in this one for Chicago Slice.
Yeah, so to me, I would say, Chad, anytime you get to crunch time, the end of a match, I mean, it's less about, problem solving back and forth. To me, this is about sticking with either what's been working or playing what you know are your own favorite patterns, right? It's going to be a small sample size of points. I'd say do what you're most confident with on either side. I do think it's important for Columbus here to keep Garnett honest when you can. Easier said than done. I think if Fudge is going to dink back behind him, it's got to be an aggressive dink. She can't be content with lifting it there. And then I like them using their drives a bit too, because right now Garnett is covering everything on those third shot drops. And so I like the idea of being aggressive with the drive as a way of getting to the kitchen line that way.
Yeah, I think I'd pick up in intensity again. Columbus has kind of got a little flat here the last few points. Good ball there from Garnett. Not a hard attack, but a very heavy spin attack is going to bring up match point for Chicago Slice. Oh, Ba went for it. Perhaps a little too much shoulder getting on top of that one.
Yeah, I think an off-speed attack was really her only play. If she was going to be aggressive there, tried to go full pace, and it didn't work out for her.
So Fudge calling that one out. Couldn't quite see over the fence here in front of us. I think we're going to have a challenge here. Garnett asking Megan Fudge if the sideline called it out for her, and she said no. I saw it. I called it out.
Garnett's coming to play today. I mean, off the court, he's one of the nicest young men out there. And today he's had a couple of come-ons. He's wanting to get through this one, Chad.
He actually, afterwards, he's like, I didn't even see it, so I have no idea, but I'm just asking you.
He's just making sure everything's fair.
I'm just planting. I'm planting seeds in your brain. So, discussion here between Laura Smart and Bob Swisshelm. Now, one of the new rulings for MLP Daytona is the players cannot ask the referees if they saw a ball in or out. And what we've seen throughout this one already is you can't ask the referee, but you can ask everybody else in the crowd on whether
right.
you should.
And I think that's what Garnett was making sure did not happen, right? We weren't asking for an appeal.
Take a look at that replay there. I am not going to stay Switzerland on this one. I think I can make the call on that one that the ball was out.
Yeah, definitely seems to be a space that's pretty apparent. A little bit of green there. Okay.
They're challenging that the ball was out. The call on court is out, and they're challenging the opposing team is challenging. Call stands. Okay, thank you.
So, quick decision on this one. I'm getting hit in the back here. I'm getting stuff thrown at me.
I know, Chad. Everybody's looking at us like it's our job to make the call from back here.
Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 referees out here on Grandstand court. Referees have done an excellent job the last 2 days.
Well, and I personally love the challenge system. I mean, we're getting a great vantage point on all the lines here, and at the end of the day, we're getting the calls right, and that's what the players really want.
So in this situation, Slice challenged the call. It did not get overturned, so they will lose the challenge. However, if they had have challenged the call and it did get overturned, they would keep their challenge, and Columbus would lose a challenge. So there's a new twist to the challenge system here for MLP Daytona. And then if you are out of challenges, you can still challenge. But if you get the challenge wrong, you lose a point.
Right, we almost saw that happen yesterday. I think it ended up not being the situation.
It wasn't the situation. Right, it was at 21-20. Lee and I were on the call. We thought that they had used 2 of their challenges. And it's kind of like, do you challenge in that situation? You're at 21-20.
You got to be 100% sure, I think, in that situation. But
and you're out of challenges, and you use one, and you're wrong. Hey, it's game over.
It's a tough way to lose a match.
Yeah.
Right there.
So, Megan Fudge serving here at 19-20. Both teams frozen. A good ball there from Bar.
Yeah, really maximized her lean there and caught that ball at the very highest point.
So match point here again for Chicago Slice. Now that ball sails deep with the wind. I don't think Johnson's even going to challenge that one. Is he going to challenge it? Is he not?
Yeah, it looked like he motioned to challenge it, but based on his body language, I don't think he really is convinced that that ball was in.
So we are having a challenge here from Columbus. I don't know. I just don't know.
Yep, I'm going back to Switzerland mode with you here, Chad. It's actually extremely close.
It's hard because there are times where, like, you skip a frame.
Right.
So we're still waiting on official review. We are not waiting on official review. So head referee Laura Smart, after the review, the call on the court stands. So Chicago Slice moving on to the semifinals after a 3-0 victory here against Columbus. I'm just going to pull up our bracket here.
And I thought the Slice did a great job in all 3 of their matches of coming out with energy, problem solving when they needed to, and ultimately just playing the big points a little bit better down the stretch.
So Chicago will move on to play against the #1 seed and defending champions Bay Area Breakers at 5 o'clock back here on Grandstand Court. But for Kyle and I, we are going to take a little bit of a break. We will be back at 1 o'clock with ATX Pickleballers taking on defending champions Los Angeles Mad Drops on the Premier side. We'll be back here at MLP by Margaritaville, Daytona Beach in just a little bit. Welcome back to MLP by Margaritaville, Daytona Beach. Day number 2 out here on Grandstand Court. Irina Tereshchenko is already telling me to stop talking so loud. I think every time I comment her match, she tells me that I speak too loud. I would try to keep it down for you, Irina, so as I'm not a distraction. Chad Edwards here, joined by Carl McKenzie in the booth. We've got a Premier Series matchup for you between MLP Mesa defending champions LA Mad Drops taking on the ATX Pickleballers.
Yeah, the Mad Drops were absolutely untouchable in Mesa. They obviously are going to be looking to carry that momentum over here to Daytona. We'll have to see how they start out. Certainly playing against a couple very tricky, challenging opponents here in the Kawamoto sisters.
So Jade and Jackie Kawamoto taking on Catherine Parenteau and Irina Tereshchenko for the LA Mad Drops. Good start there for the Mad Drops. Yeah, that ball lands in. Good roll there by Jade.
Yeah, she really managed the pace well on that shot, Chad. If she would have hit that a little bit bigger, would have floated out. Nice execution.
That ball sails just wide off of the paddle of Tereshchenko. Tereshchenko, a veteran of Major League Pickleball, winning 4 out of the last 5 MLPs. Another good roll there by Jade.
Yeah, so far early, they're really controlling the kitchen line, leaning in, not sacrificing a whole lot of space yet early.
That ball just wide. Not a whole lot of intensity right now. It's definitely a feeling out process for both teams.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, good spot there from Jackie Parenteau, taking that step to the left.
Yeah, she was kind of trying to honor the fact that she was a little vulnerable to the cross-court dink, but good recognition there by Jackie to find that speed up the middle.
A bit of hesitation there from Tereshchenko. Good ball movement by the Kawamoto sisters. Jade not able to pick that one up.
Yeah, I didn't love the original drive there by Jade. Just looks like she was a little off balance and then ultimately unable to come up with a little pickup there in transition.
Tereshchenko floating that one. Tereshchenko, one of those players that uses a lot of spin on both backhand and forehand side.
Yeah, I think she does use sometimes one, sometimes two-handed backhands. I think if she is vulnerable, it's into the body for some of those speed-ups.
Oh, Jade Kawamoto kind of missing the sitter there. She wants that one back, I think.
Yeah, and it's tough for TV to translate, but Tereshchenko has so much backspin on her backhand drop there. Really, really stayed low and hurt the Kawamoto options on the next shot.
A little bit of help from the net cord right there. Parenteau's ball sneaking through the middle and just staying in the baseline. So questionable whether that ball was going to stay in, but Jackie taking the chance and getting that ball down anyway. A good spot there again to Tereshchenko.
Yeah, tough for her to change direction and go cross court with her body moving the other direction.
Coming out a little flat there from Jade.
We're starting to see Parento and Tereshchenko take a few more chances, a little more pep to their step, and they're looking to play a little bit more offense earlier in these points.
So one thing with the Kawamoto sisters, there's not a whole lot of power in a lot of their balls, but it's definitely a lot of spin and changing of that spin. A good counter there by Tereshchenko.
Yeah, no, to your point, yeah, they do a great job of moving the ball around. They beat teams with their variety, but not the biggest in stature, so power might be that one category they're lacking in just a little bit.
Free point there with the miss from Tereshchenko. Good pressure there from Tereshchenko. ATX has kind of held on to a 2-point lead here for most of it, but LA Mad drops back within one. And a good pickup from Parento.
Yeah, I like Parento covering a little more than 50% of the court, especially on those thirds, coming over, finding the forehand. She's been effective so far with her drive.
A good spot there from Jade. So ATX will take the lead in the end change, up 11-10. Parento on that last point, kind of getting a little hung out as far as trying to really force the issue there in the middle.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if your partner's got the third, you know that they're going to drive. That's where we use that shake and bake play, but it's a high risk, high reward play. If the partner's drive sits up at all, it allows that volley to get down, and you're going to be in a tough compromise position if you're the person disconnecting.
So close one here. 1 point between the two teams. From what you've seen so far, Kyle, benefits for Kawamoto's, some things that they can look to improve on, or are there things that they can adjust to try to open this gap a little bit?
Well, I think what they're doing well, at least so far, is they're leaning in. They're leaning in. They're not always attacking a lot of balls, but they're not letting a lot of balls from Parento and Tereshchenko bounce. I think they both use spin very well, Parento and Tereshchenko, so taking those dinks out of the air negates that spin a little bit. I think throughout the match, though, they may need to take some flick chances or some initiation chances, not just reliant upon some errors from Parento and Tereshchenko.
Well, one thing's for sure, it is very tough to get the ball past the Kawamoto sisters. Parento, just a little misdirect there.
Yeah, it wasn't the power. It wasn't the power that won it. She had to go with the misdirect to finally get through that wall over there. And I think Jackie was trying to maybe surprise Parento there, kind of taking that speed up on the rise, but high degree of difficulty there for that off-the-bounce attack.
So Mad drops up 12-11 now. As used to the spin there from Tereshchenko with that forehand topspin dink. So Mad drops up to 13-11. That ball sitting up just a little too much there for Jackie.
Yeah, Jackie at one time in that point had a high ball with Parento in transition. She chose just to roll it back to Tereshchenko. I think she's going to need to take some chances, be a little more offensive to look to put the ball away.
A good spot there from Jade going behind Parento. A good low return there from Tereshchenko. Kawamoto not able to pick that one up. They're also playing with the wind behind them now compared to playing with the wind in their face. A good ball movement there from the Mad Drops. So timeout here from ATX. So in relation to the wind, what do you think is the easy adjustment? Playing into the wind and then switching to the wind behind your back?
That's a great question.
Or starting with the wind behind and going into the wind?
I think in either instance you have to, kind of know what the tendency is, right? So, and you have to be very self-aware of your own strengths. For me, I like to drive, so I'm very conscientious of when I've got the wind at my back, that even though I love that drive, I'm only going to do it when that ball's sitting up because the tendency is for that ball to float, and I'll use a little bit more spin. When I'm against the wind, I kind of like it in a way because it allows me to play offense right from the get-go. That being said, I don't think the Kawamotos are an offensive team by nature. I don't think that's their main thing. So I think that they just need to make slight alterations. Now that they've got the wind at their back, they're not dictating as much. So that gives them the ability to do that at the right times. So I would go a little bit more intention with spin as a way to dictate rather than hit freely out and run the risk of missing those balls long.
Well, LA Mad Drops up 4 now after trailing most of the first half of this one. Kawamotos of ATX looking to make the adjustment here. Tough speed up there for Parento. Ball kind of died on her before she could get up to it. Good pressure there from Kawamoto's. Tereshchenko tried to hold off.
And again, I think Jackie did exactly what I said on a couple of those balls. She put a little extra spin, didn't try to put it away, but just trying to hit them a heavier ball, making it tough to transition and get in.
Ooh, nice counter there from Jade Kawamoto. Sliding that one past the right hip of Irina Tereshchenko.
Yeah, she kept that forehand volley very, very tight. Not much backswing there, and she was very ready there, Chad.
A good reach in from Tereshchenko, but it was the ball movement by Parento that really set that one up.
Yeah, Tereshchenko doing a great job of recognizing her team was ahead in the point, maximizing her lean, and seeing that pop up instantly.
sneaking in the baseline.
Such a big point for the Kawamoto twins. They've been doing a great job of moving the ball around and getting ahead in the point, but they've lacked that final kill shot. They've had a few of those in the last few points here.
So the lead cut to 1. And make that all square. Tereshchenko flattening out that topspin roll. Oh, good balls there from Jay Kawamoto. Opening up the middle, getting that ball behind Tereshchenko.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, they've been moving the ball around great the whole match, but they weren't really using it to win the point. They were kind of getting ahead and then getting passive and losing that advantage. They seem to be eager, once they get ahead, to close the door now.
So, Mad Drops with a timeout now. Back to ATX, up by 1. Kyle, do you think it's more what you're talking about with ATX, kind of changing speeds, being a little bit more aggressive and setting themselves up for that finish, or is Mad Drops kind of lost a little bit of the fire that they had to get back into the lead earlier?
Yeah, maybe to some degree. I think that they were, they were winning. They were ahead, kind of doing what they were doing, and they were moving the ball around well themselves. I think that if you're Parento specifically, I think that now that you're crunch time in this match, she's been doing a good job of moving it around. I'd like to see her pull the trigger a little bit here. She's been playing on fire the last few events, and so I would really kind of trust the offense in her game to get her team over the hump here and the stretch.
A good ball from Tereshchenko. Keeping the pressure on Jade Kawamoto as she's trying to transition forward. Back to being all square at 18s. Pulled the trigger, but maybe not the best ball.
Yeah, and if she is going to pull the trigger on a ball below the height of the net, you really have to flick it up. She tried to go flat there and just didn't give it a chance to clear the net.
Oh, Jade Kawamoto wants that one back. She got the floater, but similar to Parento, comes in a little flat, right? Need a little bit more roll on that one. Good court coverage of the hole through the middle there.
And I don't think that's a bad speed-up attempt by Tereshchenko, but I think that their team's going to be best if she's more the setup player with her aggressive ball movement and leaving that final blow to be more Parento throughout this match.
Oh, game point here for ATX Pickleballers. And there it is. ATX Pickleballers, Jade and Jackie Kawamoto taking the first blow here with the women's doubles point.
When you see the energy, you see the celebration on the sideline. This is just the first game, but you could see how much that meant to the ATX Pickleballer team. They're really trying to ride this energy and come out strong this morning.
So we're going to go into our men's doubles matchup here with J.W. Johnson and Gabriel Taddeo for ATX. Julian Arnold, MVP of MLP Mesa, will be partnering up with Hunter Johnson. Thomas Wilson, unfortunately, out for this one with a wrist injury. So, per the rules for MLP, the Mad Drop's able to pick up a player from an eliminated team with the Challenger Series.
Certainly nice for them to be able to bring in a substitute with such a high pedigree in Hunter Johnson. Certainly one of the best singles players in the world, but his doubles game seems to be getting better every single week that I watch him play.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that Hunter is one of those guys that in reality belongs in the Premier level.
Certainly an argument, to make for him to be there. Maybe he will get there permanently as things kind of shuffle around, but it'll be exciting to see how he fares here at that premier level for this matchup.
Well, we're going to take a little bit of a break here while these guys finish warming up, and we'll be right back for the men's doubles matchups here at MLP by Margaritaville, Daytona Beach. All right, we're about 15 seconds away from getting this one underway. Kyle, I'm going to put you on the spot. Predictions for this one?
Gosh, if I had to make a prediction, just because of the environment, because it's MLP, because it's a high-energy environment, I'm going to go with the high-energy man himself, Julian Arnold. He doesn't need energy from his partner. He can bring it all for his team. We'll see how it plays out, though.
We may need to start the Andiamo counter for this one, but Gabriel Taddeo of ATX to serve. Yeah, dangerous ball there. J.W. Johnson with one of the best backhand flicks in the game.
Yeah, certainly his signature shot.
And then Julian Arnold flashing one as well. That's his signature shot right there. Julian Arnold turned around saying, that's my signature shot right there. And we've seen that quite a lot with that two-hand backhand roll. Little misdirect there from Taddeo.
Yeah, definitely had Arnold leaning towards the middle, like the play. A little shoulder shimmy there.
Again, good pressure from Johnson.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important for him to be aggressive. Looked like they were trying to work the middle, kind of daring him to pull the trigger. He has that in his arsenal. He sometimes gets a little passive on that side, though.
Good pressure from Arnold. Such heavy topspin on that backhand.
Yeah, especially when you're with the wind. Heavy spin often will get that job done. Let the wind provide the power.
Oh, Gabriel Taddeo. You think he was sitting and waiting for that one?
You know, it's funny because Arnold went the other side of his body last time successfully. So maybe he was anticipating that he would try this side, but he was waiting for it. Nice job by Taddeo.
Oh, good defense from Hunter Johnson. Certainly seeing ATX try to put a little bit of pressure on here. The lefty Ernie.
You don't see that very often. Did not know that was in his arsenal. I know he's a two-handed backhand guy. Sometimes that's easier just to take that right hand off, but very high level.
Just took the right hand off it. He still had the left hand choked up on the neck of the paddle. That reach in again. So good. Arnold very capable of that forehand roll, but Johnson is just full extension and so strong in the wrist to be able to flick that backhand. Arnold having a little discussion with Thomas Wilson over on the bench.
Yeah, Arnold again trying to surprise Tardio with that speed up, but he was not fooled. He's gotten the last two.
And Tardio stepping in, putting the pressure on.
Yeah, he's seeing the ball really big at the moment. Great to see if you're fans of the ATX Pickleballers. They're playing with a lot more purpose, a lot more aggression to start this match.
Rushed that one a little bit.
Yeah, I think it was an aggressive dink coming from Arnold. He could wait for a better ball to pull the trigger on, in my opinion.
Ball sitting up. How much do you think the wind being behind Arnold right here kind of slows him down a little bit as far as how fast-paced he is when we usually see him?
I think he'll be much more comfortable on the other side where he can kind of redline his game early on. He's having to be very calculated, measuring his attacks as he should with the wind at his back.
Good defense from Hunter Johnson. Takes that step to the right and just blocks that ball back.
Yeah, he's really looking to slide and simplify his coverage to play mostly backhands here and trust the Arnold forehand in the middle.
Oh, Arnold getting just a little too big on that one. He likes it, though.
Yeah, the two-handed backhand gives you more power, but it is easy to over-rotate and sometimes pull those balls wide.
So good adjustment there from Johnson. He'd gone into the body of Hunter Johnson a couple of times, recognizing that Hunter's going to take a step to the right there.
That's where it becomes chess, right? Knowing what your opponents are going to do before they do it allows you to pick that appropriate location.
And Arnold sliding one down the line behind Tardio. Back and forth battle continues. Oh, it's ATX again, just like in women's doubles, up 11-9 going into the end change. So with the end change here, what are you expecting firstly from Mad Drops?
I think the Mad Drops are going to be more aggressive. Look for them to use some of their single skills, rip a lot more drives, commit to that shake and bake. They did a bit of that on this side with the win, but they weren't able to fully commit there. Look for Tardio and Johnson to still look for moments to be aggressive, but if they kind of redline their game over here, errors might creep in a little bit now. They're going to have to take more of that calculated work the point route, whereas at least for the first couple of shots, Arnold and Johnson, I think they're going to do a lot more drive heavy, look to shorten the point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be similar to what we saw in women's doubles with that end change. It may take Johnson and Tardio just a few points here to get used to dialing it back a little bit, where for Johnson and Arnold, they can kind of off the bat just kick it up a gear a little bit. Now we see the first one. Good forehand there behind Johnson from Arnold.
Yeah, so much spin and shape on that ball to have that thing die.
And a good reach over from J.W. Johnson.
It's a nice aggressive dink from Hunter Johnson. Set up Arnold well, but from that location, you can't really find that outside hip trajectory. You're going to pull that wide just about every time.
Yeah, tough spot going small court there. And there's the first andiamo from Julian Arnold. Just split in the middle with that big forehand. Not able to pick that one up and put it over. A little too much risk there from Julian Arnold.
And we see a couple of those drops land in the net. Remember, they're against the wind. They're going to have to recalibrate here.
I will say this, Julian Arnold, probably one of the biggest overheads from a not as big a body guy.
I was just going to say, of a normal stature gentleman, certainly maximizes his power.
Yeah, I think that's a smart choice there by Taddeo to kind of just slow it down again, throw the timing off of Hunter Johnson.
Yeah, and I think for Hunter, I get that he's kind of, I think, wanting to play a little bit more the setup role of the team, but you can set your partner up with aggressive dinking better than you can with simply making balls at this level.
Yeah, it's a better trigger pull there from Hunter Johnson.
And, you know, his challenge is he's not going to want to speed up at JW all the time. Did a great job of leaning in and taking that attack cross to Taddeo.
Yeah, tough spot there. Arnold saying, I should have continued with that one across. Johnson just missing that one, getting on top of it a little too much.
Yeah, I think Arnold hit a great spot on most people, but was fortunate to get away with that with Johnson, who did get the paddle up in time, just got on top of it a touch.
Ooh, jeez. Almost took somebody out in the crowd right there. That was just a wrist snap and a half.
Yeah, I think we were talking about put away power for normal-sized gentlemen, well, maybe even more so for J.W. Johnson. That was huge.
Power and angle on that one. Too good there from Arnold.
Yeah, testing the J.W. Johnson forehand, but knowing if he does counter it, it's likely going to come right back to you. He was just one step ahead there.
Oh, overreach for Taddeo. And that's a little bit of that wind being behind you now. It knocks that ball down.
Yeah, we've seen a couple dinks float for the ATX Pickleballers, and we've seen some land in the tape for the Mad Drop. So they're still getting fully used to the conditions.
I'm going to take a timeout here from ATX Pickleballers. Having a little discussion with Pickleball Hall of Famer and new coach for ATX, Wes Gabrielson.
Yeah, certainly a great guy to have in your corner as a coach. He's seen this game change so many times, still a relevant pro player himself too, so I think there's some relatability that he has with his insights. And, you know, if I'm the ATX Pickleballers, I wouldn't change a whole lot. I still feel like the kitchen exchanges, they've certainly held their own. Their counterattacking has been pretty dialed through this match. But, again, end of the match, it's going to come down to execution for both teams.
From our position here just behind the court. The wind seems to have picked up even more. Tadio catching that one late. Arnold catching fire a little bit here. Oh, good spot from Julian Arnold.
So tough. He was in a compromised position, chat, through most of that point. Great defense by both players on the mad drops to extend that, and ultimately he got a forehand he could sink his teeth into. Executed nicely.
So the mad drops up 18-17 as we get close to the end of this one. Good anticipation from J.W. Johnson.
And it's so tough, not just to get that back, but to be early enough to get that back cross court where there's a hole on the court. That's really high level stuff from J.W. Johnson. Lightning fast hands.
Tadio late on that one. Late preparation, late with the paddle.
And this is the side with the wind where you can drive, but you don't want to press for any of your drives. Very borderline there from Tadio, in my opinion.
Oh, Arnold sitting all over that one.
You know, and it looked to me like it wasn't a bad attack from Tadio, but just great anticipation by Arnold to have that come back with some interest.
Oh, game point here for the LA Mad Drops. But both teams are frozen. So nothing hurt there from that miss into the net by Hunter Johnson. A good spot from Arnold. Tadio trying to make up the distance, but getting caught with his feet still moving.
Yeah, didn't split step quite in time there. Was trying to get all the way to the kitchen. Would have liked to see him stop just one step earlier.
Another game point here for the Mad Drops. That ball's out. Hunter Johnson coming through clutch at the end there. Kind of started getting into a little bit of a rhythm. Arnold feeding off of it as well.
Yeah, we mentioned, you know, halfway through that Johnson was maybe just being a little bit passive. He took some attacks, took some chances. It's not always going to work out, but at this level, you got to do a certain amount of that to keep your opponents honest, and he did a great job of balancing patience and aggression towards the end of the match.
So the LA Mad Drops, after being behind most of this one, take the men's doubles point and square it up one apiece. We're going to take a quick break while these teams sort out their mixed doubles lineups, and we will be right back here shortly at MLP by Margaritaville, Daytona Beach. All right, our mixed doubles lineups are set. Going into this first mixed doubles matchup at 1 apiece. A little tentative there from Irina Tereshchenko, but we've got Jade Kawamoto and Gabriel Tardio for ATX taking on Irina Tereshchenko and Hunter Johnson for LA Mad Drops. Well, that's just out. I mean, that lands in. That's.
I don't love the choice because he's moving. He didn't have much time to really set up for that. You want to be, in my opinion, very stationary if you're going to take the risk to try an aggressive lob there.
Yeah, a little flashy there on that lob. Jade Kawamoto sitting all over that. Speed up down the line from Hunter Johnson.
Yeah, I like Johnson trying the speed up. I think it's just not going to be the location that's going to work for him going forward.
What the heck?
Amazing defense that quickly turns to offense. Excellent job by the ATX Pickleball team on that one.
I mean, it gets by Tardio, but the off-court drop into the kitchen from Jade.
What a dig.
First one is around the post by Tardio, but the dig from Tereshchenko and to keep that down.
Yeah, what does it take to win a point out here, Chad?
My goodness. That's a good spot there from Tardio, going crossbody on Johnson.
Yeah, when Johnson's in the middle like that, there's a lot more spots on his body where he's potentially vulnerable. Nice recognition there by Tardio.
Good ball movement there from Tardio.
Yeah, both male players are being very aggressive with their cross-court dinks, keeping each other honest, really fighting for who can dominate the middle of the court at the moment.
Oh, wow.
That is a fantastic read from Tardio. Always tougher to jump the kitchen when the player cross court from you's hitting it. But when they've got that ball in the middle, you still can cut off that angle reasonably well.
I mean, his right foot was on the center line. That was a one-step jump across that kitchen. Oh, went for too much. He had it.
Yep, right idea to go back behind. Just didn't need to hit that one very hard for it to be effective.
Oh, I guess that ball was out.
Okay.
Looked like it was going out straight off of the paddle, but it was a lot closer than what I initially thought. Oh, got him. Got him as Johnson was trying to come back inside the court. That's a tough one.
Really unlucky from Johnson. Didn't look to be where Tardio was trying to hit it. He had no play of getting out of the way. Unfortunate after a great earning.
Again, going for too much.
And great court awareness there by Hunter Johnson. He blocks the first one, takes a step back, realizes that even though the ball's relatively low on his body, when you're standing in the middle of the court, you can let a lot more balls go from that height.
Good ball control there from the Mad Drops.
You know, and to me, I think Hunter Johnson got away with one a little bit there. He got that kind of neutral dink in the middle. I think he went a little bit too passive, didn't show perfect footwork there, and got away with a bit of a pop-up.
A little miscommunication there between Johnson and Tereshchenko.
Yeah, it's tough because Tereshchenko was the player in rhythm, but she's deferring to kind of the alpha male forehand in the middle. Understandable confusion there.
Wow, the hands by Taddeo with the reset block there in the middle, but still created the angle to pull Hunter out. Good job there from both Kawamoto and Taddeo.
Yeah, I think it's the middle forehand, even off the bounce, that I'd like to see Hunter Johnson pull the trigger on and just take his chances. When you pull the trigger in the middle, it's probably going to come back to the middle, might have a little bit more of an advantage there than he realizes.
Good spot. Kawamoto just getting hung up there, wasn't able to slide to the right to clear herself. Very ambitious there from Gabriel Taddeo.
Yeah, again, and when you're attacking off the bounce, you always want to make sure it's a ball that's going to sit up just a little bit, not high enough on that occasion.
Johnson not getting himself set on that one. Tough to speed up when you're moving across. So it's the ATX Pickleballers for the third game in a row. Up 11-8 at the end change. Cal, predictions as far as changes in strategy now. I'm putting you on the spot every time.
Well, you know, just what I'm seeing, and you saw it even in the last point there. Hunter Johnson had the pop-up, and he tried to use a one-handed backhand going across his body for the speed up into that small opening. The standard play would just be attack the female player right in front of you. So I think that the hands of Kawamoto has gotten in his head a little bit here. I don't think he can shy away from attacking her. I think he's just going to have to find better locations. If it were me, I would aim right into that body and not go to either one of her sides. Try to jam her and keep the pressure going on. And again, you never feel great when you attack and it comes back bigger. But the moment you get passive, to me, you've probably already lost.
That's where you start making the errors.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of attacker, she's stepping into that slide to clear herself. You'll follow with. If she makes the adjustment, then you go back the other way.
Well, and she's taking a step back, too. So you have a fraction of a second more time on the recounter, even if she does play a decent counter, to still keep that advantage. So I'd like to see him keep trying it when that ball sits up a little bit more.
Well, for both Taddeo and Kawamoto, we saw in men's and women's doubles that it took a few points to try to make the adjustment with the wind behind the back. And a good ball from Tereshchenko down to the feet of Kawamoto.
Yeah, and you saw it on the very first drop from Tardio. Just floated a little bit, still calibrating to that wind adjustment.
Tereshchenko getting caught, standing a little too tall, that ball getting too close to the body. Good counter there from Kawamoto.
Yeah, and her counters have been great today. And you can see, like we mentioned, it's really getting in the heads of Tereshchenko and Johnson as to when they pull the trigger, where they pull the trigger.
Tadio moving through that one. Not quite a solid base to push through and get over the net with. A good reach in there from Tadio.
Yeah, I was able to get just enough top spin and brush that swing at the last second to get that ball down right around the knee height of Hunter Johnson there.
Jade Kawamoto going off right now.
Yeah, we mentioned how good the hands have looked, and she's playing very, very confident at the moment.
Lead up to 5. I'd like to see Tadio make a bit of adjustment here. He's missed the last 3-4 drops that he's tried to attempt. Oh, good move.
Yeah, great offense to defense, back to offense from the mad drops. It looked like Tardio was on that initial speed up from Tereshchenko, but they were still able to use good reflexes to get the advantage back. Huge point for them.
The ball's going to sail deep. Very hard to keep the ball in the court if you're not getting on top here with the wind behind. That one is about 6 inches inside the baseline.
And again, they're against the wind. Tardio's thinking that ball's going out. The wind pulls that down. And the momentum at the moment is with the mad drops.
All mad drops the last few points. So lead back to 1 for ATX. I think Jade's saying I should have got out of the way on that one. It's so tough when it's coming at that pace.
I would agree with you, though, Chad. I think with that trajectory, with pace, normally those balls are going to go wide.
So we're all square at 15s. That ball's going to land in, too. Tadio can't believe that one landed in, but mad drops now up by 1. It's become a repeating trend here with after the end change. ATX makes the change. They're up. Difficult adjustment with the wind now being behind after playing with the wind in the face.
Well, I think what we've seen is the team that's ending these matches against the wind is able to play from the first couple of shots so much more aggressive. They kind of sink into that aggressive style and in that rhythm, and that's giving them an edge closing out these matches where the team with the wind, they decelerate a little bit. They start to guide their shots. Nobody wants to make early errors, but without finding that right tempo, you end up playing on your heels a little bit on these critical points.
We'll see if the timeout here from ATX can get them back in the groove of things. LA Mad Drops on a bit of a run. And good pressure there from Hunter Johnson. Stepping up with the third shot drive and then continuing the crash behind it. Intensity level increase by Mad Drops?
Absolutely. They're riding this momentum. Amazing defense. Just one more ball in play goes such a long way out here.
What else can you say? What else can you do?
They're the team that's dictating, right? They're keeping it simple. It's drive, crash, shake and bake, but they're putting immediate pressure on the ATX Pickleballers right now.
So 8-point swing here, 9-point swing here. Just a little too big from Jade Kawamoto. Make that 10. LA Mad Drops now with game point here in the first mixed doubles matchup. And there we have it. Mad Drops. Terashenko and Johnson putting their team up 2-1. Another great comeback from them.
Yeah, and I think it certainly made it easier, being against the wind, but great adjustment specifically from Hunter Johnson. We talked about he looked a little gun shy to start the match. He was doing a great job of moving the ball around, but when you're the male player in these mixed doubles matches, sometimes you have to push the envelope a little bit with your aggression, with threading the needle at the right times, and he came out a totally different player once he was willing to attack a little more often.
Well, we're going to take a short break here, and then we'll come back for our fourth and final matchup, the second mixed doubles matchup of this one, with Julian Arnold and Catherine Parenteau of the LA Mad Drops taking on J.W. Johnson and Jackie Kawamoto of ATX Pickleballers. ATX trying to force this one to a dream breaker. We'll be right back here at MLP by Margaritaville, Daytona Beach. All right, fourth matchup here for ATX versus Mad Drops. Jackie Kawamoto to serve. A little unlucky catching the net cord there from Arnold, but I think Johnson was sitting all over that anyway.
Yeah, I always take a little bit of risk going to the forehand, but you know he's got to do that to some degree.
Good reach in there from Johnson. Going back cross body behind Parenteau. Oh, I was going to say, if he gets that third one, come on now, JW. But two good gets there from JW Johnson. Not able to catch up to the net cord there from Julian Arnold. Nicely disguised speed up.
Yeah, good medium pace. Again, not trying to necessarily win it on that speed up, just to force Parenteau into a difficult block.
And Johnson a little disappointed in that one. Tried to float it up with the wind, but the wind knocked it down. Oh, good control there of the kitchen by JW Johnson off after that excellent offensive lob by Jackie Kawamoto.
Yeah, I was a little surprised he didn't go at Arnold even earlier in the point, but ultimately went at him to take it down. Nice job getting down on the volley there by Parenteau.
Yeah, Arnold reading that one like a book.
Yeah, and that's what that court presence in the middle can do. It can change shots and set you up for great poaching anticipation there from Arnold.
Good reach in again there from JW Johnson. Ooh. Keeps that one in. Big forehand roll from Julian Arnold.
Yeah, it was a tougher speed up because his weight was going back, but he measured it perfectly.
I think that saved him a little bit with the wind there that he was falling back. Good pressure there. Pinning Parenteau back behind the baseline. Another good reach in from JW Johnson.
Yeah, JW is so patient when the ball bounces, but if there's any daylight out of the air, he can find offense as well as anyone leaning in.
All right. So strong from the wrist. We'll watch it here on the replay, but he's fully extended and then just a quick flick of the wrist and can come up into the body. Parenteau with an aggressive ball down the feet. Giving one back to Johnson.
Little aggression there from Parenteau and Arnold, working their own shake and bake. Tougher to do with the wind to keep those drives down, but she did a great job of measuring that one.
A good medium-paced roll there from J.W. Johnson. Arnold kind of crowding himself there. Too good from J.W. Johnson on the backhand side.
Yeah, again, we see balls just anywhere near the height of the net. If he can take it out of the air, he has so much control, so much offense with such a short, compact motion.
Oh, wow.
Normally a great time to pull the lob in. Granted, she left it a touch short, but the athleticism of Arnold to come that far over and hit a perfect overhead. Not a lot of guys can do that.
He snapped it down into the kitchen off of a... Julian Arnold, you're a freak. Oh, that ball's deep. Kawamoto liked the aggression there, but overcooking it a little bit. So Mad Drop's back within one. Oh, the trend continues. ATX up 11-9 at the end change. So the fourth game in a row, ATX is going to switch ends being up, but they have not been able to capitalize on that other than women's doubles, where that was still a little bumpy as well.
Yeah, and so Arnold and Parento, you know, are down, but they're switching to the side that's going to let them play earlier offense. We've seen that matter in some other matches based on their skill set, especially Arnold, who loves that up-tempo style. Expect him to be very much in his comfort zone on this other side. So it's going to be a matter of, can the ATX Pickleballers keep that lead, slow them down, and hang on long enough to even out this match?
Well, we'll see if ATX can do just that. Kawamoto and Johnson playing pretty consistent right now. But like you said, Carl, Arnold and Parento finishing on the end that they want to and they've had success with. Look for Arnold to be a little more aggressive in the middle.
You know, and I think he's been aggressive with his court positioning, you know, throughout the match. I think the big thing is it lends itself to being able to drive a lot more of your thirds when it's not the perfect conditions. You can kind of create offense without it fully being set up.
Stop it.
Unreal.
What?
Unreal.
Come on, hands battle from all four players on the court. J.W. Johnson standing there like he's swatting flies like it's no big deal.
And I think that's the contrast in these hand battles. JW looks like it's just slow for him, right? He's casual. Where Arnold, you can see how much he's working side to side with that lateral movement.
Yeah, good pressure there from Arnold.
We talked about his ability to just use unrelenting offense on this side might play into his natural skill set.
Almost getting it back, but yeah, that movement on the court that you talk about, you look at the window that Johnson and Kawamoto have to thread to get back to Parento right there, and it's 4 feet at best. Nope.
And I would say if there's any adjustment I'd like to see from them to finish out this match would be when Arnold is in that compromised position midcourt. If the ball's up at all, I'd rather test his block than the defense of Parento at the baseline.
Wind swirling a little bit here. Arnold a little confused how he didn't get that one back up and over. Good timing there from Johnson and good setup from Kawamoto.
Yeah, we talked about ways to get your partner involved. It's not just making balls, but aggressively hitting dinks. So that's what she did there. It allowed Johnson to move more freely and pick that pop-up out of the air.
So timeout here from the LA Mad Drops. ATX has been able to extend their lead to 5. We did see Tadio and Jade Kawamoto up by 5 at one point in our last mixed doubles matchup. A better job from JW and Jackie in this one, making the adjustment early with the wind change?
Well, I think they're just doing a good job of getting to the kitchen. I think it's what a lot of the other teams have struggled with, is getting the point to neutral. They're doing that well right now, and they've been fine in the kitchen exchanges. It's been a pretty even battle there. You know, if you're Parento and Arnold, I would, from Parento's perspective, I would like to see her dink back behind J.W. Johnson a little bit, maybe show the Ernie back behind, just get him to lift a dink to the middle to where you're going to give Arnold some offensive options.
Ball's just wide. Good move by Johnson, though.
Yeah, he definitely read that one well. That was fortunate for Parento and Arnold. Let's see if they can capitalize on this.
That's ridiculous. One, I'm watching Julian Arnold making it look like he's going to fall flat on his back. And then J.W. Johnson's just, I'll flick it over here, then I'll go full extension the other way.
Yeah, it's just amazing. The moment he flicks one, he knows he can just trust his hands from there, and his hands really don't break down, Chad.
Ball's a little deep. Arnold trying to force the issue, maybe a little too much on that one?
Yeah, I think he's playing the scoreboard a little bit. I think because they're down, he's trying to do a little too much. Understandable, but not able to execute.
Good ball there from Parento. That's good control there from Kawamoto. Setting the trap to go behind Arnold on the right ball.
Yeah, I just don't think Parento's really getting any gains in that cross-court pattern at the moment. That's where I'd like to see her move the ball around to get Arnold more involved.
Good deep return there. Mad Drop's trying to close this gap. Ooh, Johnson wanted to hit it. Luckily, he didn't hit it, but that was a flying Arnold going across the court right there. That brings up game point for ATX to force this one to the Dream Breaker. Johnson tried to make up ground on that one for missing the ball, the previous ball through the middle, and then just got jammed up.
Yeah, it's a good spot there by Arnold into the body. Once J.W. Johnson gets in the center of the court and starts using his hands, it's so tough for the other team to get out of jail. Those just never really seem to break down, even on his worst day, Chad.
Oh, Mad Drops save 2 game points. A good step over there from Johnson. So a third opportunity here for ATX to close this one out and force the Dream Breaker. Good reach in from Parento.
And this is where, with the format, you can just feel that team climbing back little by little.
A good counter attack there from Jackie Kawamoto.
Yeah, great job sliding her body out of the way, creating a little bit of space for that forehand counter.
That ball's just out. Mad Drop's definitely going to challenge this one. I mean, why not?
Yeah, I mean, you don't take it with you. I think it's close enough for, you know, it to be a reasonable challenge. And, you know, I'd do the same thing if I was in their position. Arnold definitely did have Johnson fooled on that speed up, recognized that Johnson would be going back the other way, went middle a couple of times, potentially overcooked it, but we'll see if he did catch part of the line.
And there. Yeah, I'm gonna say that one is pretty straightforward as far as out. So we're going to be headed to a Dream Breaker here. First one for the day out here on Grandstand Court. Predictions going into the Dream Breaker.
So this is my first MLP test. I'm going to ask you. We need to know.
All right.
What team gets to set their lineup first, and what team adjusts accordingly from there.
So I just asked JW, are you guys home and away? He said, yeah, 100%.
Yes, definitely.
Thanks for answering my question, J-Dub. So
we know that one team's going to set their lineup.
Yeah,
so pick their top 4.
With this one, the away team is going to set their lineup, and then I just have to figure out who is who.
Okay, so if the ATX is the home team, then they would get to see the lineup of the Mad Drops.
Sorry, it's the other way around. So away team had to set their lineup for doubles. So home team, if that's ATX, they're going to set their lineup.
Okay, well if that's the case, I mean I think I think you go JW first.
Yeah.
I think you go Gabe second. I don't know between Jade and Jackie who
pretty
plays
similar
singles more often. I know they're both very comfortable there. I think being that they're twins, they probably know who has a slight edge. In singles, I think you probably can't go wrong either way. And then the strategy really comes with the Mad Drops is do you have a situation where you say, you know what, J-Dub's really great at singles, let's throw a sacrificial lamb. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're probably just going to match it with their strongest lineup as well. So maybe you start with Hunter Johnson, and really it's a tough argument for him or Julian Arnold to start as the top.
All right, so Mad Drops actually set their lineup first.
Okay. I imagine
Hunter Johnson was first. They're going to put JW Johnson up against him.
Battle
Julian
of the Johnsons.
Arnold going second.
I imagine we do Catherine third and Irina Tereshchenko as number 4. I would imagine that would be their lineup.
Catherine third.
And I think if you're the ATX Pickleballers here, I think you just go strength for strength. I think you go JW Johnson first, Tardio second. Between the Kawamoto twins, really whoever wants to feel like they can hang with Parento, feel like maybe one of them has more of an edge. I would probably go with Jade third, just to throw that lefty dynamic at Catherine Parento.
JW game. Okay. Perfect. Yep, we got it. So it's kind of, we were trying to read lips. So the lineups here, Hunter Johnson will be leading it off for the Mad Drops against JW Johnson. Julian Arnold going up against Gabriel Tardio. Catherine Parento up against Jade Kawamoto, and then Irina Terashenko taking on Jackie Kawamoto. I'm going to predict that this is going to be a ridiculous dream breaker. Mad Drops, 4 incredibly accomplished singles players on the court. ATX, 2 accomplished and 2 that can be very, very deceptive. But then you throw in the fact that it's a dream breaker and anything can happen.
Oh, absolutely. And, I think with the ATX Pickleballers, I would say that not all 4 of them play singles every time that they enter a tournament. But when they do play singles, they seem to do quite well. So they're very capable of it, whereas I think the difference with the Mad Drops is all 4 of those players regularly enter the singles draw. So maybe a little bit more experience, not, so maybe you give them a slight edge. But like you said, this is a dream breaker. We've all seen much crazier things than this happen. If you're the ATX Pickleballers, you got to be feeling good about the opportunity to be here. You're coming off the win in the last one, and you just want to try to ride that momentum into the dream breaker to start.
I think if anything with a dream breaker, the players that are seasoned singles players feel the pressure more because they're expected to do well in the dream breaker. But then you throw in the intensity, the crowd, the surroundings, and everything, and then that pressure of you're expected to take points, but you got 4. Yeah. You're going in batches of 4.
A tiny sample size, and like you mentioned, you have that pressure to perform, but there's no time to feel out a match. It's just implement your offense, try to be dialed early on, and then, for the player going up against that seasoned, favored player, they can swing free.
They got nothing to lose.
Completely free. All the energies with them. Usually the crowd gets behind them a little bit, so it's a great equalizer. That's why we see so many upsets here, and that's why it's so tough to predict.
All right, I'll take an example of, and we talk about it quite often when we get to a dream breaker, Lee Whitwell in MLP #1, ripping passing shots past Dekel Bar. We saw it again last night with her taking on Yates Johnson, and she took out, Yates hears me mention his name right now. She took 5 of 12 against Yates in Dream Breaker, so anything can happen here. Johnson to serve to Johnson. That ball's just deep.
And an unreal first stretch volley there. That's the way you want to start if you're Hunter Johnson.
So I will say that JW and Hunter played each other quite regularly over the last year and a half on the singles side. I'm tired just watching them run around there. I mean, that's men's singles.
Well, if I hadn't decided, that might have convinced me to officially retire from singles. Oh, my goodness, what does it take?
Oh, nice angle there from Hunter Johnson.
Neither player right now giving anything away. Every single point, every single shot is very much earned at the moment.
So that one goes to a split 2-2. Fairly evenly matched there between the Johnsons. We'll see how Gabriel Tardio will fare against Julian Arnold. That's a big pickup there early on.
Yeah, great choice to crash in behind that drive and really limit the available safe spots for the volley from Arnold.
Oh, he got it. No, he went for too much.
Yep.
A little too flashy on that one.
He was up. He felt himself in the middle of a highlight reel and just couldn't quite
He heard the music already. Da-na-na, da-na-na.
Certainly had top 10 material.
Yeah, too good from Arnold. Disguising that so well, closing the body off and then just opening the hip at the last minute.
I was going to say, it was almost like a misdirection ground stroke because of how long he held that. Really tough stuff.
And another one.
And Arnold is calling people out in the crowd, just putting on a highlight reel himself.
Feeds off of the crowd. There it is. A good approach shot from Parenteau there, but Jade just rolling that cross court behind her. Good pressure from Parenteau.
Yep, didn't get gun shy getting past the last time, just playing percentages, approaching up the line, forcing her opponent into a tough pass.
Another good deep ball.
Yep, seems like the game plan for Parenteau is to look to get forward when she can.
Maybe a questionable ball there on the baseline, but Kawamoto playing that one. So Mad drops up by 4 here. A good pressure there from Jackie Kawamoto. Wow, nice passing shot.
Yeah, not a bad return there from Tereshchenko. Normally you take the angle away when you go more middle, but Kawamoto found the angle all on her own.
A good deep serve. Started that off there for Kawamoto.
Really disciplined play from her. She didn't get antsy going for the finish, just rolled that back to the Tereshchenko backhand where she didn't think she could get hurt.
That's 3. Make that 4 for Jackie Kawamoto. Squaring things up here at 8. A good disguise there from J.W. Johnson.
And every point so far in this matchup has been very high quality. You can see how much it matters to both these players.
Good angle to the backhand side there from Hunter Johnson. J.W. Johnson trying to cut that one and just get it to float into the kitchen. Good step in and passing shot there from Hunter.
Yeah, the return was just a little bit short. He said, I'm going to pick my spot, commit, close in after the ground stroke. Was able to get the clean winner, though.
And JW will take that one. Net roll up. All right, all squared at 10.
We thought it would be a good one, Chad. 10 all.
I'd say it's pretty close. Wow, good step up from Taddeo. Using both sides.
Yeah, great job on, especially on that second one, of holding it to the last second, guiding it up the line, and continuing to add that forward pressure after that well-placed ground stroke.
So ATX, for the 5th time in a row, switching ends up. This time up 11-10. I think we can see in the crowd here the power of the Dream Breaker. It's like the crowd senses and hears that a Dream Breaker is going on, and they filter in to watch it. I think the crowd's doubled in size. It's big from Tardio.
And you hear Julie Johnson on the sideline trying to build Tardio up, get him to believe in himself here. He has all the talent. This is where he just needs to play free and go for his shots.
Ooh, get some help from the net cord. Arnold staring him down with a little bit of a smirk, saying, yeah, you got lucky, but Tardio's feeling it right now.
I think even without the net, he put himself in a winning position. He's riding the momentum right now.
All right, Julian Arnold getting a little chirpy, a little chippy. I think with the new rules, he might need to be a little careful there.
Yeah, that was a prolonged stare down for sure.
Good ball from Jade. Yeah, that all began with a better return from Parento, pushing it Kawamoto deep to that forehand side. Good touch.
And this is where I like the lineup that they chose to put the lefty Jade Kawamoto against Parento. She loves that two-handed backhand roll cross. Tougher to do when it's the forehand side of your opponent.
Oh, a little net cord help, and then a step-up passing shot from Kawamoto.
And all the players on the ATX Pickleball squad have come up with some amazing passing shots.
Oh my goodness. The angle and then the get from Kawamoto. Another net cord.
Yeah, gotta be frustrating if you're Tarashenko. She's doing all she can, but just on the full run, just trying to get these balls back after they hit the net.
A good spot there from Tarashenko.
Yeah, excellent control. She knew Jackie would be running towards the center. Great time to go back behind her with that backhand volley.
A good touch and good control. Those aren't high-powered passing shots, but they're controlled and they've got some shape to them.
Yeah, we talked about the Kawamoto twins not having the most power, but they make up for it with their accuracy and their ability to hit all the spots on the court.
ATX 2 points away. Make that one. Johnson, cool, calm, and collected. Got a couple of bites at it here. And there we go, ATX taking down defending champs, LA Mad Drops.
And you see the celebration from the ATX Pickleballers. Tardio giving JW Johnson, his good buddy, a big old bear hug. This was huge for them. They want to put together a very good showing here in Daytona Beach, and they're off to a great start here.
Yeah, big start here for the ATX Pickleballers, taking the Dream Breaker 21-13 against a very, very accomplished team of singles players.
And we mentioned how unpredictable these Dream Breakers are. On paper, you probably would have given the slight edge to the Mad Drops, but once the ATX Pickleballer team got that momentum, they just didn't give it away.
Well, that's it for Kyle and myself here out on, what are we on? What court are we on? Grandstand, that's what it was. Sorry, I had a mental block right there. Kyle, I think you're still on with Brandon after this one. So we will have a Challenger Series, no, actually another Premier Series coming up here on Grandstand just after this. I'll be sliding over to Championship Court at 5 o'clock for the semifinals of our Challenger Series. But for now, out here on Grandstand Court at MLP by Margaritaville, Daytona Beach. Thanks for joining us.
Welcome back, everyone, to MLP Daytona Beach. We are here at Picktona at Holly Hill on a beautiful Friday. We've got a premier level match ahead of us. We're going to have the Las Vegas Night Owls against the Hard Eights. I'm joined in the booth here by pro pickleball coach, pro pickleball player. You've probably seen him on podcasts, teaching camps. We got Kyle McKenzie. Thanks for joining me today.
Yeah, man, I'm excited. Excited to call the matches with you. You're a heck of a player yourself. We've been against each other on the court, but let's be unified in the booth here today, Brandon.
I love it. So for the Las Vegas Night Owls, for context, this is their second match of the day. They did lose their first match to the New York Hustlers. And then we've got for the Hard Eights, this is also their second match of the day. They won their first one against the New Jersey Fives in what was an amazing match that ended up in a dream breaker.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say them getting the win would be an upset. They're a great team, but getting the win in a dream breaker, they certainly weren't favored on paper against the Fives in that singles format, so they've got to be feeling really good about where they're standing right now. But every one of these matches is probably going to be very, very tight just with this MLP format. I'm glad I'm not betting on it, Brandon. I'll put it that way.
Well, listen, betting is coming soon. We've heard rumors that will be happening in May. So, you know what? Get your pocketbooks ready. Maybe don't take any advice from Kyle McKenzie right now, but we'll look forward to it. So in this first game of the matchup, we're going to have Lindsay Newman and Mary Brasha from the Hard Eights taking on Vivian David and Lauren Stratman on the Las Vegas Night Owls. Kyle, what do you see as maybe a strategy for both teams?
Yeah, so I think, if you're a fan of the Hard Eights, obviously like their chances, but I think if I just look at the skill set of Brasha and Newman, they're going to put balls in play. They're going to work for points, but where are they going to get their offense from? They're going to have to figure out some patterns, whether it be moving the ball around, being a little more aggressive with their dinks, or finding holes and gaps where they can pull the trigger on. I think that if you're, a fan of the Night Owls here, I'm expecting that Vivian David's going to play that right side. She's so comfortable there in both women's and mixed. And then you're going to look to Lauren Stratman. Hopefully she can have the consistency. She can be in it with her lateral movement, which I think Brasha and Newman are going to test. But with Lauren Stratman, I'd like to see her not be in that just making balls role. Also, she's going to need to bring some of the offense, some of the power that she possesses.
That's good analysis. We've got four of the top ladies in the game here getting ready to put on a show. Outside of that, in this matchup, we're going to have women start out. Right after that, we're going to have the men's doubles go against each other. And then we'll have two sets of mixed doubles. Kyle, what do you see as maybe the difference in this matchup? Where can each team kind of gain some leverage?
Well, I definitely want to see which sides that they come out playing. I'm assuming David's going to play the right with Lauren Stratman on the left. I like Stratman's two-handed dink. She puts a lot of bite, a lot of roll on that. I think that she can use that to get her team ahead when she's in that cross-court pattern. And again, I think that she has the firepower to initiate some offense. I think Lindsay Newman is kind of the X factor here because she's such a competitor. She's so good at a lot of things, but her limitation is creating offense, initiating offense. So look for her to move the ball around, maybe throw in some lobs, but beat the opponents with variety and with just being a gritty competitor.
It will be interesting to see how that plays out, especially with Lindsay Newman, on that left side. We are getting ready to start here. We're going to do this game to 21, rally scoring. Both teams will actually freeze if they make it to 20, and they will have to win on their serve. If one team's at 20 and they're frozen, the other team makes it to 18, they're going to have to win on their serve, at least win points on their serve as well. A unique format, lots of fans out here cheering us on. We are getting ready for a tantalizing matchup.
Yeah, and Brandon, this is my first MLP being here live. It's been electric. It's been so exciting. All the courts, the fans are getting into it. Commentators getting into it. We're ready to get going. Here we go.
Referees still getting a little bit set here before we take off. Be interesting to see how both of these teams get started early in this matchup to gain some momentum. Here we go, game 1, 0-0.
Yeah, and in previous matches on this court, the wind has been a big factor. The hard eights have the wind with them, so look for them to maybe play a little softer early on or be more selective with when they speed the ball up. Worried that that might carry on them a little bit.
Oh, great counter by Vivian David. Just a little bit wide there as it clips the net.
And I like that play by Lindsay Newman, knowing that if she's going to play that strong side, she's going to need to take some chances. 1 for 1 so far.
Great defense from Newman. Oh, and that ball just slides away. We do have wind as an element in this matchup.
Yeah, some of the routine shots won't be so routine with the conditions.
That ball just a little bit long there. Kyle, quickly, what are some things you could do to help out in a wind situation like this?
Well, I think if you're the Night Owls, with them being against the wind, I think you want to play offense early on. I think you want to look for reasons to drive and hit aggressive shots like we just saw from Lauren Stratman right there. But you have to be much more patient with your offense if you're the hard eights when you have the wind at your back. Low balls, if you try to hit harder, often going to sail on you.
The speed up handled there by Brasha. Great defense by the hard eights. Wow, and that's a perfect point from both sides. Lots of energy and firefights there. And just couldn't get that last one over from Stratman.
Yeah, and we talked about the ability to put balls in play that the hard eights have. They're going to need to continue to make the Night Owls work for everything they get.
There you see the power from Stratman. She's going to be content if she can get balls like that.
And she's come out with an aggressive game plan. She hasn't been dinging too many before she's stepping back and firing. I like to see it. I think it makes sense, especially the fact that they're against the wind. They're using that shake and bake. They're looking for reasons to drive that third and just continue to keep that advantage if they can.
Great poach there by Vivian David as she comes through and cracks a backhand cross court. Yeah, I think that's a point that the Night Owls love, right? They love that setup. Unfortunately, didn't go there for Stratman.
Yeah, put themselves in a winning position. That's all you can ask for. You just have to come down and execute.
Oh, great get by David. And she attempts to reset again. That's awesome defense by Newman to go from the baseline and make her way up to the kitchen.
Yeah, but ultimately, though, she took another offensive chance, speeding up off the bounce. It's not going to be perfectly set up for her, but she's going to have to do a certain amount of that. She's been calibrating that really well so far.
Big overhead by Stratman. Good defense by Newman. What a dig by Newman. It's great patience there by the Night Owls. I mean, the hard eights are making them hit 10 to 12 balls to even get an advantage.
No, and you hit the nail on the head. Even though they were the aggressors, they were being very patient with their aggression. They weren't getting frustrated that every ball was coming back. Continue to just play the smart shot until they eventually earned that error.
6-5 in a tight game here early on. Little miscommunication there for the hard eights.
Yeah, great choice to drive middle, especially if you know your partner is disconnecting. It makes that likely volley go back to the middle, and it can cause some confusion.
Great defense around the post attempt by Newman, not able to convert. I think that ball was going a little bit wide, but wasn't able to get around it.
Yeah, I think it did open up for us. Didn't use enough of the left hand. Probably needed to kind of curl around the edge of that ball to bring it back inside.
3-point lead now for the Night Owls. What a ball by Lauren Stratman as she sneaks this ball just by Brasha into the back corner.
It's the other thing you can do a little bit more when you're against the wind is you can flick more boldly to high locations, and sometimes that ball will still come down and find the court.
Awesome shot. Big overhead by Stratman. And they are now at a 5-point lead here.
Yeah, and their strategy seems to be pretty evident. Whether whoever's hitting that third is looking to drive it and the other person is disconnecting, working that shake and bake pretty much every time.
Great defense from Brasha. Oh, and the off-speed put away there by Vivian David to end this point. We are at a changeover now, 11-5 Las Vegas Night Owls. Kyle, as we see this matchup, you've got Vivian David and Lauren Stratman that are seemingly being as aggressive as possible coming at Newman and Brasha. If you're in this situation for Newman and Brasha, what are you going to do to kind of neutralize this? What would be the strategy there?
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to change a little bit, I think, you know, once they switch ends. But I think as long as, and are we doing a side switch now that we're 11?
We are, yep.
So now that they're on the other side, it's a little bit different because I don't think Stratman and David are going to be able to just shake and bake every time anymore, right? So now you definitely want to get deep returns, quality first volleys, but look for a little bit of an alternate strategy from Stratman and David now to maybe be willing to work that point a little bit longer. And then if you're the hard eights, you really need to look to be a little more aggressive with your serve, look to drive a little bit more and try to gain an advantage on the first couple of shots, knowing that you can hit a ball a little bigger and the wind will likely keep that in the court.
Makes so much sense. Having a corner and people on your side as GM, as a coach, being able to dictate and tell you that strategy, so huge in this MLP environment to the point where it's encouraged, right? They want coaches
Absolutely.
to come there and be in it. It's a great facet of this game here. We're back. Up 6, the Night Owls here. Oh, it looked like a great spot there from David as she smiles, knowing that it was open. Just hit it a little wide.
Yeah, I like the trigger pull. She was balanced. That ball sat up. She had some space. She just couldn't execute it.
Great defense by the Hard Eights. Oh, Stratman with the one-hand flick, which looked like a good ball until Brasha slid to her right.
Yeah, I think it's an example of good attack, better counter. I mean, yeah, it's a little bit more bold, but I didn't think she hit a bad spot. Just a great slide there from Mary Brasha.
Hard Eights off to a good start after the changeover. It is 7-11. Oh, looked like a good opportunity for Stratman, but she pulls it wide as she's attempting to use that forehand on the dink side from the left position.
Yeah, I think she was trying to catch the Mary Brasha right hip, but from where she was at, probably played that one just a little too close to the line and ultimately pulled it wide.
The lead down to 3 for the Night Owls. Yeah, and one thing you mentioned, Kyle, earlier was the wind playing a factor of switching sides. And you see some of these same speed-ups that were working for the Night Owls on the other side. Now they're going wide and long.
Yeah, the wind has to affect your own shot selection. If you just play the same way, you're going to make a lot more errors if you aren't factoring that wind in.
Great defense and offense there by Newman. You talked about her needing to kick up the offensive side. Looks like she's doing it here.
Yeah, she's trying to go for more. She has to do that. I think if she just continues to wait for mistakes from Stratman, I don't think she's going to get enough this match. And it seems like she knows that too. That's why she's looking to thread the needle more than she would maybe normally be comfortable with.
Yeah, big overhead there from Stratman. That should help her settle in a little bit more. As you see here on the replay, she hits the two-hand backhand. The next one comes high. She's able to put it away.
Looked to me like Stratman changed her mind there. I think the wind brought that down. Not a normal error that she would make.
Oh, great counter and defense. What a ball there from Lindsay Newman, as that was at her shoe tops with the two-hand backhand.
And again, we talked about what an amazing competitor she is. She has a sense for what she needs to do. All those dinks, even though she stayed cross-court, were aggressive from her, and she attacked from a lower position than she normally would.
As you see that put away there from Vivian David. But yeah, very impressed with how Newman is selecting her offensive shots currently. It's a 3-point lead for the Night Owls. Oh, what a ball. As she held that to the last moment and pushed it to the outside angle.
Yeah, everything about her hips looked like she was going middle. The last second, she just turned her wrist. Pretty tough to hit a dink winner, but she executed it perfectly right there.
Oh, wow, and the nice counter there by Brasha to the outside hip there of Vivian David. And we've got a switch on this side for the Las Vegas Night Owls. We had Vivian David on the left side. What did they see?
Yeah, you know, I'm not really sure. I think that Stratman had lost the pattern a few times, but, you know, just maybe looking to change things up for momentum. We'll see if they stay with that. I would imagine they're going to keep Stratman on the left. We'll have a look here, though.
Newman with the lob. Oh, and David goes for a big forehand from the baseline. We are seeing the full arsenal right now from Lindsay Newman. And I gotta apologize for not being familiar with your game, Lindsay. This is awesome.
Well, I think I said it in the beginning that Newman doesn't have the traditional offense, but she has an above-average ability to move the ball around. She has more variety than a lot of the other players. And again, she just has that court sense of what type of style she needs to play. She is a natural defender, but if she feels as though her team needs more offense, she knows how to make that adjustment.
Yeah, and I think it's a testament as we've got a tie game here after the changeover. Las Vegas Night Owls only got 3 points since then, and we've got a 9-point run here from the Hard Eights. But it's a testament to how you may see a player play a certain way in a tournament or an event, but these players are so highly skilled that they're able to adapt in certain situations, and that's what you're talking about seeing here from Newman.
Well, and that's what the pro game, you're getting to a point where you have to be able to do that, right? It's if you just play one way all the time, I mean, I guess if you've got the most offense around, you can get away with that, but most of these players have to use different skills, different tempos in different matchups, and it's very, very much a cerebral game that we're seeing out here.
Is there a strategy change needed from Stratman and David, or is this mental at this point?
Well, I think definitely they needed a strategy change just with the side change, right? And I don't think they've been able to find that rhythm over here that they had on the other side. It was a little simpler strategy over there. It was hit it hard, crash in, play offense early on. Now they have to work the point a little, but they don't want to get passive and not take chances themselves.
Let's see if they can regroup here. Oh, and you see the shake and bake there from Brasha. She picked up one pretty low.
Yeah, she hit it out of position, but she timed it well, hit it right on the button, and was still able to get ahead in the point.
Oh, great ball there by Stratman as she was in a compromised position and got herself out of it. Back to a tie ball game here.
And you see how it's tougher on this side to put points together. Usually it's going to take a lot more quality shots to get the advantage.
Great in and out block there by David. Stratman unable to reset that. Another instance of offense there from Newman.
Yeah, and I like what Stratman was trying to do, run around and play a few more forehands. She's gone at Brasha with a lot of flicks out of the air. I'd like to see her run around and take a forehand speed up off the bounce, see if she can expose that body a little bit more rather than going high on Brasha, which she's been able to get down on the volley pretty regularly.
2-point lead for the Hard Eights. Oh, and Brasha takes a chance at a two-hand backhand, which starts the speed up, and Stratman unable to finish as that ball's wide.
Yeah, and you saw them switch there. I think they're just trying to get Vivi and David involved a little bit more. We'll see if they switch again on this one.
And right on cue as she gets involved and finishes this point off with a nice forehand cross court. They'll take those type of freebies all day.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was the forward pressure that Vivi and David did. It wasn't just that she made the drop, but she took a few steps in, changed the available shots for Lindsay Newman there.
Oh, another great in and out ball there by Newman as David and Stratman are sticking to this other strategy of having her on the left and Stratman on the right side. Oh, great pressure from David, as you mentioned, needing her to get more involved in this game, and she's doing that now.
Yeah, we talked about the value of patient aggression, and a perfect example of that from Vivi and David. Never tried to do too much, but continued to keep her advantage until she got one that she could do more with.
The lead down to 1 for the Hard Eights. Oh, and Newman a little too stretched out as Vivian David didn't put enough on that dink through the middle.
Yeah, great job just changing up the pattern, working that middle dink a little bit. I think that what we saw earlier in this match is Lindsay Newman was getting very comfortable going cross court to cross court. Sometimes just going to the inside foot, slightly varying that pattern is enough to take your opponents out of their rhythm.
And I'm a fan of having Lauren Stratman on the right side and David on the left side. Reason being, you've got, with David on the left, her two-hand backhand is so fierce that it's going to be hard to kind of pass her down that line. And then you go back to the other side of the court, Stratman with that forehand roll dink really creates a lot of pressure on opponents.
Yeah, I think she can set Vivian David up, but I think more than anything is just any time when you've got one player on the court just not getting involved at all, especially if they're on that right side and your team's down. Great idea just to mix things up, get that player a little bit more involved and show your opponents just a different look and make them problem solve in a different way.
Here at MLP, the margins are so small. We've got all of the top players here playing, and you're seeing that a great example of that here in a 19-19 game with women's doubles.
Yeah, another, to your point about having a coach, so nice to have a team and a coach to let you know, hey, let's not let this go for any more points. Let's call a timeout if we need to and right the ship if things aren't going well.
Biggest point of the game to date here at 19-19. Referee still getting set. We are ready to play. Oh, Newman with the around the post, defended by Stratman. She comes back in and cleans up the play. Wow, how did she get from outside the court back in there to finish that?
Well, I think that's what the Las Vegas Night Owls are thinking right now. It looked like Newman was completely out of the play, and then just this pink blur slid across the court for the forehand winner. So clutch from Lindsay Newman.
Amazing and timely. They have a game point here. Great dink from Brasha, handled by David. Oh, the around the post from David. It looked like it was there, but wasn't able to convert as it hits the pole.
Yeah, and it didn't even hit, it looked like the exact pole, but the little edge that came off the pole, that's very unlucky for Vivian David. Definitely was there for the angle, but the consistency of Lindsay Newman and Mary Brasha, their ability to play defense but take those offensive chances just enough at the right time was what turned this match around for them.
Great win there for the Hard Eights, and if that is any indication of what we have to come, we've got a treat as the men's teams warm up. We've got Deckelbar, Kyle Yates against Riley Newman and AJ Kohler. This one should be great. We're going to let these guys warm up. We'll be back here in a few minutes. All right, we are back with the second game in this matchup here at MLP Daytona Beach. We've got Deckelbar and Kyle Yates against AJ Kohler and Riley Newman. Right now the Hard Eights are up 1-0 in this matchup. Kyle, what are we looking to see here?
Yeah, I mean, this is a powerhouse matchup if there ever was one. Curious to see what side AJ Kohler and Riley Newman play. They're both relatively versatile. It just comes down to what sort of look you want to give your opponents. I'm expecting Kyle Yates to play the right, to give Deckel the left side. Yates is very, very proficient as a right side player, as he can dink all day with his forehand. He can attack on that side and kind of use some of his shot making on that side. So for me, it's going to come mostly down to execution. I think the wind, unfortunately, is going to play a big factor in kind of determining the tactics. The team against the wind is going to play faster earlier. Look for the volleys for Newman and Kohler here to start to matter a lot.
We are off. AJ Kohler with a nice counter. And you see Deckelbar starting out seemingly on 80% of the court to start this game.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he's going to need to take that much court, with Kyle Yates as his partner. Kyle moves very well. I think that if he's getting a lot of forehands, sure he can dink it, sure he can get his team ahead, but he does have some pretty sneaky offense on that side as well.
Early 1-0 start here for the Hard Eights. Wow, what defense there by Kohler. And that ball just a little bit long.
And so the first couple points, you see that Yates has tried on both occasions to speed up the middle to the Kohler back, and I think he's trying to put that the counter in front of Deckelbar, which he accomplished on that point.
Unable to get that counter back there in the kitchen. 1 point lead here for the Hard Eights. And Yates goes for the forehand Ernie, as he seemingly likes to choose the flashy shots at times.
Yeah, for me, my preference would be feel out the match a little bit more for the first few points, but he's come out very bold with his shot selection to start.
Yeah, and a great in and out ball there by Kohler. It's early, but you'd like to see Yates settle in a little bit here.
Yeah, I think just get in a groove, stay in that pattern for a little while. It seemed like he tried to there. He just popped the dink up. But the other points, he seemed to be wanting to change the pattern very, very fast.
Missed third by Kohler, and we're back over at the Night Owls.
So teams have had a lot of success on the Night Owl side of just playing fast and working the shake and bake.
That ball, I think, was in. It was a very fast counter there by
looked
Riley
like
Newman.
Newman got on top of that.
And Kohler with no real estate left on that right side.
He had a little sliver, but he put a little side spin as he flicked that and just pushed it or pulled it a little wide.
That ball not able to make it over. There was a big Deckelbar serve to start out that rally.
And you see the put-away power that Barr possesses. And on a day where people have been getting back smash after smash, just another level when he reaches back.
Yeah, not sure you want a ball to be that high with him around. Barr getting involved more, not able to convert on that backhand.
Yeah, and a bold and really smart speed up there from Newman. Realized that Barr was kind of leaning middle, caught him just a little bit late on that backhand counter.
Oh, and there's the Ernie from Deckelbar. We'll start the Ernie counter at 1 for him now.
Yeah, he's certainly known for being able to take off from sometimes the middle of the court and still be able to jump the kitchen.
The over-under on that's probably about 4.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Even though Barr missed that, I like the play. I think they've been playing a little too patient given that they're against the wind, swinging out on those thirds has been working for a lot of teams today. I think they're going to want to rev up that tempo before the side switch.
Yeah, and the drives being a big part of Barr's game, it'll be interesting to see how he handles the risk versus reward in rally scoring format here.
True.
We've had a couple tape balls to start. And a great speed up by Bars. He knew Kohler would be able to get the second one back.
Yeah, it was a bold play for sure, but his team really needed it. It's important, in my opinion, that they switch with a lead, since that side has been the advantageous side so far.
Both teams stopped here as Newman wasn't sure if they play the rally. We are going to replay Let's. Big drive by Barr.
But even though they lost the point, that's why I'm such a fan of the drive. It made for a much easier fifth shot drop, and they're using it at minimum as a way to neutralize and get to the kitchen.
And that's your point earlier of Yates speeding up cross court to that backhand of Kohler, feeding that counter back into Dekel Barr.
Yeah, Barr's very aggressive with his court positioning, loves his hands in the middle there, and Yates set him up nicely.
Another drive from Barr. Oh, good recovery by Yates. That ball's in. What a dig by Barr, and Yates' eyes lit up as he saw that ball a little bit high and maybe took too much of a risk on that last one.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think, you know, if he makes it, we say, what a shot. And it looked like it was lower than the net. Just, I think a good idea, just couldn't straighten it out.
Easier to call from this side, huh?
For sure. And I think the only thing I'd like to see from Yates again is I'm not sure that him in the cross-court pattern with A.J. Kohler is a bad thing for their team. So I'd look to see him stay in that just a little bit longer before he tries something more creative.
Oh, another two straight big drives by Barr, and they're really keying in on this strategy of shake and bake their way out of this.
Yeah, it's been the pattern that's worked for a lot of other teams. Sometimes it seems like it's maybe too aggressive, but I think that if you can get a lead early on the points when you're serving, it's easy to string together nice big runs, which we've seen the last 3 or 4 points.
The miss there by Kohler makes it 11-10 for the Night Owls as they change over to the other side now. And as you mentioned before, they'll have to change their strategy. Those drives may go a little bit longer here with the win on their side.
Yeah, now I'd like to see them play kind of like how they started the match, which is looking to construct points, kind of be a little bit more cerebral, a little more calculated with how they get forward. But now it's all about the hard eights. Do they have the skill set? Are they going to pick up on the fact that playing very fast, going very third shot, drive heavy, a lot of shake and bakes is working? I expect they will. I said I think it was important for the Night Owls to have the lead in the side switch, but it's only a 1-point lead. We'll see how each team adjusts early on these first few points.
Wind is still picking up here. Looks like we've got a lot of right to left, but still focused on with Barr and Yates here. So get started with a 1-point lead that they're clinging on to. Yeah, and right there you see Barr trying to drop that ball in the kitchen and then noticing that that's carrying a little bit more than it did on the other side.
Yeah, the drive-drop combo is a lot tougher because that ball tends to float on the next one.
That was a great first ball by Barr, but I'm not sure he thought Newman was going to get on top of that second one that quickly.
Yeah, it looked like it was big enough for him to hit bigger, and he tried to flick, and it just didn't have Newman fooled on that occasion.
Big serve by Kohler. The two-hand drive by Newman, and Kohler can't finish it off.
Yeah, and they're trying to play fast. I like the intent. And if I'm the Night Owls, I probably am going to return to Newman a little bit more to keep his poaching ability off the net. take my chances with Kohler, although he's a very good poacher as well.
Serve just a little long there for Yates. The hand speed of A.J. Kohler as the flick through the middle, and then a couple combos later, he's got an error.
Yeah, and at this level, it takes more than one good one. You saw how Deckel was able to get the first one back, couldn't convert on the second one.
Oh, that ball just over. And that's the pattern you talked about earlier with Yates and Kohler kind of staying in that cross-court one, and you see value in that for the Night Owls.
Yeah, I think that, Kohler can sometimes be a little too creative with his shot selection. So if you give him a purposeful dink, maybe he speeds up at the wrong time. Maybe you can just beat him with consistency alone.
And there he speeds up the first one. Newman comes in to try and clean it up, but Barr is there with a heavy backhand.
Yeah, Barr's playing really well, playing very aggressive, and he's been the difference to keep them tight and close here in this match.
Oh, great approach drop from Barr as he throws up his fist. He's liking what he's seeing right now, and I'm impressed as well.
Yeah, really, normally not a bad speed-up location from Kohler, but Deckel Barr, lightning fast hands.
1 point lead for the Night Owls. Yeah, Barr's getting really active now. Tough to slow down this train here. Yes, he lets out a yell. We get a timeout from the Hard Eights, and Barr has really picked up his level on this side of the court.
And this is why you have to love MLP. I've watched Deckel Barr play a bunch of times, and he's kind of like a gentle giant at times out there. His game is very big, but you don't often see him get as animated. A big let's go for his team right there on the timeout. And like I mentioned, his court movement, his presence, he's been very bold with his offense, and he's been very efficient so far. He's really been the difference to get them that lead. Again, if we go back off of other matches, they're on the side where it's tougher to put together big runs. We'll see if the Hard Eights have one more push in them down 16-14.
Barr certainly with a unique and great game here on the pro pickleball scene. Him and Yates are clinging on to a 2-point lead here. Oh, that ball just wide. It was great pace on the speed up there by Kohler as Barr was bracing for something a little more hard than that. Oh, and there's the Ernie. We're going to take the Ernie counter to 2 now for Deckel Bars. He just really anticipates these well.
Yeah, it's so much tougher to Ernie when the person cross court from you is dinking, but he timed that one perfectly.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a way he can get maybe royalties from Ernie himself, him and Tyler Loong. It makes sense to me.
Or just changing the name to either the Loong or the Bar.
I like that. Oh, that's a great counter from Yates. And we talk about what Barr's been able to do, but Yates has picked up his game as well.
Yeah, he's found that little hidden tunnel, stretching out Kohler for the backhand. If he goes to the body, Kohler's stronger. But if he gets it just outside his bubble, it's often setting Barr up for a ball he can sink his teeth into.
We saw the two-hand backhand speed up there from the baseline from Yates, not able to make their way to the kitchen. And there we see the wind playing a factor as Kohler not able to get a hold of that. Night Owls are looking to clinch this. They're up 20-16 here. And they do. What a win there from the Night Owls, as early on they had some pace. They started playing well. They picked it up on the other side and really took over this game.
Yeah, I think Yates started just a little trigger happy. I wouldn't say he was playing poorly, but just wasn't working the point as much as he could. Barr played amazing to kind of get them that momentum, and then both him and Yates played extremely clean down the stretch, and they're able to get away with the victory.
Yeah, I want to talk about what this next matchup is going to be. We knew that from a men's perspective and a women's perspective that these teams might be neck and neck, right? They're now 1-1. We're moving into mixed doubles matchups. It looks like we're going to have AJ Kohler and Mary Brasha. Right now, the Night Owls are trying to figure out what is their best matchup for this scenario. But we talk about this being where the leverage is going to be had. What are you looking for here?
Yeah, no. So I think, obviously, I think we're going to have the Newmans, play together just with the chemistry that they have. They've had so much court experience, so that makes a lot of sense. I think with Brasha, just from what I've seen, she did a great job of kind of being the setup player in her women's match. Very high-level defense, really consistent. That's all I think that she's going to need to predominantly do with as aggressive as a partner she has in AJ Kohler. I'm very curious to see what the pairing is that's chosen by the Night Owls here. If it's me, I'm going to want to put Deckelbar back on the court just because of how well he was playing, how much confidence he has at the moment, and then leave it to their better judgment to say who they think Bar at the moment would have better chemistry with as far as a female mixed partner. Yeah,
and with respect, I mean, all of these teams are great here, but I think for the Hard Eights, they put out their number 2 team based on chemistry and resume. And I think for the Night Owls, this is a great opportunity to put out your number 1 mixed team, which would be at Deckelbar and Vivian David, I think, is their best mixed team right now, and try to see if they can grab a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, and I think if you're in their shoes too, even if it went to 2-all, I think that on paper you might like your chances in a dream breaker as well. So I'm kind of in your camp here. I would put my top team out. I would try to get that 2-1 lead and then allow my other team, who's not going to be bad by any means, to play completely free against the Newmans. This is not a condition. These are not conditions right now where grinding out defense is really favored. So I think that if you throw Kyle Yates and whether it's Lauren Stratman or Vivian David as his partner, I think that they have a chance at swinging free if they had that lead. So I'd throw Deckelbar personally, probably Deckel and Vivian David. I think they've played a lot together, and try to get the lead and go from there.
Yeah, I think that strategy makes tons of sense. I want to shift the focus here to AJ Kohler, one of the top 10 players in our game. Mm-hmm. When he's on, what is making him so effective?
Yeah, so it's so nice when you have lightning fast hands. He really builds his game around his backhand counterpunch, which he can cover so much territory. But there's a lot of guys that have good backhand punches. In addition to that, he's got very relaxed hands and relaxed wrists to be able to initiate offense from low positions. And it's not just blindly swinging. He's initiating and expecting that ball to come right back to him, and he's able to get to that backhand instantly. So even if you counter his first attack reasonably well, it's tough to get your counterattack away from his big backhand punch afterwards. So look for him to be very bold. Even when things aren't working, credit to him. He doesn't waver in confidence very much. And I think he's going to be a very natural partner for Mary Brasha, who seems comfortable in setting her partner up and playing a very strong mixed role.
Confidence, something that AJ Kohler certainly doesn't lack. Former hockey player, you may have seen him do some commercials on social media. He's got a lot of personality. I think when you look at his game, he's one of the few players that can create a ton of spin with minimal effort. You talk about the flick of the wrist he's able to do, the grip, grip pressure that he has with his paddle. And, yeah, it's amazing to see kind of how he can create that spin from positions that you wouldn't even think at the kitchen line. He's going to have to do it here if they want a chance.
Yeah, definitely going to up the frequency of that in mixed. And he's a guy where he can initiate forehand, backhand, both sides, off the bounce, out of the air. We'll see if that's effective here for his team.
Pivotal game 3, 1-1 right now. We've got Kohler and Brasha against Barr and David. Oh, I like that play from Barr initially to be aggressive, but what an angle by AJ Kohler.
Well, the perfect choice from Kohler because he didn't speed up at Barr. He played the aggressive dink, and he pushed it deep enough to make that a tough ATP.
Gets the benefit from the net there as they take a quick 2-point lead. Wow, what a get from Brasha. She's made a name for herself being able to get crazy digs.
Yeah, no, she steps off the line to buy herself some time, but she really gets low with her body and high with her paddle to be able to get on top of some of these challenging flicks.
And a very fast 4-0 lead for the Hard Eights on what was maybe one of the tougher sides earlier in the day. Yeah, that's a great in and out slice there by Barr. He's got a lot of tricks in his bag when it comes to mixed doubles.
Yeah, and if you can attack the Kohler backhand and get him reaching, your chances are much, much better, as we saw there.
The wind playing some tricks here makes it tough for David to get back to the kitchen line. And there we see the other side of the Kohler decisions there, as that ball may be going to championship court if it didn't hit the back.
Sometimes creativity can be your downfall, right? There's a certain point where it's effective, and then it can get away from you real fast.
Oh, what a backhand flick there from Kohler. A lot of pace, and hits that ball straight down at Barr's feet.
Yeah, not a lot of reaction time from Barr. Perfect placement and power there from A.J. Kohler.
The ATP from Brasha is good, as she let that ball travel as much as she could to the right side of the court.
And that's what I was going to say, Brandon. There's standard ATPs, and then there's ATPs like that where it's a little dicey. You're hoping the angle opens up. She held her breath, executed perfectly.
Great for the crowd and the fans. And, I mean, they have a 5-point lead here, or 4-point lead here, excuse me, feeling comfortable early on. Big serve from Barr. That ball just a little bit too high, and David even still looking at that one and making sure to put it in the right position, because there's some fast hands on the other side.
Yeah, she's trying to maximize her lean at the moment. Really important that they play early offense against the wind here.
Maximizing the lean, I like that term. Yeah, and there we see it again. A tougher side to really create and speed up on with the wind going with you.
Yeah, this is where I like aggressive dinking, but not speeding up off the bounce nearly as often because of what we just talked about with the wind.
And the Night Owls working their way back into this game. Now down 1 after being down as many as 5 early on. Yeah, it's a great play by Barr, as he does come over to the other side as much as he can, but he still stays grounded.
Yeah, no, great balance. Took some risk going for that, but it was just excellent anticipation. Knew that Kohler would be trying to keep that away from him.
Oh, and the threat of the Ernie there. I mean, should we just add that to the Ernie counter? I mean, that created an error, right?
You're right. I mean, it's a great point. Sometimes showing the look, you don't even have to touch the ball, and you still impact the point.
1-point lead now for the Night Owls. Make it 2 as Vivian David gets one off of her serve. Curious if we'll see a timeout before the side change here from Hard Eights. And they get a free one there.
Yeah, don't blame Deco Barr for going for a little bit more on the serve. You would rather see him miss long, though, than into the net when he's hitting out into the wind.
That ball is just a little bit short. Kohler's going to have to find his game here quickly, as they are down 2. Oh, what a lob by Barr. David had it on her paddle, but tried to guide it in there across court. And we can't forget that great get by Mary Brasha.
Yeah, I think David expected a weaker response from Brasha, and Brasha was able to keep it relatively low to the net, just enough to earn that error there from David.
Brasha, creator of the shot called the merry-go-round, as the Night Owls take an 11-9 lead here. I want to go back to an earlier point. We talk about A.J. Kohler being able to create, how it's an advantage for him. We talk about Dekel Bar having a huge serve, how it's an advantage for him as well. But we've seen the other side of that, right? When they're not able to make that ball and they make an error off of it. In your mind, what is kind of the ratio of taking risk versus reward in this type of scenario at MLP with rally scoring?
Well, I think you want to know how to measure it, right? So like with serving, with taking a few more risks on your serve, you may not necessarily get, an ace or even a missed return, but if you're consistently getting short returns, weak returns that allow you to either neutralize that advantage or gain the advantage early on as the serving team that's supposed to be at a disadvantage, then missing one once in a while isn't that big a deal. And then the same thing, I think, when you're initiating offense. I used to play poker for a living. If you're over 50, 60%, even if occasionally it looks bad or looks stupid, it's still working long term.
That's so true. Oh, and Barr is still active from the other side as he speeds it up. I think that ball might have been a little bit long, but he gets away with it. It's a great dink by Brasha. She held her ground.
Yeah, David might have just been barely still moving on that one. Didn't expect it to be back that heavy cross court from Brasha.
David goes for the Ernie attempt. Oh, and she goes for the back corner. It looked like a great opportunity for it, just barely missed.
Yeah, again, though, it's tougher to create offense off the bounce and thread the needle, on this side.
Oh, and Kohler goes for a pretty low speed up there. I think Brasha mentioned to him maybe that's not the one to take.
Yeah, it was a tough one because it was both too low and he was overextended as well. So definitely a decision he'd like to take back, but moving on to the next point.
Oh, great dig by David. Oh, and Barr is able to finish it up as that ball clips off of the tape.
Yeah, a little unlucky from Kohler. He's expecting Barr to make that counter, but he's expecting the counter to come right back to him. Because it hit the tape, Barr had enough time to place his counter into the open court.
That's a great ball by Barr, and Brasha doesn't like what she's seeing as she calls a timeout. Barr lets out a yell to get the crowd fired up. He's feeling good. He's played great in men's doubles. He's playing great in mixed here, carried over. You mentioned that they needed to throw their #1 team out because he's hot, and it's working so far.
Yeah, it just felt like he's in a great groove. Why let him watch a match when he's playing that well? Again, this is as loud as I've seen Dekel in between points, cheering his team on. And his court presence, even when he's not touching the ball, he's changing shots on a regular basis. It's challenging if you're Mary Brasha. You can say, well, you should dink back behind him. But look at his Ernie ability. He only has to do that once or twice to make his opponents very fearful about that, and he can completely dominate the middle of the court, and that's what he's doing at the moment.
I think when you pull up somebody's rating on Duper, you should be able to see their Ernie ability. Like that should be at the bottom right there, right? I like that. A number.
It's a great little scouting report. If they don't have the Ernie in their arsenal, I want to know before I even play that team.
I love it. 4-point lead here by the Night Owls. Oh, the lob by Kohler. Looked like a great lob, just a little bit long there. And he has been a little bit off this game here.
Yeah, just a little bit. I don't hate the attempt there. He was balanced, just wasn't able to find the court on that attempt.
Yeah, great ball there by David. And after the timeout, they're down 6 now, the Hard Eights. Oh, and everything working for the Night Owls as they throw up their hands to say sorry and use that same hand to high-five each other.
Yeah, and on the side with the wind where it's normally tougher to drive, they've done a nice job of adding a little extra spin, so keeping those drives low and being able to be aggressive on what's been the tougher side to play.
Yeah, and they are rolling now. I'd almost like to see another timeout here from the Hard Eights. I know they just took one, but it is an 8-point deficit. Looks like the only thing that can stop the Night Owls right now is themselves, and that's a rare miss there on the third by Barr. Oh, and a rare miss as well from David. Maybe some momentum here for the Hard Eights.
Well, and you see David, what she's worried about missing it long with the wind, but made the classic mistake of just decelerating and guiding it a little too much there.
Wind picking up quite a bit here. Does affect that reset by Kohler, as he's not happy right now. Got to pull it together, as it is a game point for the Night Owls. Great ball behind Barr. And Barr was coming in to do some damage. Great job from Kohler to neutralize that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Deco Barr still played a fantastic point, took a ball behind him, and still got back on offense.
Oh, foot fault called by the referee, Courtney Johnson, there on Deco Barrs. Let's take a look on the replay. Shadows involved. It looked like maybe that right foot.
Yeah, I couldn't see for sure, but I'm going to trust the official on that one.
The Night Owls want to challenge that call to see if it was indeed a foot fault by Barr. Listen, a guy with size 14 shoes, he can get pretty close to the line there. We'll take a look here in a second and see.
Well, and I don't hate the challenge here, because I think that even if you just get confirmation that it was the right call, then mentally sometimes you can let that go and just move on to the next point. So not a bad thing to challenge, especially if you didn't really feel like you were in the kitchen.
That's such a good point. Challenge it just to confirm what you thought, right? And then at least you get an answer, right? And you can let it go and
I
move
think
on.
so. That way, he's playing so great. If that's kind of weighing on him, if he's feeling like it was the wrong call, you don't want him thinking about that and having any carryover effect into the next point, especially when you're playing so well.
While the referees are taking a look, we want to take a step back and just enjoy the scenery that we have here at MLP Daytona Beach, brought to you by Margaritaville. It is an awesome environment. If you haven't been out to one of these events, you will have a great time. So many owners and fans have mentioned that, hey, look, it's my first time at MLP, and I didn't realize it was like this, even with all of the hype.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, if you're a fan of pickleball, this is unique compared to other events. I mean, I love traditional tour events, but there's something about playing for your team, playing for more than just yourself, that makes so much sense in pickleball, which is such a positive, uplifting community. I really just think this sport lends itself to that team atmosphere in a great way, and that's why everybody's having such a good time every time they come out to one of these events.
Yeah, hoping to see more stops next year. Looks like that call was confirmed, that it was a foot fault by Deco Barr. 15-20, Hard Eights are down 5 here. Oh, great block by Barr. And the finish by Kohler. Maybe that timeout actually helped the Hard Eights as well.
I was going to say that's the only risk in calling it. I said for your own mental, fortitude and just confidence, I think it was good, but you might be giving confidence to your opponents, maybe just a tad.
Yeah, that's a ball that has to go over for Kohler. Even with the win, I think he has to give it as much margin as possible and be okay with digging out the next ball.
Well, for me, with the deficit and with against the win, I want to see him drive that ball and play a little more aggressive and try to string together a couple easy points to mount this comeback.
Short serve there by David. Oh, Barr tries to get back over that ball a little bit wide, and the deficit down to 3 here for the Hard Eights, as looks like they're walking a little more confident at this moment. Oh, and the free point there. Kohler with the open racket there, or the open paddle, looks like he could have went at many angles. That's going to force a timeout for the Night Owls there, as both teams are now frozen and have to win points on their serve.
Yeah, and, you know, it's going to sound simple, but if you're a fan of the hard eights, if I'm in their coaching box, I'm telling them, turn up the dial, go for your serve, go for your drive, look to use a shake and bake, just add some instant pressure on the Night Owls here. You know they're feeling it when they've been in control for so long this match. They're feeling that pressure of needing to shut the door, needing to close this out.
Yeah, and these are often the tough games where you've got the Night Owls that have been controlling, to your point, the pace and the dynamic of this game the entire time. If they were to give up this game, that is something that mentally can be tough going into the next mixed matchup.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think, if I'm remembering correctly, the Night Owls lost their first match, I want to say 0-4. I was told that all those were very, very tight. They lost a couple of leads. So you wonder how much of it's mental at this point and just getting that final point and being able to solidify the win in this matchup.
Big moment here for the Night Owls as they are up 20-18 with hard eight serving. Oh, make that a 1-point lead as Barr tried to sneak over to his right side and Kohler went behind him.
Yeah, great recognition of Kohler. Seeing that Barr's leaning middle all day long kept him honest there with a nice slow drive.
Oh, and that one just a little bit short from Brasha. David very comfortable in that right side dinking position.
Yeah, that's a huge point for the Night Owls. This is their opportunity. They have match point. You know that they're thinking about it. Can they finish this one off here?
Game point here for the Night Owls as they look to take a 2-1 lead. Oh, that ball just wide from Kohler as he tries to reset. What a game. We have seen the margin be so small between these teams in all of these three games. But look, the Night Owls came out on top, and they stayed mentally strong to get a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, Deckel Barr used every inch of his 6'3" or 6'4" frame to come up with a couple of reaching backhand stab volleys. He straightened them out. Not easy to do, but ultimately the Night Owls held tough. And now it's going to get exciting in this next match, Brandon.
Getting ready to get interesting. We will introduce the teams here shortly as we allow them to warm up. We will see you all soon. Okay, we are back here at MLP Daytona Beach, Picktone at Holly Hill, and we've got a great match brewing right here. We've got the Las Vegas Night Owls versus the Hard Eights. The Night Owls are up 2-1 on the Hard Eights. We've got our final mixed doubles matchup. It's going to be Riley Newman and Lindsey Newman for the Hard Eights against Kyle Yates and Lauren Stratman. Again, I'm joined here in the booth by Kyle McKenzie, and we are going to be breaking down this crazy match.
Yeah, so excited for this one. I think what's interesting is kind of introducing it. The Hard Eights set their lineup, right? And so they were able to put out their number 2 team first. And the Night Owls chose to go with their number 1 team to get that win. And now it's the Night Owls number 2 team against the number 1 team of the Newman, brother and sister. So, they're the favorites on paper. But with the conditions, with them known as being the team defense, the conditions don't really lend itself to high-level defense as much as playing fast occasionally. So we'll see how it plays out.
Newman to start. Riley Newman, that is. Oh, great ball by Yates. Yeah, and you talked about something earlier. If the Night Owls were able to get that 2-1 lead, their second team's going to come out playing free and loose.
Especially on this side. I think they need to play very fast and let the chips fall where they may.
Chances that the Night Owls want to go to a Dream Breaker, what do you think?
I mean, I think if they get to a Dream Breaker, they're not going to feel like they're done for, but they do not want to play a Dream Breaker at all.
Oh, that ball just a little bit wide. I was going to say Yates is playing so free out there. You can just see in kind of his demeanor, but barely missed that one.
Yeah, I'd rather see him get to the kitchen before he takes that big of a risk. I know he didn't miss it by much, but tough to win points from the baseline.
What a get by Riley Newman, and Yates goes the other angle. You talked about that defense, a little bit of a struggle here with this wind.
Yeah, it's going to favor the aggressive teams, I think, a little bit more with the conditions, and we'll see how it plays out.
A big ball by Yates as he pumps his fist at his team bench. I mean, that's when the risk pay off.
Yeah, well, to me, that's almost a different situation because it's his forehand, was balanced, it was on the third shot, and you are going to have to keep Riley, checked at bay with not being able to completely own the middle.
I love the movement from the Night Owls as they're only up 2 here, but you kind of feel like if the Hard Eights can weather the storm and get going, that they've got a good chance as well. Big serve by Newman. Oh, that ball a little bit long from Riley. He wants to challenge that as I think he feels that they played the next ball after. Referees are allowing them to challenge this call.
Yeah, it looked like the call was just a little bit late, so they're going to challenge it and have a look here.
Yates trying to get clarification here from our referee, Courtney Johnson. It's interesting we talk about the progression of players a lot, right? Like you played maybe some local tournaments, you played some pro tournaments, and up-and-coming pro, now one of the star pros. Sometimes we don't talk about how referees are able to do the same thing. Courtney Johnson was refereeing locally in Dallas, and now she's on the main stage refereeing for MLP.
Now she's a big deal, and deservedly so. It just shows that there's a lot of lanes, a lot of ways to progress in the pickleball world. I know for myself, I started playing pro tournaments. I don't play as many now. I'm still fortunate to be in this world, more doing the coaching and commentating thing lately. So happy to be connected to pickleball however I can, Brandon.
Yeah, I saw a quote the other day where they mentioned that pickleball helps the economy. And when you really look at it, what the jobs that MLP's been able to create, we know we've got volunteers that are out here that also help create jobs here in the city. Pickleball as a whole, with lessons, with teaching different players, clinics across the country. It is truly allowing for some good opportunities.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think all going in the positive, quality direction. Let's have a look here.
Here we have a look at this ball, and I can't tell where it bounces. It almost looks like it does bounce on
Yep.
the line.
My vantage point, it does look out. It is tough to tell with the shadow and the slow-mo of is it bouncing, is it not, but it did look to be out to me.
Yeah, this is another instance where I am glad to be in the commentator booth
Right.
as opposed to being out there. But Courtney Johnson with the call, as she's going to relay it to the other referee. We'll hear shortly. Yates prepping to serve as he feels confident in that call. And it is confirmed that that ball was out. 3-point lead here for the Night Owls. Great put away by Riley Newman there.
And that's the risk of playing drops, when you're on the side of the Night Owls. Yates put 2 drops in the kitchen, but still wasn't able to feel confident to gain any space forward.
Oh, what a get by Riley Newman. Oh, Yates still there, so they're not able to come out on top of that. But, man, the way he got from the baseline to the kitchen, that was pretty fast.
No, you see, he's a high-level athlete, could have played a lot of sports at an elite level. He's chosen pickleball, and we're happy about that.
Great defense from the Newmans, as there's a lot going on there on the Night Owl side. Yates came over to poach the first one. Stratman came in with the 2-hand backhand, but they handled it well. Oh, and that ball, I think that ball looked different from when it bounced than when it hit its peak due to the wind.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think that bounced the height that Lindsay was expecting, and I think that's why we saw the error there.
Oh, great get off the net by Lindsay Newman as Kyle Yates shows you what a Burt is, where he jumps past his partner and over the kitchen to finish out a play. Another great get by Riley. Good defense by Yates. I like the one-hand speed up by Yates, but Lindsay Newman was there waiting for it.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I think that, you want to maybe do it more after you've brought Newman or Lindsay out wide to open up the middle, or I'd like him to just go right into the body.
Oh, big ball from Stratman as Riley Newman cannot corral that and get it back in towards the baseline. What a stretch there by Riley Newman. Looked like Yates had an opportunity to finish that play as well, but couldn't get it over.
Yeah, Stratman set him up well. Looked like Yates just didn't get a good read off the Riley Newman paddle for the last counterpunch.
A low 2-hand backhand speed up from Newman, and it stays just high enough where Stratman's able to finish. We've got a 4-point lead here from the Night Owls as they look to get to the changeover on their terms. That ball just a little bit wide. Yates has taken a couple chances on that side behind Riley Newman. I think he's 1 for 3 right now. Oh, a little miscommunication by the Night Owls, but Newman not able to finish that two-hand backhand. That's a really difficult shot, right? Coming in, trying to hit a two-hand backhand overhead.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's super difficult. I think it's just weird, to be honest with you. I don't think it's a ball that you ever practice very often. You've got just enough time to think about it almost too much. And I got to say, I think that's a ball that Newman's going to make 98 times out of 100 normally, but the Night Owls will take it. They've got the momentum. They've got the lead, but they're going to the side where it's tougher to manufacture and structure points. They're going to have to, in my opinion, grind these out a little bit more. So this is where that mentality shift is going to be critical. If you're the Hard Eights, you want to rev up the tempo. If you're the Night Owls, you really want to try to get comfortable and place your drops. Can you get the ball to bounce on this side?
So true. Night Owls clinging on to a 4-point lead here as we get ready to get back into action. Oh, a great spot by Newman as he comes all the way over and jams up Stratman.
Yeah, both male players being very bold there. Ultimately, it's Newman who's able to get the attack through.
That one just a little long for Stratman, but I am impressed with the way Kyle Yates is playing and moving right now. He is really owning the court as they just don't come on top of that rally.
No, I completely agree.
Oh, and Stratman puts that ball in a location that's a little bit tough for Riley Newman to get to quickly.
Yeah, she's been trying to able to get behind him on all those speeds. She went right into the body there and was the perfect choice.
Great defense from Yates. Best point of the match here. What a rally. And look at that last ball there by Lauren Stratman to put it away. Kyle Yates is putting on a clinic right now of how to play mixed doubles. He is at an elite level.
Yeah, I don't think that was mixed doubles there, Brent. I'm pretty sure that was singles. No, unbelievable how much court he covered, how many chances he took, and was able to eventually get it through. But you see what it takes if you're trying to be aggressive out there at this level. It takes a lot of quality shots to get it through.
Reviewing that point will take hours of coaching to kind of get to that type of level. I mean, how many things did we see? We saw Night Owls at the baseline. We saw them at the midcourt. We saw them at the kitchen. We saw them playing the percentages. Hard Eights getting balls back. I mean, a lot of things going on in that rally.
You're right. As commentators, I think any tactical analysis we would give, it's like, well, that was 5 minutes ago, right? So just have to compliment the point. So many good things on so many levels about that. And again, the Night Owls, we said they're going to have to grind some of these points out. They did a great job of fighting for every last ball to get that point over there.
Night Owls not done yet. They have a 4-point lead, but they do not want to give this game up and go to a Dream Breaker. That ball clips the net, and Yates lets it go out there for Newman.
Yeah, Newman feeling the need to do a little more when he does touch the ball. I don't hate the speed up. A little unlucky he caught the tape there.
What a third by Yates. I think that's a much needed point there for the Hard Eights as they try to slow down this momentum from the Night Owls. Stratman working her angles early. Looked like she wanted to take a chance there, but I think she may have second-guessed towards the end of that shot.
Yeah, it may have been high enough. She was a little too upright with her body, in my opinion, to be able to pull the trigger.
Great return from Yates. Oh, what a speed up by Newman as he had a little side spin on that speed up that just caught Yates on the hip.
Well, and again, it was a chess match. Yates was in the middle of the court, leaving the line open. Newman knew that the moment he pulled the trigger, Yates would go line, so we were right here. Yates started in the middle. One step ahead.
Yeah, and Newman pumps his fist that he goes and retrieves his own ball there. I think he's starting to heat up a little bit. They're only down one.
Yeah, we talked about the ability to go on big runs on that far side. Looks like the Hard Eights are mounting one right now.
Oh, the ATP by Yates after Newman played a spectacular point right there. It's just great anticipation by Kyle Yates, as you see here on the replay.
And a huge point for the Night Owls to try to take some of that momentum back.
That's great defense there by Newman. Is this the best you've seen Kyle Yates play in a while?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Kyle Yates has tons of talent. He's very much a shot maker, but this is the first time I've seen him in a bit be able to put that shot making with great decision making, as well as just the movement is amazing from him today.
Oh, that ball a little bit too high from Stratman as Riley Newman puts it away, and they are now tied. I think this is a big game that Night Owls do not want to slip away. Oh, the deception there from Kyle Yates. Nothing says experience in the game like this combo that he just put forth.
Yeah, showcasing his elite variety. He's got more tricks in the bag than your average pro for sure, and he's going to need to use all of them to will his team to the victory.
Oh, another forehand put away there. I think that's a couple that Stratman has had at the end of a long rally, just not able to convert cross court.
Yeah, they're trying to find that sliver behind Riley Newman, but it shows why he's just going to keep staying in the middle. It's very tough to be able to execute that shot.
There's just like slow, methodical play there by Riley Newman. There's a point to be made here also how they've been able to continue to have this mental fortitude from being down and having that barrage from the Night Owls to get themselves into position here.
Yeah, and they've played, yes, they've had the side that more teams have had success, but they haven't been just doing the shake and bake. They are still manufacturing points on that side, and they've just given nothing away over the last 10 points or so.
That's going to force a timeout here by the Night Owls, and I think that's a proper one from their bench. Look, you've been up all game. You've been playing with fire. You've had some electrifying points and rallies. But the fact of the matter is you're down 1 now, and I think their team really wants to make sure from a mental perspective that they're good going into this final stretch of the game.
Yeah, no, agree for sure. I think when you feel that momentum slipping, great time to just have a little discussion, see if you need to change anything tactically. But at the minimum, try to change that momentum and slow the team on the other side of the net down a little bit.
Yeah, and do you think for them, for the Night Owls, do they continue what they've been doing? Do they make a strategy change this late in the game?
You know, if I'm being totally honest, it seems like Yates has been looking for a lot of opportunities to attack. I think that's the right play. I think if he can get to the kitchen line, look to attack more. I think if you're trying to attack too much out of position, that's going to be a tall order. But if he can get the point to neutral, his best chance is to take chances rather than wait for errors from the Newmans.
Lots on the line here as the Night Owls look to close this out and Hard Eights look to stay relevant in this match. Oh, the backhand counter by Lindsay Newman. We haven't called her name much. She's been playing steady this game, but that was a great offensive weapon.
Yeah, really turned on that and pulled that cross court to the open court.
Oh, and now that is a 3-point lead from the Hard Eights. 2 straight off of the timeout. As you see here, Riley Newman owning the court with his 2-hand backhand and then putting away with his forehand.
Yeah, and the Night Owls at this point just don't have an answer for how to keep Newman honest. He's dominating the middle of the court in those fast hand battles.
Oh, Stratman with the Ernie off the tip of the paddle, and it goes right beside Riley Newman. He's trying to figure out what happened here. Look at this on the replay.
It's one way to open up the angle a little bit more. Use all the paddle.
Perfect time to throw your hands up. Now just a 2-point deficit for the Night Owls. Oh, and that momentum carries over as Yates does exactly what you mentioned, tries to go behind Newman and find some opportunity. Some confusion by the Newmans. Oh, and something subtle. Lindsay Newman stayed on that side as she earned.
A great job by Riley Newman managing the speed of that attack. Had he hit it at full speed, it certainly would have gone out. Perfect medium pace attack through the middle.
Game point here for the Hard Eights. Yates with the pressure. Great defense by the Newmans. Oh, and Stratman gets that ball to go off of Riley Newman.
She's missed several of those attacks wide by trying to go behind him. I like that she went at him there. I think that's the better choice. Let's see if they can build a little more momentum.
It is 18-20 for Night Owls as they are frozen at 18. Oh, it was a great counter by Lindsay Newman. I think Yates maybe took an early risk there.
Yeah, and I don't necessarily hate it, but you can see the last few points, Newman has really known that the speed up was going to come at her, and she's geared up for it, and the hands have looked fantastic.
Another game point here for the Hard Eights. Oh, and they get it off the top of the paddle there from Riley Newman. That's a great game for the Hard Eights to respond after being down 2-1 and take this to a dream breaker.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, the duo of Riley and Lindsay Newman have been there before. They knew how to problem solve throughout the match, but it was a fantastic effort by Kyle Yates, you know, especially just doing everything he could. Him and Lawrence Stratman gave them a scare, but ultimately the Hard Eights were just too strong down the stretch.
We are now at one of the most exciting things that MLP has to offer. It is called a Dream Breaker. Dream Breaker is where we're going to play a singles format style between the two teams. So each player is going to have 4 points that they're going to play against the opposing player. It can be male versus female. It can be male versus male. It can be singles player versus doubles player, whoever. We are going to basically go to a 5th game Dream Breaker to decide who wins this match.
And what's so interesting about it too is one team is going to have to pick their top 4, their lineup. The other team's going to have the opportunity to see that lineup and make adjustments accordingly. So, you know, obviously the first team's just going to pick their strongest 4 in that order, but you might see some tactical moves for the second team that gets to choose to maybe match up different players with different players to give them an edge.
We are in store for a great finish here. Hard Eight's already had a Dream Breaker early on that they won. We're going to let these players get their singles game warmed up, and we'll be back in a few minutes to finish out this match. All right, we are back, getting ready to start a Dream Breaker here in this match between the Hard Eights and the Las Vegas Night Owls. We are at a 2-2 standstill, but we will not be there for long. We've got the insight to the lineups here, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got the Night Owls choosing first. I believe what they went with was Deckel, Kyle, I believe it was Lauren, and then Vivian David. Apologies if I got the last one mixed up. And then the Hard Eights had an opportunity to see that lineup, and what they've gone with is starting with AJ Kohler, Riley Newman in that number 2 position, Mary Brasha 3rd, and Lindsay Newman finishing it out. So this is when it gets so exciting. It really doesn't matter who the favored team is on paper, because we've seen that, quote, underdog team come out the victor so many times here in this MLP format.
Yeah, and if you had to make a bet, who has the better singles team?
If I had to make a bet, I would go with the Night Owls here.
With the Night Owls, you've got Dekel Bar, who hasn't played a ton of singles in tournaments, but when he did, had some very good results. You got Kyle Yates, who's notorious for being a great singles player as well. Stratman on the tour as a singles player, and then Vivian David has played some singles here in MLP.
Yeah, there's a lot of these players that used to be very, very strong, you know, toward the top of the game singles players. For whatever reason, they don't concentrate it on anymore, but they certainly can bring it to life here in this MLP format.
Let's get started. We've got Kohler versus Barr. Oh, great play by AJ Kohler as he runs to the net, yelling after that play.
Yeah, he had Barr moving left, right, and eventually found the opening and executed it perfectly.
That ball a little bit long, and Kohler is hyped up to start this match. Another bar. Oh, Dekel Bar calls that ball just wide. Kohler says it's great. His team was already cheering. Kohler checks with Vivian David, who lives in proximity to him as well. Kohler asking us if it was in. We're letting him know there's a reason we're in the commentator booth. They're going to challenge to find out the correct call here.
Yeah, from my vantage point, Kohler was blocking me a little. I really didn't see that ball land. We'll see on the screen if we can tell. Certainly worth a challenge if he felt like it was in.
Yeah, look in the elements of it. It was a short forehand topspin roll in that short corner. You know, probably some good percentages that ball could have caught the line.
Yeah, it looked like he had a good amount of spin on it. Might have dipped at the end. Kohler's hanging out with us, eager to look at this review here.
And we talked about the Night Owls, their singles prowess. And AJ Kohler here, as we look at the replay, that ball actually does look in.
Yeah, again, I'm glad it's not me making the call, but I don't see a lot of space there. I would agree with you, Brandon, from my vantage point. It did look to be on the line. Certainly not our decision, though.
Courtney Johnson heading back to the other referees to confirm, as she is going to make the call here. Yeah, and from our vantage point, that ball after the replay did look in, but we'll know the official call here from Courtney Johnson, as she does confirm that ball was in. Kohler nodding his head as he's got a quick 3-0 start against Dekel Bar. And that one just a little bit short, going with kind of the same shot and same area.
Yeah, he held it for a while and had Barr out of his shoes on that one, but just couldn't clear the net. Definitely a very needed point if you're a fan of the Night Owls.
Kyle Yates versus Riley Newman up next. It was a great return by Newman, and then Yates did well to get back up to the kitchen line, but maybe took too much of a risk and couldn't get that ball in.
Yeah, maybe just a touch. It was pretty low there once he got there.
Oh, what an angle from Kyle Yates.
Just a circus volley from Yates there. Didn't even really look at it and hit that angle perfectly.
Yeah, look at this on the replay. You're right, he spun around. Oh, a double net there. Yates can only clap with his paddle as, yeah, that's what Karma was neutral on that play. That's good play by Newman initially, but Yates, a great eye to let that last ball sail out long, because there really wasn't any topspin on that one.
Yeah. Riley's so good in those fast hand exchanges, but singles a different mentality. Just couldn't quite control his momentum and overdid it a little bit with that volley.
We've got Vivian David against Mary Brasha, and David takes the first one. They're now down 1. Oh, perfect placement there by Vivian David as she yells to her bench, come on, let's go.
Yeah, it was just solid singles pickleball, hit an approach shot up the line, took away the angle, and put away the easy volley.
Oh, what a ball by David. Yep. She's cooking right now.
Oh yeah, she's feeling it. Brasha did the right thing, tried to apply that forward pressure, but just an amazing passing shot on the run by Vivian David.
Oh, the slice by David is in, and she wasn't sure. She kicked her leg up, but came back to the kitchen line to finish that ball. And she takes all 4 there.
Yeah, no, that's huge for the Night Owls, who started with a little bit of a deficit, but they've got their nose in front now, 7-5, with Stratman to serve to Lindsay Newman.
Yeah, and I think this is an area for the Night Owls where they're going to expect to see if they can get some wiggle room between the hard eights. But Lindsay Newman says not so fast, as she's probably the least experienced in singles of all 8 of these players, but able to come out on top of this rally.
Yeah, she's just a competitor. She knows how to adjust her game no matter what the setting.
Oh, the lob by Stratman. It's just a little bit short as it hangs up in the wind. And great job by Lindsay Newman making her way to the net to really cut off those angles.
Yeah, I'd like to see Stratman be a little more aggressive hitting against the wind. I think she can look to dictate here from the ground.
Oh, the first one was a great get by Newman, but Stratman able to finish that. I think Newman has a 2-1 lead in this particular matchup as the Night Owls are still up 1. A great drop shot there. Stratman taking a page out of Yates' book there.
Yeah, much better point construction there by Stratman. I think that a couple of those points she got a little content with just rallying with Newman, but if she hits a bigger ball from the ground, she needs to look to get forward like she did.
Back to Barr versus Kohler here. Big serve by Barr. Oh, what a get by Kohler. What a get by Kohler, and he had everything he wanted on that last ball.
And I love the choice. He was trying just a heavy kind of hybrid drive drop inside out. Just again, caught the tape. Same shot he missed on the last point he played against Barr.
And now that is a 4-point lead for the Night Owls as Barr is sprinting to the other side. He likes what he's seeing, and he wants his team fired up in this situation.
Yeah, really trying to be the vocal leader for his team. It's great to see he's been leading his team with his gameplay. But when you can be, like I said, that vocal leader, your teammates just want to win that much more for you. They're all holding each other accountable. This is why MLP is so great. We have no idea how it's going to play out, and every team is giving it their all.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the macro here, this is a huge match for the Las Vegas Night Owls. For them, they felt like they could have performed better in MLP Mesa, and they want to come out here and at least have a 1-1 record right now and not go 0-2 early on at Daytona Beach.
Yeah, they know it'll be tough for them to come out of pool play if they start 0-2. This is crucial for them.
Oh, a great slice by Barr, but Kohler right there to finish this play.
Yeah, Kohler's volley was able to get angle and get it down, made Barr overextend as he went forward and set himself up for the easy finish.
Down to a 3-point lead here for the Night Owls. Big serve by Kohler. Oh, and he goes for a short ball off the bounce, but that had so much backspin from Barr from the baseline, made it a tough ball.
Yeah, I think maybe he could have taken his time a little more just because Barr was staying back. Didn't maybe need to play it close to the net, but you're right. When it skids on you, it can affect the shot.
Yates versus Newman. Oh, gets that ball to go. Oh, what a get from Yates, and cannot get the last one as he sold out for the ball before. Great patience there by Newman.
Yeah, and Yates puts his hands up in the air like, Riley, what do I have to do to get it past? He hit so many quality shots in that point.
Oh, that ball long there from Yates. Looked identical to the ball that Newman missed earlier, not able to get topspin on, and it's down to a 2-point lead for the Night Owls. That's a ball Newman probably wants back.
Yeah, you know, it pushes him out of his comfort zone for his skill set. He's not always hitting, you know, thread the needle type drives, you know, with his doubles matches.
Oh, what a ball by Kyle Yates. He has been in his bag this entire match like the bottom of the French fries. This guy is on fire.
I like that. Bottom of the French fries.
That's it. You got to get that.
Out.
You got to get that last French fry. Come on.
Oh,
now.
you know I'm not doing anything different.
Oh, the ATP from Brasha. And comes back with the cross-court ball. All Vivian David can do is just tap her hip. What a ball there by Mary Brasha.
And I think David might have let her off the hook when she played that cross-court drop of not following it in. We'll never know.
Still a 3-point lead for the Night Owls. Oh, great play by David. Brasha on the run, goes for the risky winner, not able to get it there.
Yeah, didn't have a lot of options there. I think she did a 360 at one point. She's putting it all on the line here. Love the effort.
Isn't she fun to watch? Oh, that ball clips the tape as David was in perfect position.
Yeah, David was.
Ball.
She was more bold. She was looking to get forward. Brasha didn't have a lot of space, but that always helps.
Hard Eights have not been able to get closer than 3 here. Let's see if they can do it now. And Mary Brasha, she definitely went to Home Depot before this and bought a do-it-yourself kit, and you're seeing the element of it here. Check this backhand down the line. That was nasty.
Yeah, did a great job of closing her stance, setting her feet, and slamming it down the line.
Oh, Stratman versus Newman here as they split the first matchup 2-2. Great ball there by Stratman. She looked more under control in that rally.
Yeah, I think the volleys from Newman were just sitting up just a little bit, so Stratman felt like she could still stay on the offensive even though she was out of position.
Oh, great slice by Stratman. And what an angle to finish that off as she pumps her fist saying, come on, this is exactly what I need.
And she chose to approach to the Lindsay Newman forehand. I like that play. I think the backhand of Newman is more the weapon as far as ground strokes go.
What a ball by Newman. I mean, did you know that she was this fast side to side? We have seen some amazing effort from her today.
No, absolutely. It looked like she was dead to rights. But again, we talked about what a competitor she is. These points matter so much, and she's going to give it her all here.
Another chance to cut into this 3-point lead from the Night Owls for the Hard Eights. and they can't convert again. I thought Newman was playing a great point. Stratman again, just under control.
Yeah, first volley was such a tough one for Stratman, but she kept it low, stayed in control, and had the put away on the second one.
Back to Dekel Bar against A.J. Kohler here. The ball clips the tape. Oh, what a get by Barr, as he used all of that 6'3" frame to stretch out with that backhand.
And he had the court awareness to lay off that last floater. A lot of us in the heat of battle would have slammed that. Nice job, Dekel.
Thought he was going to try to send a message. He already did, though. Oh, and the wind just playing tricks on Barr as he tried to drop that ball in. Maybe better to drive, as we talked about early on.
Yeah, I knew he had to be careful with it either way and just wasn't able to convert there.
It was a great attempt by Kohler to go really at the body of Barr, but it clipped the net, and he had the awareness to let it out.
Yeah, might have worked if he would have just made Barr volley, but not able to find the court.
A chance to clinch this match for Dekel Bar. And he does it for his team as the Night Owls bring their record to 1-1 for a pivotal match that they needed. As you see on the replay, Barr with the in and out forehand. Night Owls are excited. That's a great match.
Oh, so exciting. Like we talked about, there was a little bit more at stake for the Night Owls than the Hard Eights. The Hard Eights were 1-0 coming into it. Both teams will now be 1-1, and it is going to be very, very tight in pool play to see who ultimately advances.
The margins are so slim here at the Premier League. We are here at MLP Daytona Beach. Kyle, it's been a pleasure having you in the booth. I've learned a bunch from your analysis, been able to see more of your personality out here. This is awesome, man. We got to do it again.
Hey, likewise, man. I think we're on later tonight. Excited to run it back. And let's just keep having a good time and take in this awesome pickleball atmosphere here for MLP.
I love it. Thanks, everyone, for watching, and we will see you soon with more MLP matchups to come.
Things are heating up here on the grandstand. It's time to get back to the challenger level. Semifinals are about to take shape. Cameron Irwin alongside Brandon in Sekpong. And he told me he sent me his bio, but instead, since there isn't one that actually exists, I'm just going to call him a public figure / pro pickleball player ranked in the top 40, and of course powered by Duper, but you can find that of course on his Instagram page more than anything else. As we now head to this fantastic semifinal, it's going to be between the Miami Pickleball Club. They're those that are in pink. They're facing off against the Dallas Pickleball Club. The ladies will get us started here for Major League Pickleball. The challenger level has proven to be a tough place to be. So many of these top pros are fighting not only to pick up points for their clubs, but also fighting for a shot to potentially move up to the premier level. So first and foremost, Brandon, with this matchup of these two teams, as you look through the rosters, where do you think the advantage might lie for one of the two?
Yeah, I think this one's going to be an interesting matchup. Obviously, both of these teams deserving of being in the semifinals right now. But I really think that this is going to come down to the gender doubles. I think for the men's side on Dallas Pickleball Club, you've got Brandon French and Daniel De La Rosa. They have been playing extremely well the last couple of days, and I think they feel that they're the better men's team. For Miami Pickleball Club, if they can steal that game, I think it's going to give them some great momentum. And the same thing on the female side. I think for Miami Pickleball Club with Alex Strung and Regina Goldberg, if they can steal the game against Jill Braverman, who has been playing out of her mind and tumbling her way into the semifinal, if you've seen memes of pickleball. So I'm looking forward to see if they can steal one there.
I like it. Now, you mentioned the memes of pickleball. Actually, Jill Braverman showed up to the courts today fully wrapped in bubble wrap. I mean, the woman played beautifully into the joke. You got to love the personality on Jill Braverman. She's doing a really nice job in terms of kind of suffering a little bit of an injury. Got knocked in the head yesterday and is feeling up to speed now. She'll play alongside Krista Getcheva for the Dallas Pickleball Club. And Jill Braverman, I keep saying she came out of retirement. I don't know if she actually fully retired or not, but it's so fun to have her back on the court.
Yeah, I think just took a break from actual competition, but as these players always do, she was training, she was practicing, she was handling other jobs, and so for her to integrate back into this pro scene, it has seemed seamless.
Well, we get started with women's doubles. We will play to completion of this match as it is the knockout round. So the first to 3 games wins. Wind is definitely a factor out here on the grandstand.
I'll be interested to see which side comes out aggressive early, trying to dictate and set pace.
Well, you talk about setting pace. Jill Braverman not only with the third, but also loud and proud out call.
Yeah, if you've got Jill Braverman yelling and screaming and bantering on the court, she's in a good position in her mind.
And that's a shot from Krista Getcheva. She is a former tennis player, played at the University of Wyoming. And I always say this because my favorite fun fact about her, she's actually from the town of Wimbledon. And she adds a gnarly overhead to the mixed.
Yeah, that was an awesome play there as they set it up and then countered. And then Getcheva is able to put this ball away.
So looking for the poach there, an even better shot, though, from Goldberg.
Yeah, one thing I do want to see from Miami Pickleball Club is I want to see Alex Strung really try to take over and put her imprint on this game. We've got Jill Braverman on the other side that's aggressive. Alex Strung's going to need to do that for their side.
Krista Getcheva showing that she's got that one hand as well, putting some extra pace on it. But you mentioned Alex Strung. She's one of the youngest players in MLP. Started playing tennis at a young age, played both singles and doubles.
Yeah, as you see that serve short there by Braverman. Yeah, definitely one of the youngest players, but from a tenure and experience standpoint, she has been proven on this tour.
Goldberg with a little bit of a combo there in the hands battle.
Sheesh. I mean, she played as if she was like 6'3" right there. hammering that ball down. She's not 6'3" for reference.
I was going to say, we might need to, like, we might need to figure out what your measuring stick looks like. Using the metric system? Like, what
do they say on TV? You get wider or longer? Like, whichever one it is.
Unfortunately, I think it's wider. We've seen so many dream breakers. I actually was doing some of the math alongside a friend while we had 2 in the Premier level just before this. 15 of 30 total matches in both the Premier and Challenger level have gone to the Dream Breaker in just 2 days' time.
Wow.
50%.
And that speaks to how thin the margins are out here, right? Like how many drafted players are like so close together and the disparity is small.
Getcheva with a big step in right now, along with a big advantage. Make it 4.
I haven't heard Getcheva be as amped up as she is with this high energy. But look, if you're playing alongside Jill Braverman, it's pretty easy to get fired up too.
That's a good point. Well, and that's her favorite shot right there, her 2-hand backhand. She'll use it from the right, both with the drive as well as the drop. She's laughing at me because I'm talking about it now.
Yeah, got to manage the risk reward in that situation.
Oh, good chase, tough ball. It's actually one of the first times Krista was playing pickleball. I actually was on the court with her back in Newport Beach, California. She's a private tennis coach as well. She quickly learned how to kick my tush. Very quickly.
So by that, I mean, we should be seeing you on MLP Tour
I told you she destroyed me.
Got you.
No time soon.
All right, that's clear.
And again, I think one of the interesting parts is how the game has progressed, maybe from even that 5-0 level to the next step. It's the amount of speed-ups and the amount of pressure. I mean, these women are taking shots at any chance they can.
Yeah, it used to be a game where you can wait until the opponent makes errors, as you could probably hear Jill Braverman call that ball out even on the mic. But yeah, the game has progressed. It used to be a game where you can play clean, not make a ton of errors, play a little conservative, and hope that the other team dinks it into the net or misses a ball. It's not that way anymore. If you're not aggressive, if you're not taking chances, it's going to be hard to win at this level.
Yeah, now it becomes all about disguise and deception, creating opportunities off tough balls as these two teams now switch sides. The shadows starting to fall along the length of the court. You see Dave Fleming there. He is the coach for the Dallas Pickleball Club, a Dallas resident himself, so it seems rather fitting. But so far, it's been all about Braverman and Getcheva. What are some of the maybe adjustments, or where can Goldberg and Trung now find themselves in terms of challenging the opposing side with the wind in their face?
Yeah, I think one thing that's key, especially in this environment, again, we talked about the disparity being low. Like, there's a low margin here for all these players. You cannot let things happen to you.
Yeah.
You have to make things happen. And so for Goldberg and Trung, that's where I really look for Trung to be offensive, be aggressive, take some risk, try to make things happen to Dallas Pickleball Club here.
And to your point, it's still all Dallas right there. The third shot drive and the fifth shot close, not even the drop there.
Yeah, Miami PC was in a position where they're just blocking and hoping.
12-6.
Oh, and maybe a little strategy change with the stare down from Trung. I saw that through her shades.
You felt that through her shades.
Wow.
Let's put it real.
Yeah. Like, I'm just commentating here.
And a good leave as well.
Yeah, I like the decision for Goldberg to try to be aggressive as well. But, again, I think Trunk's going to need to carry the load here.
And the Dallas Pickleball Club did make a trade, as Jill Braverman is new to this team. Megan Fudge had previously been alongside the Dallas Pickleball team, and Daniel De La Rosa also being added.
Yeah, two key things that happened for their team. And look, based on where they're at now, it's working. They're in the semifinal.
Yeah.
They weren't here last time. And so you could say they were good trades and good adjustments.
Well, and to that point, as Skechers puts the ball down, Miami also made a change. They now have Brendan Long on their side and have found themselves at a semifinal where they had previously struggled in Mesa.
Yeah, both teams feeling good. And, you know, just making a change is not necessarily a knock on the players that aren't there. Sometimes it's a chemistry thing. That ball is tattooed at Trung from Skechers as Braverman throws her hand up, I think just to grab the ball, not to say sorry.
I mean, there is a tattoo parlor just around the corner. I mean, the onslaught just continues from Dallas Pickleball Club.
Yeah, as we see a paddle throw there by Trung. Not entirely sure what she's upset at, if it's the barking from Braverman, if it's the strategy on their team. But look, for Dallas Pickleball Club, they are one of the most talented teams in this challenger level. And when they play with energy and aggression like this, it can be intimidating on the other side.
Well, and it's not necessarily even that it's intimidating. I mean, it can be without a doubt, but it's mentally frustrating. Like I remember just from competing in volleyball, I remember if somebody was barking at me, I would just get so infuriated. And it also, I think, challenges your discipline in that regard because it could change some of your decision making.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from what I've seen, there's really two things you can do. You can take the quiet approach and try to play as good as possible to see if you come back. Or, in my opinion, what works is you can give them back a taste of their own medicine. And even if you don't win the game, you at least save face. And from a respect standpoint, you're good going into the next game.
I like it. Wind at the back now for Dallas Pickleball Club as that drop just floats perfectly.
Joe Braverman calls Skechers the GOAT. That ball hits the net there and just not able to come over there for Skechers. Oh, and another unforced error there. Look, Miami Pickleball Club, they are only down 6 here. Let's see if they can string together a run.
And they bring some of their own pace into the wind. I was playing on these courts just last night, and it definitely affects one side versus the other in terms of some of your shot making.
Warming up for the draft next year.
Just getting some exercise.
Oh, and they get another.
And Warnick, Jeff Warnick, who is one of the members of the Miami Pickleball Club, known for his antics, is very much in the face of the Dallas Pickleball Club right now.
Yeah, look, there's going to be a lot of chatter from both of these sides. If you get Jeff Warnick amped up, he is as clever as they come when it comes to the banter.
You can just see him with a towel around his neck right now on the sideline.
Oh, and that ball stays in for Trung.
And Skechers finds the middle.
Yeah, look, they shouldn't have been in that position. Trung threw up a lob, and it was eerily short. But the fact that they even got to the next ball was fortunate.
Oh, man, they ended up with the switch. I do like the poach there from Skechers, though. The outstretched one-hand backhand.
Love the aggression. I think Braverman driving from the baseline and being able to clean up those balls. She's playing really well. They just weren't able to come out on top.
Ball well out of bounds.
Yeah, no need for a referee call there, as Braverman made sure everyone knew.
Two great pickups from Skechers. And then the two-hand backhand put away.
Wow, I am impressed with the digs from Getcheva and how she is playing.
It is now game point for Dallas. Not so fast as we are at the freeze for one side, but not the other. Miami adds one additional 16-20.
And that's the exact play I want to see from Trung. Just fire that ball. Let them know that you're here. Goldberg misses that serve wide. I think the wind took that.
And the ace on the second attempt at game number 1. Women's doubles goes the direction of the Dallas Pickleball Club, 21-16.
Yeah, I think that was a great game for Dallas Pickleball Club. I would have liked to see Miami Pickleball Club at least stand a little bit firm, maybe chatting a little bit back so they can gain some momentum for the second one. But look, they've got to put that behind them. They've got the men coming up and a chance to even this matchup.
Without a doubt they do, and it's also important to note we have the other semifinal currently taking place on championship court. On championship court, it's the Bay Area Breakers as well as the Chicago Slice. The women are still right in the middle of their first matchup. Eva Radzikowska, Rachel Summers facing off against Emily Ackerman and Susanna Barr. So we'll keep you updated there as well. You might as well just get 2 phones out or a computer and a phone. Find 2 screens because you're going to want to catch all this semifinal action at the challenger level here in Major League Pickleball. Daytona Beach. We'll be back with men's doubles. Grandstand ready for men's doubles action. Jeff Warnick and his partner, Brendan Long, finding an extra shoe tie here, making those things are laced up nice and tight. He better be ready to go as he faces off against Daniel De La Rosa and Brandon French. We got Brandon in the booth as well. I'm Cameron Irwin. Let's get to it. Dallas Pickleball Club is up by 1 in the total match score. And Jeff Warnick is already pointing the paddle across the net from the kitchen line.
Yeah, and if we thought we were going to see a lot of banter on the previous game, we are going to see a ton with Brandon French and Jeff Warnick, notorious for their comments. Crowd calling for a card.
There is a new card system in place at this event. We'll get into it if we get there.
1 point in, calling for a card.
I love
This is
it.
amazing.
If someone was to get a card, I'm curious. Who do you think would be the first to get one?
You don't have to be curious. It will be either Jeff Warnick or Brendan French. So you can place your bets on that now. Same pot on both.
The ace of spades staying true right now for Daniel De La Rosa. He made a paddle switch, and this thing, I mean, this guy already has so much power. You put that paddle in his hand, and it is a weapon.
Yeah, the only concern for him is going to be touch at the kitchen line, but power and pace is no problem.
2 apiece now. So a couple unique grips on the court right now, whether you're looking at Warnick or French.
Yeah, French holds his paddle pretty loose, almost an Eastern grip, and
he also has his finger down the length of it too, which is very, very unique.
yeah, and Warnick, one of the few players that has a forehand on every side of the court. Really no backhand with his grip.
(4-4), these two trading out ball for ball. Right at the toes of Daniel De La Rosa.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if there's not a yell after every point from someone on the court, but that is a great speed up from Warnick and put away. That's what Brandon French does really well, is he's able to hold that position and speed up to multiple places from the kitchen line. There we see the paddle of that black ace, the power of the black ace paddle. De La Rosa just overcooks that one.
Make it 7-4 now. Curious, too, if you're starting to see any patterns form.
Yeah, I think they're keen in on figuring out if De La Rosa can handle that power at the kitchen line. There's been multiple times where they've comboed him, and the counter has been out.
Well, this time they go the first ball to De La Rosa. And the preceding hand battle finished with Brandon French into the net. De La Rosa, the first to take a shot. Warnick is wanting some more love from the crowd on this.
There you see it again. That's their game plan. Let's combo De La Rosa and see if he can keep that counter in. And for the third time, he's not able to.
Brendan Long looking for the ATP. He's out of Naples, Florida. Said he played tennis for over 15 or so years. He's also a professional poker player, which is so odd because there's so many of those playing professional pickleball now.
Yeah, we talk about having a poker face, but these guys are for real, right? And I think Brendan Long mentioned that he has never had a down year playing poker. Watch the Burt there from De La Rosa.
Quick and nimble is De La Rosa right here. Looking for the poach. It turns into the Burt. Kind of. I think there was some extra. I think it might have been contact before. But
hey, listen, either way, it's great social media content. Perfect highlight for him.
more content for your social. Add that one to the mix. De La Rosa and French with some big-time defense.
Great defense from the baseline to make their way up. And you've even got De La Rosa barking right now. The French effect.
Oh my, 9-all. Miami and Dallas are knotted up. It was 9-4 with a 5-point advantage the direction.
Oh, great block by De La Rosa. The lob by French. Another lob from French.
Oh, man. Brandon French in the middle of that as he goes for the dropped volley. Says, I'm there easily. But then it can't end up with the point after the hands battle. You got to love that from Brandon French out of Dallas, Texas. Oh, my. Set up well by De La Rosa. Just not finding the execution. So Miami finds the 11-9 in change.
Yeah, this one is all that it was talked up to be. I mean, it's electric. You've got banter back and forth. You mentioned Brandon French talking during the point, saying, I'm there easily, which is one of his patent phrases. I love this. I think this is, in my opinion, this is a pivotal game for this match. I think whatever, I'm going to go ahead and say it now. I think whatever team comes out on top of this game probably is going to have the advantage to win this entire match based on momentum. I think both these teams feed off energy.
Oh, boy. I think you might have just set a line there. Like, the bettors everywhere are going, all right, we're going with Brandon.
Full disclosure, this is not a
That's fair. That's smart. Very smart man. 9-11 here. Changing sides. The wind has dropped down. It's kind of coming and going.
Yeah, and I like from a strategy perspective how De La Rosa has handled that. They've come at him and tried to target those counters. He's really dialed it back in to get these Dallas Pickleball clubs back into this game.
Well, and to your point right there again, finds another speed up his direction. More so the third shot drive, not a speed up, excuse me. A speed up in its own way.
Yeah, but look, he's able to execute on it. And so the thought is to get them to pivot their strategy to go away from De La Rosa to Brandon French, which he invites.
Let serve.
Let serve and let return by French. I don't know what.
That's a new one. Tough ball. That actually spun back into the body of Brandon French. He was going to work with that forehand, but ended up on his kneecaps.
Yeah, they got to be careful. They've switched side. Now the wind is going with them. So those drives are going to carry a little bit more.
And on the opposing side, the third shot drops are going to be that much more difficult. Tossing that ball into the wind.
Yeah, they're going to have to be comfortable with playing defense back there at the baseline. Yeah, Brandon French says sorry, thinking that ball's going to go in. Immediately turns away, knowing that that's just a little bit long, but it's carrying in the wind. I'd like to see De La Rosa and French drop those thirds in right now. And that ball wide there on the counter from French.
So 14-11, Miami back on top. And Warnick having the conversation with himself saying, just drive it. Again, going into the wind, you got more margin for error. That third shot drive. Oh, a body shot to Long. Uh-oh, and he's saying, not so fast, that hit my paddle.
Yeah, and I think, look, for the Black Ace, if they want to put a commercial together, they can snip that little bit there and show you the power of that paddle.
That's a great location, just about 2 inches over the top of the net and at the right hip of French.
Yeah, and that tells me about the mental state of Brendan Long. To be able to pull the trigger in that position at this point in the game tells me he's ready for a fight.
Well, and to your point, Long has played very well on the day, called one of his matches earlier. He's very impressed.
Yeah, Warnick's got to help him out here and get that third over, at least give them a chance at another ball.
Well, he'd missed the previous drop and told himself to drove and missed that too.
What a hit by De La Rosa.
De La Rosa is unreal.
I mean, take a look at this cross-court dink here as he finishes with the ATP, and you're like, that's a great ball. That wasn't even the best shot of the rally. A 360 recovery. Wow.
Uh-oh, here we go. Dallas is coming back in.
Yeah, they're yelling again. This is danger zone here for Miami PC as they're tied up.
All right, Maverick. French letting us know you missed it. 17-15. He did it again!
De La Rosa is a walking highlight reel right now.
I'm sorry, I'm losing my mind over here. I know I didn't win the point, but...
No, my mind's gone too. I mean, wow.
I have a hard enough time just hitting a regular forehand. He's hitting a forehand around his back.
Yeah, that's an awesome play. And look, he followed it up here. Miami Pickleball Club has to just settle in. Look, you're only down 2. I know there's been some spectacular shots, but you've got a chance to come out on top.
There's a solid reach in from Long.
It's a great play. He had the right pace on that ball. I look for him to be the one to settle the team down. You mentioned playing well all day, and he's been playing well the last couple months as well. So
there's still plenty of conversation. That ball probably a solid 4 to 5 feet out of bounds. And French is looking to the crowd asking, did you all see it? Was it close? The sarcasm is on point in this one.
yeah, look, I think as you see Long put away the forehand here, if they had a extra ticker on MLP for entertainment value, I think Brandon French would be relatively high at this point, right? Might help you get drafted.
I'm surprised there aren't those points. French talking and grabbing the ball now. Here's a look.
Yeah, great play, gets up to the kitchen, and like I said, he's got so many attacks there. Warnick not able to key in on it.
And Dallas with a second point, 21-18. And it's all fun between these guys as they have a nice moment after that. But look at the final point. Brandon French with the chest bump to De La Rosa. Dallas up 2-0.
Yeah, all fun, but I think it stings a little bit for Miami PC. They kind of got overhauled towards the end of that game. There were some highlight acrobatic shots there by De La Rosa, but in the end, Brandon French just played spectacular.
So we head to the mixed doubles matches with Dallas, a 2-game advantage. It's important to note as we are in the knockout round, so if Dallas wins one of these mixed matches, it's all over.
Yeah, there's no need to play the final one because there's not going to be a tiebreaker in the standings at all. So, yeah, Miami Pickleball Club is on watch right here, and they're going to have to put their best mixed team out right now.
And I love this. You can see it on screen. Dave Fleming over by Brandon French, giving him the two-hand slow down conversation. I don't know if you want to tell him to slow down because the man is on a riot right now. We'll be back to find out exactly what the mixed doubles lineups will be and who will potentially be taking home the victory after this. The lineups have been set for mixed doubles. First up for the Miami Pickleball Club, it is Regina Franco Goldberg playing alongside Brendan Long. And for the Dallas Pickleball Club, it's Krista Gecheva and Daniel De La Rosa. They are just one game away from taking home the match victory and a spot into the final.
Yeah, this is an interesting setup. You've got Brendan Long and Goldberg, who that is their #1 mixed team for the Miami Pickleball Club. But on the other side with De La Rosa and Gecheva, that's actually their #2 mixed team that they have. So it tells me that from a strategy perspective, Dave Fleming over there is saying, hey, we want to see if we can get this one, but if we don't, we're bringing in the big guns.
Well, and to your point, home and away is decided before the match begins. The home team responds to mix, so they have the advantage there. Away will respond if we head to a dream breaker.
Yeah, and what I'm looking for in this game here is this is Brendan Long's best playing field. He loves playing mixed doubles. I look for him to play really well in this game.
Looking for the speed up.
Yeah, a little low. I don't hate it. Oh, that's a great lean in there by Goldberg, and good eye from Long to let that go.
And a missed return. Miami Pickleball Club is looking for their first point right now as they are up 6-1. Oh, that is clean. Krista Getcheva.
Listen, I like to say that's cute what she just did. If you take this, she sees an opening and just slices that to the back corner.
6-2, make it 2-6 with Getcheva on the serve. Not enough speed on that as that ball just hits the top of the net and trickles.
Yeah, Goldberg had a really good block. She benefited from the net and it's slowing down a little bit, but I like that play from Miami PC.
Nice duck maneuver from Krista Getcheva and the overhead from Daniel De La Rosa.
Yeah, listen, we all saw what happened to Jill Braverman the other day, and no other female wants that to happen, so they're allowing De La Rosa to take that ball there. Looking for Miami Pickleball Club to really take a hold of this. I mean, they've got a 5-point lead here. Great defense from Long.
Trying to apply the pressure, but to your point, Brendan Long is pounding his chest, proud of the defense he found. 9-3.
Yeah, Getcheva got that one ball behind him earlier. I think she went for another high-risk one, but realized that it wasn't there and ended up not able to convert.
Cross-court dink battle between the two ladies.
Yeah, those are the ones Miami Pickleball Club cannot afford. I think Brendan Long's telling Goldberg, it doesn't have to be perfect because I'm there.
And again, we go back to that cross-court dink battle. It's always so interesting for someone that hasn't seen top-tier dinking and how much spin and placement and pace that these athletes are able to do, even though these contacts don't look like much is happening. There's a lot happening on those dinks.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of spin. As we see the change over here, it's 11-4 for Miami Pickleball Club, but there's a lot of spin, there's a lot of angle, and there's a lot of pace. And all of those three things actually change with each and every dink at this level, and so it really keeps the opponent off balance. That's the part that sometimes it doesn't materialize from TV, right? And when you're seeing it live in person, it makes all the difference to kind of really realize that.
Well, that, and not to mention the hand battles. As much as they look impressive in terms of watching them back or the highlights, it's even more remarkable when you're in person and seeing how fast that ball is truly traveling. Just 14 feet separates these four athletes at the kitchen line.
Yeah, and sometimes it feels like 1 foot when you're really in that hands battle and that ball's coming very fast. You know, I'd like to see as the game grows, maybe we get for baseball, you know, you can see the miles per hour that come from it. I'd love to see a clock there to see how fast these balls are traveling because it is coming with pace with the new technology and paddles.
So down by a significant margin is the Dallas Pickleball Club on the in change.
Looking for Miami Pickleball Club to continue the momentum, but conversely, Dallas Pickleball Club to try to slow them down.
Where might that come is the question.
Yeah, look, I think for Dallas Pickleball Club, them getting into the cross-court dinks on forehand has not been working for them, so I'm looking for De La Rosa to really create and cause chaos. Defense from Goldberg.
So tough because you got to imagine, even though that ball goes high and you think maybe it could be an overhead, look how low it bounced for De La Rosa. He went with the drop shot.
Yeah, look, I think he still had an opportunity to push that ball towards the baseline. He allowed them to come up to the net. And they don't want to get into these cross-court dings.
Good slide from Gecheva.
That's the pace I want them to play with. Let's try to play some quick points. Let's see if we can get things over early and not get into these long rallies that we haven't been winning.
Not much you can do there from the overhead from Long.
Yeah, he's really asserting himself, and you can hear Jeff Warnick talking to the other team, letting them know that we are here.
Good communication on the side of Dallas as well. De La Rosa letting Gecheva know that ball needs to be bounced. 7-14.
There you see again, Gecheva just sort of struggling a little bit on that right side with those dinks. And again, I'd like to see De La Rosa move over to his right, kind of open the backside, but take some more chances.
When they're doing that, things are going well. The two-hand backhand of Krista Gecheva, and then the forehand put away from De La Rosa.
Yeah, look, if you need a mini timeout, just hit the ball way out to championship court. You'll get you a few extra seconds, as De La Rosa just did.
(16-8). Miami getting the ball back here.
Little risky drive there by De La Rosa. I'd like to see him just drop it in. Wow.
Some crafty play by Gecheva gets them in an offensive position.
She's really good with that ball she's hitting behind Brendan Long that set up this entire point and really got De La Rosa loaded.
She's actually doing a nice job. She kind of slides towards her left and still able to push that ball up the line with the speed up.
Yeah, I think herself, she's looking for anything that's a little bit high. I'm going to go down the line.
Goldberg, nice shot into the transition zone of the opposing Dallas Pickleball Club. Oh, and that's so tough. Ball into the wind, but great hands on the side of Goldberg and Long.
Yeah, 3 points away now. They have to stay focused to close this game out. Huge gust of wind just came in as that ball went by Brendan Long and just unable to reset into the kitchen.
I was going to say that was a great reset, but Long continues to find some pressure. He pushes him out wide, and then look at this shot.
I mean, that's a high-level ball right there, Cameron. De La Rosa finishes it up with a overhead there. They're still down 7 here, though.
There's the big drive from Krista Gecheva.
You talked about that two-hand backhand being her specialty, and it's really paying off right there.
Needs to find a few more. They go to De La Rosa instead, who chops the ball down. That was a great setup in terms of the drop shot from De La Rosa. The kitchen line was easily accessible to them.
maybe a little momentum building here for Dallas Pickleball Club.
Shake and bake. De La Rosa up at the kitchen line. He's liking this partner's shot right here.
Yeah, and I think he looked over to Gecheva and said, don't worry about it. Let's just attack them. We're fine. And that forces a timeout by Miami Pickleball Club.
So at 15-19.
Listen, Dallas Pickleball Club has been relatively quiet in this game. You know, we heard them back and forth the game before. I look for them to get some energy, and we're going to need that from the bench. Really, their two, biggest chatters are on the bench right now, and Jill Braverman and Brendan French. But if they can put themselves in a position where they don't have to play the deciding game and they can end it right here, they'd love to do that.
Well, and to your point, don't forget where you put your money.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm trying to get a return on my investment here. And so, after that win earlier, I think Dallas Pickleball Club is ahead. But that's why we play, right? That's why you do sports. That's why we play.
And, it's interesting. We've seen several matches here in Daytona actually have teams win both the men's and the women's, and then proceed to drop both of the mixed and go to the Dream Breaker. It's been more often than not that has happened, and I don't remember from Mesa that happening that frequently.
Yeah, speaks to the fact that they are two different games.
Very different.
That ball's in.
And it
wow.
lands. She short hopped it out of necessity on the defense, and it lands in the corner.
I mean, I don't have much to say about that shot. That was insane.
Third shot drop on the miss. So 20-16, the freeze in effect for Miami. Was baited to hit it, and the ball is out. So Miami now finds their first from mixed doubles. Score still in favor of Dallas, 2-1. We will have our second mixed doubles coming your direction. Jeff Warnick will hit the court alongside Alex Trung. On the other side, it will be Jill Braverman and Brandon French. Dallas just needs one win here in the semifinals to make it on to tomorrow's final. We'll be back once this one gets set. Welcome back to Major League Pickleball. You've been watching the warm-ups take place for the second mixed doubles matchup in this semifinal matchup between Miami and Dallas for the challenger level. Dallas up 2-1 after dropping the first mixed doubles matchup. Cameron Irwin alongside Brandon Insekpong, professional pickleball player. You know a few things about a lot of these guys because you actually play alongside them.
Yeah, happy to be here and friends with a lot of the people out here on this court. I am super intrigued by this specific game because Dallas Pickleball has their #1 mixed team out there, and for Miami Pickleball Club, they have their 2 mixed team out.
And Jill Braverman with the first shot and the first scream. She's unafraid to go at Warnick verbally.
Yeah, I think we're over-under on about 10, 15 screams this game.
And you knew Warnick had to go straight at Braverman. There was no other option. No other option.
He didn't care about any of the open court to his left. He was trying to send a message to Jill Braverman.
There will be new octaves reached that you've never even heard before in this one.
What a ball by French.
Warnick just has to chase the ball and turn his back because he can't look across the net. Braverman and French found themselves literally walking, pacing the kitchen. Also important to note, too, the other semifinal taking place on championship court. I gave you one update, but I'm going to let you look to see where that match is now residing. I don't want to spoil it for anyone. At least to catch up a little bit.
Oh, that's a great reach in by Warnick as he puts just a little pace on that ball. Makes it tough for Jill.
Oh, and he hits Jill Braverman on, well, I was going to say on accident, but he's screaming the other direction, so maybe not.
Look, I'm excited that we may get our first orange card in this game here, the way things are trending.
New card system, a verbal warning will take place before. And I don't think we've seen the verbal warning yet, but I don't know if it's going both ways and everyone's smiling. I don't know if the warning will come.
Hey, I think the referees are enjoying this as well. High-level pickleball, high-level banter.
A must-have situation for Miami. Again, Dallas just needs one game. They need this to close out and move on to the final. Bay Area Breakers and the Chicago Slice in semifinal action. Great communication from partner to partner for Dallas Pickleball Club.
The speed from Brandon French to get from the baseline to that drop shot and then play a really high-level game at the kitchen line to finish it off. Nothing short of spectacular right there.
5-all. Oh, and they're going to let Warnick know about this one. That's as easy as they come, in the opinion of Jill Braverman and Brandon French.
Braverman saying, oh, my God, I can't believe how long that ball was.
I don't even think that ball hit the paddle of French. I think it hit him in the hand, which is allowed, anything below the wrist on the paddle hand.
Yeah, good poise by Trung to not overreact and let that last ball go out.
And Warnick is very trusting in his partner, Trung, as there was a very solid return that had some depth, and he still went to the kitchen line, trusting that third shot drop.
Yeah, when he's playing aggressive like this, loose and free, he's at his best. As you see, Braverman almost hit French in the back with that return. Miami Pickleball Club's bench are not letting that go.
I'm just chuckling. I don't have a cough button on this system, so I'm sorry, folks.
What a dig by Truong.
You talked about the dig. Well, she's also got hands.
Yeah, you know, what I didn't know she had is a do-it-yourself kit, and she lets everyone know right there that's a great combo.
Some DIY from Truong. Gosh, and that's just so unique to see. If you're not used to seeing that on the other side of the net, that's tough.
Yeah, got to learn on the fly and adapt here in this environment.
Jeff Warnick just spotted that ball like a ballerina as he chased down this ball. Look how he kept his eye on the ball, turns around and finds it, even though he is unable to find the point. Little tomahawk action from French.
Wow, and
The
Brandon
lob
French.
winner. Warnick, what are you going to do with that one?
And listen, these players are able to do that because on that side of Brandon French, the wind is going against them, right? So he throws up that topspin lob. So great.
And they go right back to the well. The lob again.
Yeah, and I think they're seeing, too, that because of Warnick's unique grip, they feel like they can get away with those high balls there and not be in danger.
Even though Warnick's the tallest player on the court by a significant margin. 11-9 for the Dallas Pickleball Club, up by 2 on the switch.
Great mental fortitude by Dallas Pickleball Club as Miami PC was getting hot early on, and they were able to withstand the tornado early on, and now they've got a 2-point lead here as we head over to the changeover.
All right, a little bit of a spoiler alert, so everyone close your ears or turn down your speakers. I believe the Chicago Slice are now up 2-1 in the other semifinal.
Oh, I'm sure that one is a good one over there. Bay Area Breakers obviously winning the last MLP event.
Ball on the court. Not sure where that even came from.
Might have come from Miami Pickleball Club's bench. Free timeout there. That's not how it works.
A lot of space for Warnick to work with.
Yeah, a little over leverage there from French as he tries to make a play, but Warnick able to put that ball away in the open court. Easy backhand put away there from French. If he sees those balls all day, he's going to be a happy camper.
Hitting that tomahawk he's become known for. And it is unique with French on the right as that ball's out of bounds. He's still able to create because of that grip and because of that tomahawk from the right side. Braverman sitting on the left. Good disguise on that from Warnick.
Yeah, and you talk about French. It speaks to the versatility in his game. He has a pretty good two-hand backhand, and so he likes to cover that middle with that and cause chaos with the tomahawk.
Speaking of creating, Braverman with a fantastic dink to set it up.
I mean, the angle and the pace on that ball to set up Brandon French for a put away, that was amazing there by Jill Braverman. She's looking around for someone to cheer on for that ball right there. No shortage of fans here, I'll tell you that.
Solid shot and response from Trong. And for the second time, this time it's her own winner on the dink.
Yeah, and I think they're starting to realize, too, that one of the biggest weaknesses for Warnick is that backhand dink. And one of the strengths for Braverman is the two-hand roll cross-court dink. Why not use that?
Oh. Brandon French into the fence with the ATP. His inhibitions completely gone.
I mean, to be able to go that wide, hit the ATP back corner with that pace, and then come back and carry Jill Braverman literally, I mean, that's just...
And I like it. Trong continues to have a response right now.
Yeah, French was able to speed this one up. He thought he was there for the counter. Braverman stuck her hand in there as well.
Well, a little bit of a scary moment there. Again, those two colliding as they both want to cover some of that middle.
Yeah, Trong finding the opening behind Brandon French there.
Warnick frustrated with himself.
Yeah, we saw Warnick have some trouble with that third shot drop or drive in the men's game earlier.
From that side, too. And French, there again, the backhand. There is a lot covering that middle right now in terms of the hands battle.
I mean, a millisecond after that point's over, he's chatting.
Oh, boy. He was talking like that point had been finished. He hits it into the net. That one hurt for multiple reasons.
And right now he wants no eye contact with Jeff Warnick.
No. Or anyone, for that matter. So back-to-back points for Warnick and Trong, down by 2 now.
This is getting very juicy, Cameron. I like the combo by Jeff Warnick right there.
(19-16). The Dallas Pickleball Club are inching their way closer. What a shot from French. He worked himself all the way around the corner and found an outrageous angle.
And it forced a paddle throw by Alex Trung, as she's not happy about that point construction, especially now that they are down and Dallas Pickleball Club has a game point right here.
20-16, not just a game point, but also a match point. And we're being silenced here only because Dave Fleming and Jill Braverman and French are all sitting next to our broadcast location. Dave Fleming's looking for high fives across the board. I mean, did you pick any of that up?
Yeah, listen, Dave Fleming's telling them, hey, easy. We just need 1 point. We don't need any of the antics on this. Let's finish this out and let's go to the finals, which is a smart move. Listen, he signed up as a coach, not as a therapist here, but he is wanting to make sure his team is prepared to win this match.
Dallas Pickleball Club with a game point and a match point here, 20-16. A shot into the finals on the line. And not so fast, so 16-20, make it 17-20. The freeze only in effect on the side of Dallas Pickleball Club. Miami still in rally scoring. And they find the additional, so 18-20, double freeze takes place.
That drive that was not working for Warnick, he actually gets the benefit of the net on that one, but they're going to need to do something with it here for that to matter.
They earn the ball back, and another shot at match point. A missed third.
Yeah, and that's unusual. That's one of the first one for him the entire game. Can Miami Pickleball Club capitalize on that right now?
Oh boy, a tough shot for Trong, and she comes up clutch, 19-20.
Yeah, we're going to get to see which team has ice in their veins right now. What?
Watch out. We are tied up.
No.
Warnick and Trong are looking to the crowd saying, are you with us now? 20 all, must win by 2.
Listen, Jeff Warnick's the tallest person on the court, but Alex Trong was the biggest one on that point.
Uh-oh, things are getting a little tight right now. Those third shots are starting to look slightly different. A few into the net on both sides of the court. A side out for Dallas Pickleball Club. No way! That ball hits the line, and Dallas Pickleball Club thinks they have the 21st, however, called out of bounds, so we are now into a challenge.
Ooh, Cameron, that was close. I didn't get a good look at it. Looks like the pole is in the way, but the angle of that tells me that that's within an inch or two either side. I mean, such a pivotal point also.
It is. So the ball, again, called out of bounds. 2 free challenges are in effect in each one of these games. So Vicky Ryan, I believe, Jim Ryan will be the better half. The worst half, I'm not sure. I've got both of them hanging out with me right now, so they're going to take a look at the line call.
Let's see. I think
that ball is in. I think the ball is in.
That ball looks in to me. I don't have the credentials as a referee to make that call, but as a spectator.
So Jim Ryan making the call. The officials conferring. We will get you updated. Again, Dallas Pickleball Club is challenging this call. So if they end up with the correct call in their direction, and the call is overturned, so they maintain their 2 free challenges, whereas on the other side, Miami drops one of their free challenges.
And hey, listen, that's smart by Jeff Warnick. He tells Brandon French and Jill Braverman, I knew it was in. I just wanted to challenge. Why not? We've got free ones, and that's the benefit of the rule. You can do that.
See, but that's also tough because you know you've made the wrong call. Like, from a sportsmanship side, I'm just saying I'm going to play the other side of the fence. Just obviously, I understand the competition and the strategy behind it, so I hear you. It also is just kind of tough. That's all I'm saying.
I can agree. Listen, I'm in the commentator booth, Cameron.
French had it on his forehand, high shoulder height for the match.
He wanted to send a message, probably thinking about the celebration banter, and just took his eye off the prize.
Braverman with the put away and the side out. Score still remains 21-20.
Yeah, maybe an ill-advised lob there by Trung. I'd like to see her put more pressure, but look, they've got to shake that off and get a stop right here, or Dallas Pickleball Club are going to win this match.
Dallas is on to the final, 22-20.
And what a play here. The speed up by Warnick. He thinks he has it, but a scorpion by Brandon French to finish out and redeem himself after the high forehand that he missed just a point before.
That's a fair point, 22-20. Dallas goes up 3-1 and closes out the match. It's all love, though, currently up at the kitchen line and up at the net between these two teams. Wow.
Yeah, and Cameron, we talked about it before, the changes that these teams made. Miami Pickleball Club brought in Brendan Long. It has made their team better. They made it to the semifinals. And also for Dallas Pickleball Club, they brought in Daniel De La Rosa. They brought in Jill Braverman. And look, they're going to the finals of the challenger level. This is just awesome stuff, and happy to be a part of it.
So much fun here, both at the Premier and Challenger level. I'm actually going to head out as I believe you're going to hang around to Grandstand. We got another match coming up here for Major League Pickleball Daytona by Margaritaville.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here at MLP Daytona Beach, brought to you by Margaritaville. We are at Picktona at Holly Hill. We've got another premier level matchup in front of us. We're going to have the St. Louis Shock and the ATX Pickleballers face off against each other. These two teams are a part of Group C, which also includes LA Mad Drops and Florida Smash. Right now, the standings are St. Louis Shock are 1-0 on the day. They did get a win against Florida Smash 3-1 earlier today, and also the ATX Pickleballers are also 1-0. They got a 3-2 win against the defending champions, LA Mad Drops. So we've got a pivotal game here. This is going to decide which one of these teams are going to take first place in Group C at this particular moment. A lot of things at stake. We're going to start off with a women's doubles matchup. Members of this team on the ATX Pickleballers, we've got Gabriel Tardio, J.W. Johnson, and Jade and Jackie Kawamoto. On the other side for St. Louis Shock, we've got Elise Jones, Simone Jargim, also Eric Lang, and Jay DeVilliers. This is going to be an awesome matchup to conclude the day. Let's get started with women's doubles. Yeah, and we see here the Kawamoto sisters, and again against Simone Jargim and Elise Jones. Be interested to see what strategy each team is going to use coming out early on. Oh, the great out wide dink by Jackie Kawamoto, but Simone Jargim is there. You check here on the replay. Simone Jargim anticipates it, comes around with the two-hand backhand, and finishes off the rally. Oh, great defense by Elise Jones, but Kawamoto able to get that last one with the help of the net, making it tough to retrieve. They have a 1-2 deficit here. That one just a little bit wide there. Listen, I look for Simone Jargim to be aggressive and attacking in this matchup. She is the veteran out here, the quote-unquote GOAT of the women's game. And conversely, on the other side for the Kawamoto sisters, they're going to need to apply as much pressure as possible. Know that the defense is tough on the other side with Elise Jones, but be ready to play as many balls aggressively as possible. Second speed up there with the forehand that Kawamoto not able to get over. I think she likes that setup. I just look for her to give a little more margin on that ball and really play for the counter. Oh, big in and out forehand there by Kawamoto. Love that ball there. She saw an opening just behind Simone Jargim. Oh, that ball is in. Kawamoto thought that ball was going to go wide. As you see here on the replay, Elise Jones with a nice two-hand block. And we don't really have a ton of wind here this late, but that ball stays in. Nice aggression there by Jargim as she covers a lot of court in the middle. Oh, that was a great in and out dink by Elise Jones that really just changed the strategy there for the Kawamoto sisters and opened up the court for Simone Jardim. And that's the attacking nature that I think for the ATX Pickleballers that they're going to have if they want to come out on top of this game. Really good play. The lob by Jardim, followed by the drop. Kawamoto's there. Oh, and then she finds the opening, but Kawamoto sisters call that ball long. Jardim asking for someone to confirm the call. She's going to say a challenge for this one. It looked close on our end. First of all, it was a beautiful lob by Jardim over the top, and then she follows that up with the drop shot. Then she sees that little bit of opening between the Kawamoto sisters and goes for it. It'll be interesting to see if she had enough topspin on it. Courtney Johnson taking a look at this call here on the video screen. We'll see it here as well. That ball does look just a hair out. Again, it was a great play by Jardim to put topspin on it, but it just sailed a little bit long, so the correct call by the Kawamotos. Again, we talked about it before. This is a pivotal game here. Both teams are 1-0 early in this group. And Group C, which team is going to take it for the taking, all right? And we've got Wes Gabrielson as the coach of ATX Pickleballers, a former pro player in himself. A lot of accolades, great resume. So look for him to have a great coaching tactic for this team. Referees do confirm that the out call stands, as you saw there on the video monitor. So it will be 7-5 St. Louis Shocker up 2 currently. I think that's great play all around by both teams. Both teams able to move the dink rally around the way that they want to, but Kawamoto sisters just saw an opening there, and you see they're able to put that ball away. Oh, Jardim speeds it up and it clips the tape, but they come out on the right side of this. As you see here on the replay, she takes a chance on that two-hand backhand. It works out. Great defense by Jones. Tries to make her way up to the kitchen, but that ball just a little bit wide for her. Oh, what a dink there by Elise Jones as she takes it out of the air and is able to roll it at a sharp angle. Beautiful execution there. The third shot lob by Jardim. Kawamoto with the speed up there, unsuccessful. You know, whenever you have a team like with Elise Jones and Simone Jardim with incredible defense, it can put pressure on the other team to make plays when they don't need to. the shock here, up 11-7 as we change over here. I think for ATX Pickleballers, they are, what they'll need to do is stay offensive. We talked about this earlier today. You want to make sure things are happening to your opponent and not happening to you. And so you want to dictate what's going on. Even if that means that you may give up an error here and there, but you want to be a force. You want to put pressure on the other team. I think right now Jones and Jardim are doing an awesome job of that right now. And we'll see if it can continue as they switch sides. The wind has died down here later in the day, so side chains may not have as much of an effect as it did earlier with the wind swirling. I think that's great for both teams. Anytime you want to come into this environment and play in a consistent setting, they're able to do that now. Oh, that ball called out by Jones and Jardim, but we talked about no wind, and then a gust comes in and keeps that ball just in on the baseline. Oh, the great out wide dink by Jackie Kawamoto, but Simone Jardim trying to combat that, and Jackie trying to get some offense on the next ball. Play pause as we have a train that comes by. Again, it's great defense there by Jardim and Jones. Jones operating really comfortable from that baseline. Oh, the lob by Jackie Kawamoto. And it works out for them. Sometimes that change of pace is good, as you see here on the replay. She steps back with her backhand and able to throw an overhead. Jardim trying to drive that last ball, not able to get it over. Deficit still 4 here for ATX Pickleballers. Oh, Jade Kawamoto with an awesome reset to get up to the kitchen line. At least Jones handles it perfectly, and I think Jackie Kawamoto wasn't sure where she wanted to put that last forehand. It ends up just missing it slightly. Jardim starting to get real active here. She is a competitor. Little uncharacteristic there for Jones, as she is normally very consistent on those resets. Yeah, and just as we talked about the wind not being much of a factor, it is starting to swirl just a little bit here, maybe 5-6 miles an hour. What a get by Jade Kawamoto. Wow. Point of the game so far as Elise Jones celebrates. They made it through a couple firefights, some net balls, and also able to just reset back into the kitchen. And that forces a timeout for from the ATX Pickleballers here as they are down 7. Really looking to find some momentum to get back into this game. I think for Jardim and Jones, they've got a lot of experience on their side. We talk about all of the medals, the accolades, the resume that Simone Jardim has had, and also Elise Jones. At one point, she was an up-and-coming newcomer to the game. Now she is one of the stars of the game with incredible results. And so I'm looking for them to lean on that and see if they can close this game out. But the Kawamoto sisters may have a say in that. Oh, the lob by Jackie. That ball is out, and Elise Jones is so fired up. She knocks over Simone Jardim. Wow. The emotion right now. I mean, she had to have jumped 4 feet in the air and turned around and knocked Jardim over. They are laughing about it, having a great time, up 9 currently. We'll probably see that on memes of pickleball. Yeah, Jones is really playing well on that right side where she's playing the slow pace dink, but also able to speed it up cross court, knowing that Jade Kawamoto isn't able to turn over that forehand. What a dink there by Jackie Kawamoto. Watch this as she holds it a little with the two-hand backhand and just curls that ball away out of reach for Jardim. Wow. Can't fault Elise Jones there. She's had tons of success on the right side. They're up 9 currently. Goes for the chance through the middle. Just doesn't turn out. Oh, that ball's just out there off of the counter from Jade. Jones and Jardim with another chance to clinch this game, and that serve is deep by Jones. The lead down to 7. I like that play there from Jackie Kawamoto. She steps off of the dink, fires it at Jones, knowing the ball's going to come back, and is ready to get on top of the next ball. Lead down to 6. A big point for the Pickleballers there as they stood firm in a long extended dink rally. They took the barrage of firefights there from Jardim and Jones, and they have forced a timeout. I think this is the correct call by the St. Louis Shock to call a timeout. You don't want this to be a 2 to 3 point game before you decide to slow down the momentum. Let's also talk about what we have coming up next. We've got the men's matchup. We'll have Gabriel Tardio and J.W. Johnson against Eric Lang and Jay DeVilliers. So this is a pivotal first game for St. Louis Shock. They're looking to close this out as they've played a seemingly clean game the entire time. For the Kawamoto sisters, they are looking to hopefully come out on top, but if not, at least build some momentum for their team going into these next few games. So it'll be interesting to see how both teams approach the last stages of this game here. Great start out of the timeout for the Pickleballers there as they now cut this lead to 4. Jardim with the speed up, starts the firefight. Jones has her back, and then Jardim able to put this last ball away. They have another chance to close this game out. I think Jardim thought that ball might be wide for a second, made her late to the reset. St. Louis Shock frozen at 20, so they must get points on their serve. And that point there puts the Pickleballers now frozen at 18 as well. So both teams going back to regular side out scoring. Oh, great defense by the Kawamotos. Jardim takes out the do-it-yourself kit towards the end of that rally. Some great defense all around, but you see Jardim, the two-hand backhand finish down the middle. Another shot to close this game out. The big ball from Jade Kawamoto, and that ball just goes a little bit wide. The St. Louis Shock come on top of game one. It got interesting there towards the end, but they got a 1-0 lead here in this match now. We've got the men's doubles coming up next. Jay DeVilliers and Eric Lang against J.W. Johnson and Gabriel Tardio. We're going to let them warm up, and we will be right back. All right, we are back with the second matchup in this overall match here between the St. Louis Shock and ATX Pickleballers. We have men's doubles, J.W. Johnson and Gabriel Tardio against Jay DeVilliers and Eric Lang. Right now, the St. Louis Shock have a 1-0 lead. And this entire match is for first place currently in Group C, as both these teams are 1-0. Oh, you see the reach in there by Johnson. He'll be doing that all game. Lang handled the first one correctly, but was not able to come out on top of that. Big overhead by DeVilliers and hits a fan in the arm. That was a heavy ball there and a great angle. DeVilliers takes a chance with that two-hand backhand to see if there's some room. Has to keep it low because of the fast hands. This one just unfortunately a little too low. And that's one of the things I'll be watching for from Tardio is the decision making. He has a lot of the shots that make him a top player, but sometimes that decision making, it makes all the difference. You see there as that speed up was not as bad of a decision, but needed to be ready for the counter there. Johnson imploring Tardio to regroup after those couple mistakes there. And he says, hey, I got you, partner. I'll help us settle in here. Great forehand take out of the air. Oh, yeah, that is just surgical by J.W. Johnson. Little low on the third. Talked about this a lot in the MLP format for rally scoring. Got to give yourself a little more margin out here. Oh, the lob by DeVilliers, handled by Tardio, then the drop. Tardio's there. Another lob by DeVilliers, another drop. Johnson is there. Tardio with the earning and Johnson with the finish. What a rally. They went baseline to kitchen, both of them grabbing drop shots. The earning by Tardio and the put away by Johnson. Let's see if that gets them fired up here in this matchup. Tardio a little loose with the two-hand backhand from the midcourt. Another lob from DeVilliers. I think Johnson thought Tardio was going to turn around initially. That ball playing tricks with a little bit of wind helping out DeVilliers with multiple beautiful lobs. The backhand flick from Johnson. DeVilliers trying to go between the legs, not able to get that shot over. Great hands by Johnson. And then the backhand flick. De Villiers yells no, as you see here. Johnson sets it up, takes the next ball, flicks it right at the shoulder there of Eric Lang, not able to get out of the way. Such a high-level ball. And really one of his marquee shots is that backhand flick anywhere on that left side. Short on that third shot. Shock take a 1-point lead here. Yeah, not a fan of that speed up by De Villiers. Right into the hands of Johnson as he's sitting on that backhand. This game going back and forth early. Tie game again. Oh, the Ernie by De Villiers. And Tardio comes in to make a play, but as I said, the wind starting to pick up a little bit out here, and that ball just moves away from him. Not often you see a full whiff like that. I like the decision there by Johnson, but just a little too much pace on that last ball. And right now the St. Louis Shock take a 2-point lead in this matchup as they head to the changeover. For the St. Louis Shock, they are, in my opinion, in a great spot here. They've played a neck-and-neck game. And now they have a 2-point lead as they switch sides. This is a good opportunity for them to come right out of this changeover and really take over in this game. Let's see what adjustments were made from Johnson and Tardio here as they have a 2-point deficit. Cannot afford to go down 2-0 in this match. Yeah, and I figure we'll probably see J.W. Johnson get a little more aggressive towards the back end of this game here. Two straight speed ups, successful 2 times. We're back tied up. And fresh out of the timeout. That is 3 quick points there by the Pickleballers. Johnson would have loved to have that one to keep this run going. Oh, great third by De Villiers. Lang unable to connect on that dink out of the air. That ball just sailed a little high on J.W. Johnson. We're back going just back and forth in this matchup here. Both sides really haven't taken control yet. And that's a formula that Tardio and Johnson are going to love if they can speed up that first ball and really get the counter somewhere in Johnson's hands. That ball just grazed the net. The speed up on the right side from Lang. That's the first time we've seen offensive action down the line from that right side. I like it. I think it makes sense for them to take chances there. Nice speed up by Tardio to start this point off. As you see here, the cross-court dink. DeVilliers leaves one a little high. Tardio speeds it up, and J.W. Johnson is there to finish that off. Johnson still having a few issues there getting that third and fifth shot over exactly as he would like it. We mentioned a little bit of wind out here. That ball a little low for DeVilliers. Good spot by Johnson. He just jams up DeVilliers. And DeVilliers calls a timeout there as he's not liking what he's seeing. I think they are playing a lot of those speed ups to the middle, which is funneling directly to Johnson's forehand. I think he'll be able to live with that all day if they speed up balls to that area. I'd like to see them maybe on the speed ups go towards the outside, utilize Lang to speed up on that backside of J.W. Johnson as he did earlier to actually create some offense, but they've got to be careful speeding up anything towards the middle. It has to bounce if it's in that area. Three-point lead here for the Pickleballers. Make it 4. The Ernie by Tardio, and it works. What a move, as you see here. He's on the baseline before this ball bounces, comes all the way up, completes the Ernie. Johnson throws up the one in the air. That means that ball's long, folks. And it only takes one game point attempt for them to finish off this game. We are now at a 1-1 standstill in this match. Again, ATX Pickleballers needed to get that game. They did. We move on to mixed doubles matchups. We'll be right back with the start of that game as we let these players warm up. See you soon. We are back here for our final match at MLP Daytona Beach, brought to you by Margaritaville. We're at Daytona at Holly Hill, and we've got a barn burner here. It is 1-1 between ATX Pickleballers and St. Louis Shock. For the first mixed doubles team, we've got J.W. Johnson and Jackie Kawamoto against Simone Jardim and Jay DeVilliers. Quick start by the Pickleballers. I'll be interested to see how aggressive Johnson is to start off this game. Oh, and what a backhand flick there by Johnson. We talk about that being his patent shot. Not only was that ball in by about a foot, but it had a ton of spin on it. That return out for Jardim. Quick 3-0 start. Kawamoto unable to come up with the reset there. Big swing for DeVilliers. Wonder if that ball just skid off the line and didn't bounce as high as he thought. Jardim goes for the ATP as the ball seemed like it was wide enough, but just didn't get her feet around to create the angle. Another return long for the St. Louis Shock. And ATX Pickleballers with a 5-point lead. Some great hands by Johnson, but really just great mental fortitude by DeVilliers to stay patient and poised in that hands battle, and he was able to come out on top. Oh, the lob by Jardim, beautiful lob. The recovery was good by Johnson, but DeVilliers able to put a little pressure there, made it tough for Kawamoto to reset back into the kitchen. A little wide by Jardim. That ball just in. Big put away by DeVilliers as he does clip the net as well, but that ball was long gone, and they cut the lead to 3 here. And those are the ones that are tough, just managing the risk reward on drives in the rally scoring format and how high you need them to be. Kawamoto sees an opening on the backside of DeVilliers, but not able to curl that ball in. That was some great cross-court action by Kawamoto and Jardim. Johnson took the attempt to speed up and was not able to get that one off the bounce to go over. Yeah, just smart play by Johnson. No need to put a ton of pace on it. That ball was about placement. I like that cross-court ball by Jardim. You can get in trouble going cross-court if it's a little bit high, but she had enough pace and topspin on that ball. Made it difficult for Kawamoto. The put away by Kawamoto as she smiles, knowing J.W. Johnson was looming, ready to put that ball away as well. The poach by Johnson as Kawamoto sets him up. You see here on the replay, Kawamoto hits the drive. Johnson trails, probes, and finishes with a nice forehand down the middle. We have an 11-7 lead for ATX Pickleballers. Again, this match is tied up 1-1. Both of these teams are vying for first place in Group C. They're both 1-0 early in the day. Each team is only playing 2 games, so they do want to come out 2-1 in this match. They want to come out 2-0 in this matchup and head into tomorrow. So this is a pivotal game in this match. De Villiers talking to Jardim, saying, right now, come on, let's go. We need to get ourselves back into this game. Jardim not happy with really not coming out on top of that exchange there with Johnson. I think she thought she was able to get on top of that ball, but Johnson with the finish there. 5-point lead now for the Pickleballers. Great defense by the Shock. Oh, and what a play by De Villiers as he stretches out. That ball clipped the tape, makes it tough to stay focused on it. But he stretches out his hands there and puts a winner down the backside of J.W. Johnson. And that is vintage Jardim right there as she's on the right side, rolling those dinks, leaning in, and really taking advantage of that space there. So they've cut the lead to 2. I like that first ball by Kawamoto through the middle, but Jardim with a high pickleball IQ, realizing that it's coming there and able to stick that 2-hand backhand there. Oh, yeah, De Villiers is fired up now. Ever since that ball off the tape that he got a winner on, he has been rolling. Tough break for him there. And we'll see if he's cooled off a little bit. And one of the parts they've got to manage here for the St. Louis Shock is, again, we talk about that risk reward for De Villiers. That is 2 unforced errors. The lob by Jardim, countered with the lob from Kawamoto. Oh, Jay DeVilliers with the short drop shot. It looked as if he was going to attack this ball, and he just drops it short in the kitchen. That ball lands in. We talk about the few errors earlier from DeVilliers, but he is really settling in nicely in this game. Tie ball game. Kawamoto able to find some room behind DeVilliers there. Jardim with the ATP, Johnson with the defense, and Kawamoto thought that ball was going to bounce at her feet. And that ball was actually going to be long, but she could not get out of the way. DeVilliers with the finish. All knotted up at 15 here. Off the tape. DeVilliers with the Ernie. Watch this setup here as he dinks on right here down the line, fakes to the middle, comes back, and hits him with the Ernie. Beautiful play there by DeVilliers. And now Jardim and DeVilliers starting to walk them down a little bit here. We saw DeVilliers get hot. This forces a timeout by ATX Pickleballers, and I think it's the right choice from them here as they are trying to slow down the momentum of Jardim and DeVilliers. This is the final match of the day here for these premier level teams. Again, we are in Group C, ATX Pickleballers, St. Louis Shock. We've also got the Florida Smash in this group and LA Mad Drops as well, who are currently playing on championship court. Second missed dink there in a row by Kawamoto on the right side. 3-point lead for St. Louis Shock. Johnson starting to take some matters into his own hands here as he comes over on that left side. A few forehands later has a put away. Jardim looks around as if to say, I think I got away with one there, but I'll take it. Oh, Jardim loaded up. I think her eyes lit up seeing that ball, but there just wasn't any real estate on that side of the court. Still clinging on to a 2-point lead here, the Shock. Another big ball by DeVilliers, and I think this is another one that may be going out, but with so much pace, hard for Johnson to get out of the way. First game point for the Shock. The lob by Kawamoto. Great defense by the Shock to work their way back into the point, but really good poise by J.W. Johnson and Jackie Kawamoto. Both teams now frozen at 20-18. They're only going to be able to get points on their serve from this point forward and must win by 2. Oh, it was a big first drive by Jarjim. A little high. Kawamoto was easily able to put that ball down. De Villiers with the spectacular block, but ultimately too high for Johnson. The lob by Kawamoto that has been effective most of this game, but De Villiers, check the ups out on this. Yeah, good play. Just really quick spring in the legs to get that overhead. They have another game point attempt here. Jarjim with the drive. Another drive. De Villiers puts it away. And that is it for this game. Check out this replay as Jarjim electing to drive both of these balls. De Villiers waiting for his opportunity. He sees it, puts the ball away. That is a 2-1 lead here for the St. Louis Shock over ATX Pickleballers. And we will play another mixed matchup coming here shortly. St. Louis Shock looking to complete this match and seal the deal. ATX Pickleballers looking to stay alive. We'll see you soon. We are back. Game 4 here. St. Louis Shock have a 2-1 lead in this matchup. Oh, that is some great court movement and defense by Tardio as he was in a compromised position, able to get himself out of it. We've got Gabriel Tardio and Jade Kawamoto against Elise Jones and Eric Lang. We talk about some of the decision making here for Tardio, and that's going to be important in this game. Elise Jones lets out a yell. She is fired up early in this matchup here. 2-1 lead. Yeah, I like that ball by Lang. He has an arsenal of shots that he can use, and we'll probably see those on display here. They have a 2-point lead now. That ball clips the tape. Wow, and Eric Lang, we talk about the plethora of shots that he has. He just sliced that ball in an awkward position for Kawamoto, and by the time she saw it, was not able to get on top of it. That ball just wide for Lang there. And I think Lang still contemplating if that ball was out or not, realizing that they do have 2 free challenges. You don't get any bonus points for taking them home. He's going to use one here to confirm the call. And I think it's a smart move. Anytime you are debating if a ball was in or out, it makes sense to kind of have it challenged just so you can confirm in your mind and not lose momentum within the game. So we have free challenges. You might as well use them. We're going to check the replay here, and let's see. Yeah, that ball looks like it lands just out. Huge shout out to our camera crew. This is just quality stuff right here, being able to see how close that ball is to the line. But I think we're going to have the correct call, that just a little bit wide. Referee confirms the call stands. That ball was out. We've got a 2-4 deficit here for ATX Pickleballers in a must-win game for them. Anytime Eric Lang's able to get a paddle on that ball, when the height is there, he is going to put some pace towards it. Oh, what a ball by Lang. Second time he's been able to do that. The first time Tardio handled it well. This one just stretched him out a little bit wide, and he went for a little too much on the last ball. A great reach in by Tardio. He did everything but finish this play off. Watch this. Good reach in here. Great hands. Has the put away. Just not able to get on top of it. Had a little too much pace coming from Lang. Oh, Lang is starting to feel real comfortable out there right now as he is winding up that forehand and really just picking his spots. With Elise Jones alongside him, he is getting some crazy defense. They take a 6-point lead. Tardio with the Ernie. And he has another one on his paddle that he just misses a little bit, and that ball sails long. I mean, the margin between these plays is so small. He was on top of that last one. And I think that'll help there from a confidence standpoint as he wins that hands battle. They are still down 6 here. That's great anticipation, but also just really good scouting by Tardio. He's seen that Elise Jones has winded up and went down the line with that ball a couple times. And this time he stays on the right side and baits her into it, finishes out with an Ernie. Great heads-up play. Another Ernie by Tardio. Kawamoto there to clean it up. The Ernie by Lang, and he's unable to make it. Wow, what an athletic move by Tardio. And really for Kawamoto to come over and reset that ball back into the kitchen. They have cut the lead to 4. Another Ernie by Tardio, and he is starting to get active here. Watch this as drops the ball in there from Kawamoto. He fakes right, and then Ernie's right on that left side. What a play by Tardio. Jones lets out a yell as that's a much needed point for them. Even though they're up, momentum was starting to favor ATX Pickleballers. Oh, Kawamoto just faked the Ernie. She thought she had it. That's a really smart move by her to pull back, because if she does cross the plane, that would have been a fault for ATX Pickleballers. Oh, that ball a little bit short. Elise Jones knew it before it came to that position. We've got an 11-7 lead by St. Louis Shock, and this is the identical score that the men had on their changeover earlier. And so I'm really looking for ATX Pickleballers here, as they are in a must-win situation to come out and play really aggressive, offensive, chaotic pickleball. I think for them, we talk about it all the time where they have to create and make things happen to the opponent. So be interested to see that. I think Tardio has been doing a great job so far. He has just not been able to finish off some of those rallies that he really had leverage on earlier in the point. The ATP by Tardio, defended by Jones. Lang comes in to finish up the work. That was just awesome heads-up plays. You see Jones steps back to defend the ATP. Tardio able to get the next ball back a little high, and Lang puts it away. Yeah, Lang really threw out a little bit of a bait ball. He wound up as if he was going to speed that ball up and then tosses it over at 30%. I think Kawamoto was expecting that ball to have a little more pace on it. Another Ernie by Tardio. And he takes the speed up. I think Lang felt like that ball would either be out or he was on it, but needed one or the other because in between did not work there. It's great play by Tardio. Kawamoto trying to get them back into the kitchen, not able to do it. We've got a 6-point lead by the Shock as they look to close out this match. The pressure by Lang there. I mean, that is just an awesome tandem with Jones. A pressure dink, a lot of topspin roll as you have Eric Lang faking the Ernie. And that puts a lot of pressure on right side player Kawamoto right now to have a short ball over the net. And that's why you see the miss right there. Great strategy right now by St. Louis Shock. And that has forced a timeout from ATX Pickleballers. Just a quick update from our challenger side. We have the Bay Area Breakers in the finals, and they will be facing the Dallas Pickleball Club. So it is going to be an awesome matchup tomorrow for the challenger finals. But right now, we've got a premier level match at hand. Oh, that ball just in. Best point of the game right there. I mean, look at this. This is awesome by Eric Lang as he speeds up the Tardio, still covers the court, able to have fast hands to clean it up at the end, and they come on top and now have an 8-point stranglehold on this game. Haven't seen much of that from Lang. He's been pretty consistent. Not a lot of budget here on the MLP side, but if there was, they've got a 7-point lead here. That ball long. Tardio forcing the issue with adding a lot of pressure moving up to the kitchen line. Timeout from the Shock called by Jay DeVilliers. That's why we have your bench here. You know, I think at MLP, benches are so crucial. You've got your coach or GM on the side. You've got the players that aren't currently in the game, and they're able to see things that you can't while you're in the moment. I think for DeVilliers in this situation, he's seeing that, look, we had an 8-point lead. We were playing well, and it's not necessarily that we're playing bad right now, but they're a little bit hot. Let's see if we can stem the tide and maybe get back to one of those strategies that allowed us to build that 8-point lead, because this game is crucial for us. Oh, it's a great ball by Lang. He really gets on the backside left of that ball to be able to stretch that backhand out and really go cross court, as you see here on the replay. Wow. Big ball by Tardio there with the two-hand backhand. He's got a lot of pace on those drives. And Tardio's really just teeing off at this moment. And I think it's a good strategy. Look, if you're in a position where you may go down in this game, you probably should go down swinging. And that's exactly what he's doing, and may just swing them back into this game. Great Ernie by Tardio. Kawamoto there to clean it up, and Lang has a high ball that his eyes just lit up right here. Great finish by Lang. Yeah, it's a little bit too outstretched from Tardio. He wanted to make a play. Didn't really anticipate that being such a great third shot drop from Jones, but it was. And then he popped the ball up there to Lang, who's able to finish. Big drive by Lang. Wow. And we've seen it time and time again. What a backhand angle by Lang. He is playing out of his mind right now in hopes of carrying his team to a victory in this match. They have their first game point and match point here, 2013. Oh, Jones with the defense. Tardio with the ATP, Jones with the defense, but Tardio's able to finish, this time in with the overhead as it just catches the inside of that line. And the Shock want to take another timeout here. Referee informs them that they do not have one, so they must play on. ATX Pickleballers down 6, fighting to stay in this match. Tardio unable to convert on the drive. Jones and Lang with another attempt in this match. DeVilliers points to his head and says, stay smart. Oh, it was great defense by the Shock, and I love the pressure there from Tardio, really showing that he's not afraid of the moment. Lead down to 5. Lang takes his chance out of speed up there, and he really wanted that ball to be as low as possible over the net and just was not able to get clearance. Hanging on to a 4-point lead there, Jade Kawamoto to serve. Tardio goes for the Ernie, and Jones puts it just out of reach. As you see here on the replay, she holds it and puts it in a position where Tardio cannot complete the Ernie. What a heads-up play by Jones. Another chance to close out this match. And Lang takes it into his own hand, speeds up to Kawamoto, and finishes with the backhand. St. Louis Shock have just won this matchup 3-1. An awesome display. They have now taken hold of that #1 spot in Group C with a 2-0 day. ATX Pickleballers fall to 1-1 on the day. Will have an opportunity tomorrow to improve on their record and hopefully move on to the knockout stages. This is the final match of our premier level side tonight. We will be back tomorrow here from MLP at Daytona Beach, presented by Margaritaville. This has been an awesome day. Look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for some more great action. And it actually looks like on Championship Court, they're still going. So if you want to check out Florida Smash against LA Mad Drops, check it out. Head over to the Championship Court stream. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks again.